reach. He glances at her once again, and for a fleeting moment, he wonders if she might disappear. He blinks, and the warmth of her next to him reassures him. She's still here, real and so very much alive. John's eyes drift over the crowd until they land on Arya. She's dancing with Gendry, and for once, the lad actually looks like he's enjoying himself. He spins her around, and she laughs, her face alight with joy. John takes a sip of his ale, but the moment the bitter liquid touches his tongue, he feels an unexpected surge of hostility bubble up inside him. Beside him, Ygritte notices. She doesn't even have to look at him to know what's going through his head. "Leave the poor kid alone," she says, nudging his arm. John huffs but doesn't look away. "She's my sister." Ygritte rolls her eyes. And she's also a woman grown. You can't protect her from everything, least of all love. She needs to be free to make her own choices. Her own mistakes. John doesn't respond right away, his gaze still fixed on the pair. But her words sink into him, and the knot in his chest eases slightly. Ygritte continues, her tone gentle yet firm. "When Arya needs you, she'll let you know. But right now, let her enjoy the good things in life." John's gaze still lingers on the couple. "I haven't protected her at all," he says quietly, the words slipping out before he can stop them. There's a sadness in his voice, a regret for the years he's lost. "I should have been there for her." Ygritte places a gentle hand on his arm, her touch warm and reassuring. "She's strong. She's always been strong. And she knows you'll always be there for her. But you have to trust her, too." John looks at Arya again, watching as she shoves Gendry playfully when he almost trips over his own feet. She's laughing, alive in a way he rarely saw back when they were children. He swallows, his grip on his ale loosening. She's right. Arya is stronger than he sometimes gives her credit for. John glances back toward the children. The others have formed a circle around them, clapping and cheering as Neve, Oisin, and Sauas dance in the middle. The three of them twirl and jump to the rhythm, their faces alight with joy. They look like they are having the time of their lives. He watches them for a moment, a warmth settling in his chest. He's glad he came. Ygritte laughs beside him, shaking her head fondly at their antics. John chuckles too, but when he glances at her again, her smile has faded. Her expression turns distant, a flicker of sadness crossing her face. He doesn't need to ask to know what she's thinking, but he does anyway. "They're leaving soon, aren't they?" His voice is quiet, careful. Still looking at the children, she nods slowly. "Aye," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. John swallows, watching as Oisin grabs Sauas's hands, spinning her around, while Neve jumps between them, giggling. The thought of them leaving puts a weight in his chest. John swallows. How long? Only a couple more days. John feels a wave of sadness wash over him. He's only known them for a short time, and yet, now he can't imagine his life without them. They've become a part of him in a way he never expected, a warmth that fills a space in his heart he didn't know was empty. He thinks back to the day he took his vows, the words he spoke with such conviction, swearing off family, swearing to father no children. How foolish he had been. He had been so certain that his path would always be one of solitude, that his life would be defined by duty, by his vows. Then he remembers the shock of learning he was a father, the fear that had gripped him. How terrified he had been, not knowing how to raise them, how to give them the life they deserved. He had worried about them carrying the burden of being a bastard, thinking they would always be marked by it, like he had. But none of that matters now. Being a father has brought him a happiness he never thought he deserved. The love he feels for Oisin and Neve, for all the unexpected moments, is something he could never have imagined in those earlier days of his life. It has made him realize just how much joy, how much warmth, children can bring. And for the first time, he understands that, despite the fears he once held, he would never trade it for anything. Ygritte senses the sorrow that hangs around him and gives his hand a gentle squeeze. "We need to make the most of the time we have left," she says, her voice soft yet firm. "Don't let the good moments slip away." John turns to Ygritte, a memory from the distant past flickering in his mind. "First we'll live," he says quietly. Ygritte meets his gaze, her smile tinged with sadness. First we'll live. John doesn't know if it's the thought that this might be their last time together like this, or if it's the ale that flows through him, loosening the edges of his hesitations. But something inside him shifts, a boldness he doesn't often feel. He turns to Ygritte, his heart pounding, and with a slight smile, he offers his hand to her. "Dance with me," he says, his voice more steady than he feels. She looks at him for a moment, a glint of surprise in her eyes, but then she smiles warmly and places her hand in his. The music swirls around them as they step onto the floor, and for a moment, all the worries, the sadness, the looming goodbye seem to vanish. His heart beats a little faster, not from nerves but from the realization that he doesn't want to let go of these moments, these simple joys. The hour is late, the feast's raucous echoes fading into the early morning chill. John's feet ache, his ears still ringing with songs and laughter, as he and the others weave through the encampment's quiet lanes, each bound for their own huts and the promise of a warm bed. Up ahead, Arya sways, her steps unsteady, swaying like a reed in a storm. A fond smile tugs at his lips, tempered by a flicker of concern. "You sure you're all right?" he calls, raising a brow. "I'm fine," Arya slurs, waving him off with a lopsided grin, her balance teetering as she nearly stumbles. John's gaze slides to Gendry, who keeps pace at her elbow, his broad shoulders braced to catch her if she lists too far. John lifts his chin. "See her home safe, no detours," he says, voice firm. The boy nods earnestly. "Yes, Lord." John gives a curt nod in return, but a prickle of doubt lingers. The smith's boy looks sober enough, cheeks flushed but eyes clear. Yet doesn't quite trust the way his eyes linger on his sister. Come morning, John decides he'll ask the gate guards what hour she passed through, and whether she made it to her bed alone. At his side, Neve clings to John's hand, dragging her feet through the snow. "I don't wanna go," she whines with a pout. "Not tired, eh?" he asks. "Nah," she insists, but then a great yawn breaks through her words, stretching her face wide and nearly topples her over. He smirks. A pace behind, Ciri walks with Oisin tucked against her side. The boy's steps are slow, almost dreamlike, his head dipping with every stride. His mittened hand is swallowed in Ciri's, and she adjusts her grip to keep him upright, murmuring soft nonsense to keep him moving. Further up, Ryk, Ygritte, and Inga walk arm in arm, belting out a free folk drinking song in 3 clashing keys. Their voices ricochet off the snow-laden pines, loud enough to wake the dead. The ale has clearly claimed them, their laughter spilling between verses, bright and reckless. Ciri releases a long, theatrical sigh, eyes fixed on the trio with open longing. "Gods, I miss the days I could drink till the stars spun." Jorgun's palm settles over the swell of her belly. "Few more moons and ye'll drink the north dry," he promises, grin crooked. She snorts, shifting Oisin's weight to keep him from stumbling. "Easy for ya. Feels like I've been carrying this babe since the wall was knee-high." The group splinters at the crossroads, laughter and half-remembered verses trailing behind them like smoke. Boots crunch away in different directions, voices fading into the hush of snow. John guides the children along the last stretch of path, Neve's hand warm in his, Oisin's weight heavy against his hip. When they reach the hut, Ghost stirs from his place on the porch, red eyes gleaming like coals as he rises with a low rumble, tail thumping against the wood in greeting. John crouches beside him, fingers sinking into the thick fur at his neck. "Good lad," he murmurs, earning a contented huff from the direwolf before they step inside. Together, John and Ygritte move through the soft rhythm of bedtime, untangling cloaks, unfastening boots, their voices barely a breath. Oisin is the first to succumb, fast asleep before his head touches the pillow, small hands curled against his chest. Neve lasts only moments longer, eyes fluttering shut as John smooths a strand of hair from her face and presses a gentle kiss to her brow. Ygritte then pads down the narrow hall and nudges open a door. "This one's yours," she says, leaning a shoulder against the frame. The room is small but warm, with thick furs piled high on the bed, a sturdy chest tucked in the corner, and a candle burning low on the sill. She smiles, cheeks still flushed from ale. "I'm glad I came tonight." John studies her in the wavering light. "How long's it been?" Ygritte snorts, soft. "Feels like another life. Babe's chain year tighter than any vow. Most I managed was a shared skin of ale with Fraser after a long day. Wild nights are a rare coin these days." Her smile softens, eyes distant. Forgot what it felt like, to dance, to let the world slip away. John's lips curve into a small smile. Me too. She tilts her head, candlelight catching the loose curls framing her face. Do you remember all them times I dragged you out drinking in the frost fangs? John lets out a low chuckle. How could I forget? You had a gift for finding the roughest holes in the north. The best holes, she corrects, eyes sparkling. Cheap ale, loud singing, half the time someone ended up brawling. Then her grin turns wicked. Remember that time when yeah? Oh no, John cuts in quickly, shaking his head. We promised we'd never speak of that again. The grit doubles over, laughter spilling out as she clutches her stomach. Couldn't get the smell out of that rug for weeks. John can't help but chuckle, the memory pulling him back to a simpler time. Two reckless youths, half drunk on ale and each other, stumbling through mischief in the shadow of the wall. Her laughter fades slowly, replaced by a wistful quiet. She looks at him then, eyes soft and sad. We had fun, didn't we? He says, throat tight. The most fun I've ever known. The grit lingers in the doorway, her gaze dropping to the floor. Good night, Snow, she says, her voice quiet but heavy with something unsaid. He watches as she pushes off the doorframe and makes her way down the hall. Halfway she stumbles, catching herself with a palm against the wall and a muttered curse that would make a sailor blush. You all right? He calls, amused. She shoots him a sharp look over her shoulder that makes him grin, then slips down the hall to her room, the door closing quietly behind her. John chuckles softly to himself, shaking his head as he steps into his own room. He strips off his cloak and jerkin, pulls on a soft woolen tunic, and sinks into the furs. Ghost pads in, circles once at the foot of the bed, and curls with a deep, contented sigh. John reaches down, fingers threading through his thick white fur. The direwolf has spent the past few weeks keeping watch over the children, and John realizes how much he's missed him. Tonight, he finds himself grateful for the familiar weight of his presence beside him once more. Sleep takes him quickly, carrying him into dreams where torchlight dances on icy cave walls, pipes wail in the distance, and a woman with fire in her hair twirls at the heart of it all, her laughter as radiant as the dawn, her hands stretching out to meet his. Then her smile fractures, eyes widening in terror, and a scream tears from her throat, shattering the dream into black. John jolts upright, heart hammering, the echo of it still tearing through the quiet. For a heartbeat, he just sits there, disoriented, listening to the echo of that terrible sound. Then it comes again, sharper, more frantic, and he's on his feet before the thought even forms. He throws the door open, cold air rushing in to meet him. The sound echoes down the narrow hall, and his blood runs cold when he recognizes the voice. Grit. Ghost, guard the children, he commands, his voice low and sharp. The direwolf rises at once, hackles bristling, eyes burning red in the gloom. That's all the assurance John needs. He snatches Longclaw from its place against the wall and sprints down the corridor, bare feet pounding against the floorboards, dread clawing up his chest. He slams his shoulder into the door, sending it crashing open against the wall. His heart hammers, braced for an intruder or something far worse. But what he sees freezes him in place, the breath catching in his throat as Longclaw slips from his grasp and clatters to the floor. Moonlight spills across the bed where she writhes, sheets twisted like ropes around her limbs. Her face is contorted in agony, eyes screwed shut, mouth open in a scream that slices the air. He has heard men die on battlefields, heard steel bite bone, but nothing has ever cut him like this. John rushes to her side, dropping to his knees and leans in, his hand trembling as his fingers find her arm, the skin hot and damp beneath his touch. Grit, he whispers, voice cracking. The moment he touches her, she recoils. Her body jolts, and a strangled cry bursts from her throat, so raw it steals the air from his lungs. She thrashes harder, legs kicking at the sheets, head tossing side to side as if trying to escape something unseen. He's on the bed before he can even think, one knee pinning the sheet to keep her from tumbling off the edge. Her body bucks against his hold, but he doesn't let go. He brings a hand to her face, cupping her cheek, his thumb brushing gently along her skin. Grit, he whispers again, soft and desperate. It's me. It's John. Come back. You're safe. Wake up. Her breathing comes in ragged gasps, her body trembling beneath his hands, and he can feel her pulse racing beneath her skin. For a long moment, he thinks she won't wake, that whatever has her trapped will keep her there forever. Then a sharp gasp tears from her lips as her eyes fly open. She jerks upright, wild and disoriented, her chest heaving with rapid, uneven breaths. For a moment she just stares ahead, her body shaking, caught somewhere between dream and waking. Then, all at once, the dam breaks. A broken sob escapes her, small at first, then another, and another, until she's doubled over, each cry a fresh wound torn open. Without a thought, John pulls her into his arms. She resists at first, fists pressing weakly against his chest, shaking her head as if to deny his presence, to keep him away. But then her strength falters, and she folds into him, limp as a broken doll, face buried in the hollow of his shoulder. He rocks her gently, one hand tracing slow, steady circles along her spine, the other cradling her head. Her sobs begin to quiet, fading into soft, broken whimpers, her breath still hitching but slowly evening out. "You're all right," he murmurs into her hair. "I've got you. You're safe." He eases back just enough to see her face. The crying has stopped, but the woman in his arms is a stranger. Her eyes are open, yet they stare straight through him, pupils blown wide, reflecting nothing. His stomach knots. Grit, he tries, soft as falling snow. No flicker. No breath of recognition. Grit, he repeats, louder, fear threading his voice like frost on steel. He cups her face, thumbs brushing her cheeks, searching for any sign she's still with him. But she's motionless, unreachable, as if the nightmare has stolen her away and left only a shell behind. John hears the faint shuffle of small feet behind him and turns toward the doorway. Oisin stands there, clutching his blanket to his chest, his curls mussed from sleep, eyes wide and frightened. Behind him, Niamh peers around her brother's shoulder, eyes huge and glassy with a sorrow too old for her years. The sight of them, so small, so uncertain, cuts through him like a blade. "Hey," he rasps, voice scraped raw. "It's all right. Mama just had a bad dream. She's all right now." He tries to smile, but it feels strained, false, like a mask barely holding together. Oisin takes a hesitant step forward, his blanket dragging across the floor, but John shakes his head softly. "No, lad. Go on back to bed. Both of you. There's nothing to worry about." His heart splinters at the plea in the boy's eyes, but he cannot let them see their mother hollowed out, a stranger wearing her skin. Ghost moves then, gliding from the darkness like a shadow. The great wolf brushes against the children, nudging them softly with his muzzle. Oisin looks back once, torn between obedience and worry, before letting Ghost herd him away. Niamh follows, her small fingers gripping her brother's arm, and they shuffle back down the hall, small silhouettes swallowed by the dark. John glances down at Ygritte, her face softened by sleep, the tension that had gripped her moments ago now melted away. A stray lock of red hair spills across her cheek, and he brushes it back gently, before guiding her back against the furs. The instant her weight leaves his chest, a small, broken whimper escapes her, and her hand shoots out, blind but sure, fingers twisting into the worn wool of his tunic. His breath snags as he tries to ease free, thumb prying gently at her knuckles, but her grip only tightens, instinctive, desperate, even in sleep. Her brow furrows, and her body shifts toward him, seeking the warmth she'd lost. John goes still, every muscle tense as the weight of the moment sinks in. He exhales slowly, realizing there's no prying himself free without waking her, no escaping the pull of her even now. His thoughts drift to Daenerys, and guilt settles in his chest like lead. Things between them are brittle, strained by silence and words left unsaid. Yet, despite the distance, he still feels that invisible tether, the pull of vows and promises that once meant everything. If she knew he'd stayed the night, he might have found a reason, a half-truth to ease the sting. But to be here, in Ygritte's bed, her breath warm against his throat, her fingers knotted in his tunic as if he alone anchors her to the world, that is a line he cannot justify, not to Daenerys, not to himself. This is wrong. The words coil through him, quiet but relentless, tightening around his resolve. He should not be here, should not feel the steady rise of her ribs beneath his palm, should not let the scent of her hair lull him toward sleep. Yet the thought of slipping free, of leaving her to wake alone in the dark with the echo of screams still clinging to her skin, feels crueler still. She needs him, even if the words will never cross her lips. And God's help him, he needs to stay. Just a little longer, he bargains with himself. Just until her breathing steadies, until the nightmare loosens its hold. Only then he will slip away, pad silently back to his own room, and leave her to wake alone with the dawn. With the care of a man defusing a trap, John eases down beside her. The first sigh. The mattress dips. He keeps one arm beneath her neck, the other hovering, uncertain, before settling lightly across her waist. The grid shifts in her sleep, a soft sound escaping her lips, and she curls toward him, forehead tucking beneath his chin, one knee sliding between his as if her body remembers a shape it once knew. Without thinking, John's arm tightens, pulling her closer as his eyes drift shut. Just for a moment, he tells himself again, the lie soft as the furs beneath them. The last coherent thought he has is that he will count to 100, then go. He does not reach 10. John rouses gradually, steeped in a rest deeper than any he's known in years. A soft heat presses along his front, a body curved to his, as naturally as a bow to its string. Without thought, he burrows closer, and a bright spark of pleasure flares low in his groin, sharp enough to draw a soft, involuntary sound from his throat. Half dreaming, he arches into it, palm sliding over the smooth rise of a hip, fingers tightening as he buries his face in a wild spill of hair. He inhales deeply, the sweet, floral scent filling his lungs, as something tickles his nose. He shifts, eyelids fluttering, and the world floods with red. He lifts his head just enough to see Grit lying beside him, one arm tucked beneath her cheek, the other draped loosely over the furs. Her hair fans wild and bright, catching the first grey thread of dawn that sneaks through the wooden shutters. Her breathing is slow, steady, the rise and fall of her back a quiet rhythm against his chest. The night returns in fragments, the screams, the shaking, the desperate grip she had on him, as if he were the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. He had meant to leave. He had promised himself he would. Yet sleep had claimed him like a thief. The grid shifts slightly in her sleep, pressing her backside closer, and a fresh jolt of pleasure strikes through him. He bites his lip, forcing himself to stay still, to slow his breath, though every instinct screams to move, to pull her closer. Panic flares as he pictures her waking, turning, finding him in her bed with his cock straining against her like some rutting beast. Slowly he begins to retreat, fingers easing from her hip, his arm sliding free of her waist with agonizing care. He inches backward, the mattress sighing, until his feet touch the cold boards. The grid makes a low, contented sound, rolls into the warm hollow he leaves behind, and buries her face in his pillow. Her breath stirs the linen, but her eyes stay closed, and John exhales a shaky sigh of relief. He slips through the door, pulls it shut with a soft click, and pads to his own room. Moving silently, he pulls on clothes with deliberate care, breeches, shirt, boots, his movements sharp and mechanical. The cold air outside calls to him. He needs to clear his senses, let the cold scour the heat from his skin, and drain the guilt from his blood. The morning finds John sitting in the back garden, the chill of dawn biting at his cheeks. Frost still clings to the edges of the grass, and his breath fogs faintly in the crisp air. Ghost sprawls beside him, a pale fortress of muscle and calm, red eyes half closed, ears flicking only at the occasional crack of a distant branch. The back door creaks open behind him, and John glances over his shoulder to see Grit step out into the morning light. She's wrapped in her usual furs, her bow slung over one shoulder, stray strands of red hair catching the wind. There is a stiffness in the set of her shoulders, a faint bruise of exhaustion beneath her eyes that the dawn does not soften. She offers a steaming mug without a word, and John takes it, fingers brushing hers. "How are you feeling?" he asks, voice low. Grit winces. "Like I've been trampled by a bloody mammoth," she mutters, rubbing at her temple. "Reckon the years are catching up. Don't bounce back like I used to." He studies her, searching for any fracture in the mask, some flicker that remembers the screams, the claw of the nightmare. But her gaze drifts past him to the tree line, distant and unreadable. He wants to ask, wants to know if the nightmare still clings to her skin, but the question dies behind his teeth. If she remembers, she may want it buried. She doesn't linger long. "I'm going hunting," she says, already turning. Mind the babes. It isn't a request, it's a statement, and John watches until the last flicker of her red hair disappears among the pines, the wind sighing through the trees, Ghost breathing softly at his side. A little later, the sound of soft footsteps and sleepy murmurs fills the small hut. Oisin emerges first, hair sticking up in every direction, rubbing at his eyes as he shuffles down the stairs. Neve follows close behind, clutching her doll, blinking sleepily against the pale morning light spilling through the window. John meets them with a soft smile and open arms, drawing them into the warm circle of the hearth. He distracts them with small games, telling half-remembered stories of castles and wolves and brave warriors who never quite win but always try. His voice fills the space, light and warm, but his eyes drift again and again toward the door, waiting, listening for the creak of hinges that will signal Ygritte's return. He studies them, wondering if they, too, are waiting. If they notice her absence, if worry gnaws at them the way it does at him. But they seem calm, content, their laughter ringing softly through the room. Yet it isn't long before Oisin looks up at him, his game forgotten, worry softening his small features. Is Mama all right? John's throat tightens, but he forces a steady smile. Aye, he says gently. She's fine, lad. Just had a bad dream, that's all. Even grown-ups get them sometimes. Oisin nods, solemn. Mama gets 'em a lot. The words linger in the air, heavy as a held breath, and bit by bit, Oisin explains. The nightmares aren't new. They have shadowed their mother since before memory took root. They come without warning, leaving her pale and hollow-eyed. Then afterward she retreats. To a ridge above a frozen stream, to the deep woods where the pines grow so thick the light forgets to follow. She only returns when the dark has burned itself out, arms open, smile bright, as though daring the world to notice the cracks. There's no bitterness in his tone, no confusion. Only acceptance, small and sure, as though this is simply part of who his mother is. John listens in silence, the ache in his chest deepening. He glances toward the window, where the tree line stands still and endless. He wonders what ghosts Ygritte meets in her dreams, what faces she sees, what moments she relives. The questions settle behind his ribs, patient and unanswered, while the children resume their game and the door stays empty. Just as Oisin had promised, Ygritte returns not long after, slipping through the back door with a young boar slung across her shoulder. Her grin flashes wide, and unshadowed, as though the night had been wiped clean by the wind. She crosses the room in 3 easy strides, drops the kill on the table with a soft thud, ruffling Neve's tangled hair and pressing a kiss to Oisin's brow. She slips back into the rhythm of the house the way a blade slides home into its sheath, effortless and inevitable. John watches, searching for a tremor in her smile, a shadow behind her eyes, but there is none. She hums under her breath while she skins the boar, wrists flicking with practiced grace, and the children orbit her like twin moons. Breakfast assembles itself around her, eggs scrambled with wild onion, thick slices of toast charred just enough, bacon crisped from the boar she brought down. For a time, the world feels small and safe again. Ygritte's laughter fills the house, Neve chatters endlessly between mouthfuls, and Oisin tries to feed Ghost under the table. John allows himself to smile, to sink into the warmth of it all. The sound, the smell, the fleeting sense of peace. Winterfell and its burdens linger beyond the pines, but here the world shrinks to Neve's delighted squeal over stolen bacon, Oisin's whispers hidden behind toast crusts, and the fragile, glowing pretense that their little family is whole and unbreakable. He savors it, knowing it will end the moment he steps outside. Evening has deepened into true night when John finds himself wandering Winterfell's silent grounds, the day's council debates long faded, dinner's clatter reduced to echoes. Restlessness gnaws at him, a familiar itch beneath his skin, and as always, it draws him to the crypts. The heavy iron door groans as he passes through, the damp chill of the stone corridors folding around him like a familiar shroud. His boots ring softly against the worn stone as familiar names leap from the walls, kings of winter carved in granite, his blood and bone, gone but never forgotten. He pauses before Rickon's newly finished statue, the boy standing defiant even in death, shoulders squared, chin lifted, the wild curls of youth forever captured in granite. At his feet, Shaggy crouches low, lips peeled back in a snarl that promises ruin to any who come too close. Guilt settles over John like a second cloak, and he reaches out, fingers brushing the cold stone of his brother's cheek. He should have done more, ridden harder, fought fiercer, found some way to drag his brother back from Ramsay's clutches, to spare him this cold stone vigil. He lets his hand fall away, the weight of it heavy, knowing no matter how many battles he fights or oaths he keeps, he'll never wash the boy's blood from his hands. His eyes then slide past Rukun's face and settle on the alcove that should never have been left empty. It gapes open like a missing tooth in an otherwise unbroken line of kings and lords. There is no statue, no final resting place, no name carved into the cold. Rob's body was never found. The phrase made certain of that. The only thing remaining was the memory of what they had done to him, the young wolf, betrayed and butchered, his crown stolen, his body lost to the current. And yet, John feels his presence everywhere within these walls. In the echo of his footsteps through the great hall, in the creak of the Lord's chair beneath him. Every parchment he seals, every oath he swears, every time he looks out over the yard where boys drill with blunted steel, the same thought coils behind his ribs: this should have been yours. All of it. The crown, Winterfell, the North itself. He feels like a thief wearing stolen mail, a pretender warming a seat still shaped to his brother's body. The Stone Kings watch in silence, and John wonders if they judge him too. At last he reaches Ned Stark's statue and stops as though a hand has pressed against his chest. The torchlight catches on the carved folds of a cloak, the stern line of a mouth, the downward tilt of stone eyes that once looked at him with quiet pride. John stands before him a long while, staring until the edges blur, willing the stone to breathe, to lift that familiar gaze and see him, truly see him, one more time. The ache is a living thing, coiled tight beneath his ribs. So many things left unsaid, so many questions that will never find answers. Ned had promised that the next time they met he would tell John about his mother. But that moment never came. Whoever she was, her name remains a shadow. He'll never know if she's alive, if she ever thought of him, if she even loved him at all. He thinks of Ygritte standing fierce before Daenerys, hand on her dagger, ready to cut the world apart rather than lose her children. Would his own mother have done the same? Or had she turned away, glad to be free of a bastard's burden? John doesn't know which thought hurts more. The mother who didn't want him, or the one who did, and lost him still. A faint murmur breaks the stillness, so soft at first John thinks he imagined it. Then it comes again, drifting up from the depths of the crypts, words muffled and twisted by the stone. His body tenses, instincts rising sharp and cold. No one should be down here. This is a place of mourning, of quiet remembrance, and the voices that echo through the dark do not belong to any of his kin. His hand finds long claws held without thought, fingers closing round worn leather and the wolf head pommel. Moving silently, he douses his torch and presses himself behind the statue of his Aunt Lyanna, and lets the darkness fold around him like a cloak. From the darkness, John watches as two torches waver into view, their flames revealing a tall, bald man swathed in silk, the other half his height, cloaked and limping. They walk side by side, heads bent close, the way men do when the walls themselves might betray them. Something in the set of their shoulders, the careful hush of their steps, tells John this is no idle stroll among the dead. Whatever brings them here, it is not grief. John sinks lower, knees brushing the damp stone, and slips behind the carved folds of Lyanna's gown. He leans forward just enough for the stone to graze his cheek, then stills, ears straining, every sense narrowed to the hushed cadence drifting toward him through the dark. The North has not warmed to Daenerys, Varys says, his voice echoing faintly against the stone. The Starks treat her with open hostility. Lady Sansa most of all. Sansa's distrust is well earned, Tyrion replies. She's seen too closely what crowns demand, what they take from those who wear them, and from those who serve them. Varys tilts his head. And what of the others? Lord Brandon and Lady Arya. Tyrion exhales, a sound half sigh, half thought. No doubt they dreamed of an independent North. Instead, they find themselves tethered to another monarch. One from across the sea, a stranger whose family once brought their house to ruin. You're quite right, my Lord Varys agrees, but the past cannot rule them forever. The Starks are proud, yet pride alone cannot secure their house. If they wish to endure, they must think beyond old wounds. They must look ahead and shape a future that strengthens their claim among the great houses. Tyrion's eyes narrow. What spider's thread are you spinning now, Lord Varys? An alliance, Varys says, coming to a stop before Lyona's statue. One not bound by iron, but by vows exchanged in marriage. Tyrion stills. You cannot mean. I mean precisely that. Varys interrupts, voice smooth as polished steel. Daenerys claims the Iron Throne, crowned Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, and weds the Warden of the North, Jon Snow. Jon's breath catches before he can stop it. For a moment, he forgets where he is, the air around him closing in. Tyrion allows a faint, knowing smile. They do make a handsome couple. Varys presses on, his voice measured, persuasive. Their marriage would unite the realm in a way no army could. The Starks would be forced to accept Daenerys not merely as queen, but as kin. With Winterfell's loyalty, the North will kneel willingly. Wolf and dragon entwined. A song the small folk will sing for 1,000 years. Jon's heart hammers in his chest. Marriage. The word lands like a stone dropped into deep water, rippling through him until he can scarcely breathe. Bastards do not marry. That was one of the first lessons life taught him, and he had carried it with him ever since. Bastards watch from the shadows while true-born sons claim brides and titles and futures. A bastard's place is at the end of the table, head bowed, hands empty of anything but duty. Love, marriage, children. Those were luxuries for other men, men with names that weren't whispered in shame. The notion that he had any claim to it was utterly absurd. Yet here, in the crypt's cold hush, two men spin his fate like thread on a loom, treating a union of hearts as mere mortar to shore up a crumbling realm. The thought settles in his chest like frost, sharp and unyielding, his fists clenching until his knuckles bleach. That may prove complicated, Tyrion says after a pause. A certain wilderling girl might make things rather difficult. Jon's head snaps up so fast the crypt seems to tilt. Varys inclines his head. I must admit, the appearance of the girl was unexpected. It still baffles me, Tyrion adds with a wry smile. I accompanied Jon Snow to the war. Back then he was all honor and solemn vows, stiff as a sword in winter. Swore he'd find virtue in black and scour the bastard from his blood. I'd have wagered he'd die before repeating his father's sins. Yet even the most honorable men stumble, Varys murmurs, casting a fleeting glance at Ned Stark's statue. Tyrion exhales a quiet chuckle. I thought he was different. He was so ashamed of his birth that he swore away everything, land, legacy, children, just so he could rise above it. And yet, a bastard boy with bastard children, Varys says bluntly. The gods do love their jests. Jon's jaw tightens, his hands curling into fists until his knuckles ache. The insult burns through him, but it isn't for himself, it's for them. His children. His family. They were no jest. No shame. No stain to hide away in the dark. She must have meant a great deal to him, Tyrion muses, voice low, almost wondering. To break the vows he swore so fiercely, that's no small thing. Varys chuckles softly, the sound low and knowing. The wall is a cold and lonely place, my lord. Men go years without seeing a woman, let alone feeling her touch. A bold girl with fire in her hair appears after years of nothing but snow and silence, and suddenly honor feels negotiable. Tyrion shakes his head. Not Jon. He's not built for fleeting hungers. If he broke his oath, it was because his heart led the charge, not his cock. He loved her. Varys tilts his head, fingers tapping thoughtfully against his lips. And does that love still burn, do you think? Tyrion exhales slowly. That, I cannot say. Jon is surely torn, between the love he bears for our queen and the love he thought he lost long ago. A shadow crosses Varys's face. That could be cause for concern. Jon slips away nearly every afternoon once the council adjourns. He's seen riding out with the wilderling girl and does not return until well past nightfall. Who knows what transpires behind shuttered doors in that little hut beyond the walls? Tyrion chuckles. Children's games, most likely. Sticky fingers and wooden swords. Varys's voice drops. Yet he was seen departing for the wilderling camp under cover of darkness, only returning well after dawn. My little birds caught wind of him at some drunken feast, dancing in the arms of their queen. Jon's blood turns to ice. How could they have known? He had danced, spun in a circle of torchlight and roaring song, Ygritte's hand warm in his, her laughter bright as breaking dawn. But it was only a dance. One dance between old friends, nothing more. A stolen hour of breath in a life choked with expectation. It meant nothing. Our queen won't be pleased to hear this, Tyrion says, his tone heavy with concern. Maybe it's best she remains unaware. Her patience with the wildling is delicate. Ah yes, Tyrion says with a dry chuckle. The thrilling display in Winterfell's corridors. Foolish girl, Varys mutters. Believing she could threaten the queen and walk away unscathed. She owes Jon Snow her life for stepping between them. Tyrion's tone softens, almost grudgingly respectful. She was a mother guarding her young. When it comes to children, reason often flies out the window. Perhaps this presents an opportunity, Varys says, eyes gleaming with calculation. Should the wildling act rashly again, no plea will stay Daenerys's hand. Justice will demand blood. Tyrion stills. You mean to see her dead? Precisely, Varys replies without hesitation. Remove the wildling, and the board simplifies. No more wandering eyes, no more divided loyalties. Jon Snow weds the queen without distraction, the north folds neatly into the realm, and the song of ice and fire becomes a single melody. Jon's heart hammers in his chest, a wild storm of fear and fury tightening within him. The thought of Ygritte cast aside like a mere inconvenience ignites a fire that threatens to consume him. His fists clench until blood beads beneath his nails. Breath comes shallow and burning. Every muscle coils, ready to launch from the shadows, to drive Longclaw through silk and scheming flesh until the only sound left is the wet thud of traitors hitting stone. Tyrion folds his arms, eyes narrowing. You speak of removing her as though she were a splinter, but she is no mere thorn. She is a queen beyond the wall, crowned by her own people. Kill her and the wildlings will not simply mourn, they will remember. They will crown her a martyr, sing of her until every spear is raised in her name. It will ignite a fire we might struggle to contain. A ragged host of savages with bone arrows and stolen steel. Varys chuckles. Daenerys commands dragons, my lord. Fire and blood would answer their songs before the first verse ends. They would not last an hour beneath dragon fire. Their rebellion would end in cinders before it even began. And Jon Snow? Tyrion asks, voice low but sharp. You think he will stand idly by while the mother of his children is put to the sword? He will never forgive Daenerys. Any marriage you dream of will be born in ash and resentment. You underestimate the power of time, my friend, Varys murmurs with a serene smile. He has forgotten the girl once before. He walked away then, he will walk away once more. Grief dulls. Duty sharpens. In the end his oath to the queen will outweigh any ember still glowing for a ghost. Tyrion's jaw sets, beard bristling. You mistake the man. Jon's heart is not a thing to be bullied or bartered. Force this union and you will seed it with poison. Every glance across the high table will be laced with accusation, every night in the marriage bed will echo with the screams of the woman he failed to save. You will forge not an alliance but a wound that festers. Varys' smirk does not falter. Royal marriages are seldom happy, Lord Tyrion. They are contracts written in necessity, not affection. Jon is his father's son. He has already bent the knee. When the moment comes, when the realm demands it, he will stand at the altar and speak the words. He will do what must be done, whether his heart sings or bleeds. Tyrion's voice drops, laced with genuine concern. And what of the children? Varys answers as if the decision is already set in stone. Jon will claim them openly. He has made his wishes plain. They'll be raised as his bastards, acknowledged but kept at arm's length. Daenerys is not without heart. She will grant them leave to remain in the Red Keep, cradled in silk and stone rather than snow and pine. Tyrion frowns. You believe uprooting them will be gentle. You think it merciful to tear two small children from the only home they've known, from the songs and stories that shaped their first words. To strip them of their mother's name and dress them in silk. They are young, Varys replies smoothly. Young enough that memory will blur. The woman who bore them, the wind that sang her name, these will fade like dreams at dawn. They will learn to speak with southern tongues, to bow instead of nod, to call the Red Keep home. Some will sneer, bastards always draw sneers, but they will never know hunger, never know cold. Tonies on their name days, favor from the Queen herself. A life of comfort and privilege. Far more than most are afforded. Tyrion studies him for a long moment, torchlight flickering across the lines of his face. Is there truly no way she can live? No path where all of them might find some measure of happiness? Varys' laugh is soft, humorless, the laugh of a man who has buried happier dreams long ago. Tell me, my lord, what would that look like? Daenerys on the Iron Throne, Jon at her side, and the wildling tucked away in some tower as his whore. A dragon and a wolf sharing the same hearth with a savage. Tyrion shrugs, small and tired. Royal families have kept worse arrangements. Varys shakes his head, voice low and certain. It would never work, and something tells me that neither woman is inclined to share. For the plan to succeed, the girl must die. Jon Snow will marry Daenerys. They will do their duty, whether their hearts bleed or not. The realm demands it. Tyrion sighs, the sound heavy with sorrow. It's a shame, truly. I rather like the wildling girl. She speaks her mind. A rare bird in this cage of vipers. And that will be her undoing, Varys says, his gaze drifting to the shadowed vaults as though seeing something far beyond stone. We can only hope her end is swift and honorable, in battle, if the gods show mercy. If not, we may need to nudge things along. Perhaps a tragic mishap. A horse that stumbles on black ice, or a fever that takes her before dawn. Something swift, something blameless. That way no blood stains the Queen's hands, no blame falls on Jon's heart, and the children never learn to hate the woman who spared them. Tyrion rocks on his heels. So we wait. Let fate sharpen its knife and see where it falls. We wait, Varys says, voice smooth as oil on water. We watch the field, count the banners, measure the wind. Battles are generous with accidents. Jon listens as their footsteps fade, growing fainter with each step up the stone stair. Varys glances toward Tyrion, the faintest trace of amusement curving his lips. Whatever comes next, he murmurs, it's bound to be a spectacle. Tyrion nods, his expression grim. A spectacle, indeed. Let's just hope it's not one that reduces the realm to dust. Varys reaches the landing first, his pale hand settling on the iron ring before the heavy oaken doors groan open on its ancient hinges. A blade of winter wind surges down the stairwell, sharp and merciless, snuffing out torches and cutting through Jon's bones like ice. Their voices fade, swept away by the gale, until the doors slam shut with a thud, sealing him once more in darkness. Jon stays pressed against Lyanna's statue, one palm flat to the cold granite, the other clamped over his heart as though he could still its frantic hammering. Blood pools under his tongue where he has bitten down so hard the skin has split. He welcomes the sting. It keeps the roar inside his throat from spilling out and waking every king beneath the earth. Their words churn through his skull, each one heavier than the last. Varys' cold certainty, Tyrion's uneasy restraint. The girl must die. Jon's eyes burn as the images come unbidden. Ygritte's red curls spilling dark with blood across the white snow. Oisin and Neve waking to a world stripped of their mother's fire, small hands reaching for a warmth that will never return. He forces himself upright on unsteady legs, his hand trembling as he retrieves the torch he had abandoned, its flame long dead. With a flint strike and a muttered breath, it sputters back to life, casting long shadows across the crypt walls. Jon climbs, one step at a time, forcing himself upward through the chill and shadow until the dark outline of the doors looms ahead. He does not look back at Ned's solemn features, at Robb's empty space, at Lyanna's knowing eyes. There is no counsel left in stone. He shoulders the heavy door open and steps into the night. The wind greets him like a blade, yet he breathes it in until his chest burns, until winter scours the blood from his mouth. Somewhere out there, Ygritte is breathing the same air, laughing the same laugh, tucking their children into warm furs. Somewhere out there, men are planning to end her life. He moves through Winterfell's sleeping corridors like a man walking underwater, every step deliberate, every breath measured against the roar still trapped in his chest. The torches burn low, their smoke curling lazy spirals toward the vaulted ceilings, the only sound being the wind prowling the battlements. He reaches his chambers, slips inside and slams the door shut behind him. Jon leans his back against the heavy oak, forehead pressed to the wood, breath sawing in and out through his nose. They want her dead. The words circle, relentless. He had already warned Ygritte. Gods, he'd begged her to keep her temper, and she had given him her word, and for a moment, he had believed it. But Ygritte's fire had never been something easily contained. He knows what happens when she's cornered, when her pride is struck. A word too sharp, a threat too near, and she'll bare her teeth. And if that happens again, there'll be no stopping what comes next. He tells himself there's time. They won't act, not yet. Not until the battle is over. But the thought offers no comfort. What happens after? When the fighting ends, when there are no distractions left, what then? How does he protect her from men who conspire with smiles and soft words, from killers who wield whispers sharper than blades? Jon pushes away from the door, fingers fumbling at buckles and laces. Cloak, sword belt, jerkin, boots, each layer falls away like shedding mail he no longer trusts. He drags a thin linen tunic over his head, the fabric cool against skin, then drops onto the bed without bothering to crawl beneath the furs. He lies on his back, arms flung out, staring up at the shadowed beams overhead where the firelight flickers and dies. The ceiling offers no answers, only the same ancient silence that has watched generations of Starks wrestle with choices that carved them hollow. The quiet mocks him, filled with thoughts he can't escape. Does Daenerys suspect the quiet plotting that blooms in her absence? Does she know they were crafting a marriage for her in whispers, shaping hearts into weapons and vows into chains? To them, love is strategy, useful, disposable. To them, wolf and dragon are pieces on a board to be fit together for the good of the realm. But they forget that beasts bite, that fire and frost alike consume what tries to bind them. Marriage. The thought coils low in his gut like a fist of ice, twisting tighter with every breath. How can he give her a forever when every path he walks ends in ghosts? How can he reach for a future when the past clings to him like a shadow? His time with Daenerys had been filled with fire and want, each moment burning hotter than the last. He remembers the taste of her mouth, the way her fingers dug into his shoulders as though she could anchor herself to him against the storm of the world. Admiration is too small a word for what she stirs in him. She is everything the songs promised and more, fierce as a blade drawn across steel, beautiful as the winter dawn, wise beyond her years and yet still young enough to believe the world can be remade. Yet for all the heat, their romance has only been brief. A handful of nights, a few shared touches in the dark, the brush of lips that tasted of salt and promise. They have traded war counsels and whispered desires, not childhood scars or quiet fears. They are still strangers bound by want and war, not the slow, patient weave of years that turns strangers into something lasting. He had brought her north hoping Winterfell's cold stone and quiet might forge something stronger between them, but instead, the old keep groans beneath the strain of her presence. Sansa's cool courtesy, Arya's watchful silences, the North's wary eyes that never seem to blink. Every glance, every smile shared between them feels measured, watched, judged, dissected. What fragile thing had begun to grow between them now bends under the weight of expectation, struggling for breath in the cold. And yet he knows with quiet certainty that if the proposal is laid before her, she will not refuse. She has lost too much, too many, not to crave something that lasts. She will reach for him not because she loves him yet, but because he is solid, because he is here, because the realm demands it and her heart is tired of being alone. He turns onto his side, closes his eyes, and lets the stillness of the room wash over him as he tries to imagine what marriage might look like. Not the cold bargain of lords and ladies, not the chain Varys and Tyrion would forge in the dark, but something chosen. A quiet vow spoken in the hush between heartbeats, body and soul braided willingly, stubbornly, for no reason grander than love itself. The picture forms slowly, the way dawn creeps over the Wolfswood. A small stone house with a crooked chimney, smoke curling lazily into the pale sky. Children's laughter spilling out the open door, a warm hand threading gently through his own. The vision is so simple, yet so far beyond his reach that his chest tightens around it. I want it, he thinks, the confession rising unbidden. I have always wanted it. Soft smiles traded across a scarred table, laughter that starts low in the belly and ends in breathless tears, a warm body curled against his in the dark. The last image sharpens until it is almost cruel in its clarity. She is there beside him, real enough to touch. Cold wind slips through the cracked window, carrying the sweet scent of her hair. The woman is a mystery, Yet she is familiar in a way that defies naming, as though this closeness has been his for years. A soft thumping starts behind him, rhythmic and close, vibrating through the mattress like a second heartbeat. It grates against the perfection of the dream. He pauses, willing it away, and the thumping stops as suddenly as it began. Satisfied, he turns his head back toward the figure beside him. Long curls spill across the pillow in wild abandon, catching the light like a living flame. Her face is buried in the linen, hidden from him, but the curve of her shoulder beneath the furs, the easy rise and fall of her breathing, the simple rightness of her presence settles in his chest like a hand over a wound. This is where he belongs. This is home. The thumping resumes, louder, insistent, a frantic drum against the bed. Frustration flares, hot and sharp, and a rough, impatient growl escapes his lips before he even registers the sound. The woman shifts, rolling toward him with a sleepy murmur. Moonlight spills over her loose red curls, her eyes still shut, lashes resting softly against freckled cheeks. A hand lifts, unerring even in sleep, and finds the scruff at his neck. Fingers scratch once, twice, and the sensation is electric. Pleasure floods him, warm and overwhelming, and he leans into it helplessly, the thumping behind him accelerating into a wild, delighted rhythm. Back to sleep, ghost, she mumbles softly, half lost to her dreams. Ghost. His body snaps taut, eyes flaring wide as the world sharpens into focus, low-beamed ceilings, rough-hewn wooden walls, the same narrow bed he'd collapsed into the night before. And there, warm, breathing, and undeniably real, lies Ygritte beside him. A chill of certainty settles in his gut. This is no ordinary dream. Slowly, dread cooling cold in his belly, he looks down. White fur gleams in the moonlight, thick and plush. A heavy flank rises and falls with his breath. A bushy tail curls against his haunch, now utterly still. Panic surges, bright and sharp. He tries to speak, but what spills out is a high, startled whine that cracks in the quiet air. Ygritte's eyes flutter open, bleary with sleep. What is it, boy? For a heartbeat she blinks up at him, unfocused. Then her eyes widen, her hand freezing in his scruff before she shoots upright, furs pooling at her waist. Her gaze sharpens, piercing straight through fur and fang. Jon Snow. A ragged gasp tears from his throat, raw and startled, as he surges upright in the tangle of furs. His heart thunders against his ribs, wild and relentless, like a war drum echoing in the hollow of his chest. A trembling hand rises, pressing hard over the frantic beat, as if touch alone could quiet the storm. The world swims back into focus, the vaulted stone ceiling arching high above, the hearth's dying embers casting a sullen, crimson glow across the walls, the scent of pine smoke and cold iron clinging to the air. His chambers. His bed. His breath, fogging in the chill. He glances down, half expecting the moonlight to reveal white fur and claws, the long slope of a wolf's flank. But there is only his own body, scarred, human and trembling. Calloused hands, 5 fingers each, nails bitten short. No tail thumping against the mattress, no scruff warm under another's touch. Just the rapid rise and fall of his chest, the echo of a whine still ringing in his ears. He drags a shaking hand across his face, tasting salt and fear, and wonders what cruel trick the gods had woven to bind wolf and man so tightly that even his dreams no longer know where one ends and the other begins. Outside, the wind howls around Winterfell's towers, a lonely, restless sound. Somewhere beyond the castle walls, a direwolf lifts his head and whines into the dark. Jon sits in the silence, heart slowing to a wary beat, and stares into the embers until they blur. The night stretches long ahead, and the line between man and beast has never felt so thin. Notes. Welcome back everyone. Sorry it has taken me so long to update. This was a hard one to write and unfortunately it went way over my word count. Here are some of my thoughts regarding the chapter. The books tells us that Ygritte already loves to sing, so in this chapter I embellished it a little. I also wanted everyone to have a good time before things take a darker turn. I loved writing this scene to show that the wildlings are always down for a good time. The scene in the crypts was a really hard one to write. I'm not exactly happy with the flow of the conversation, so I may go back and edit it at some point. Anyway, it was good to get an outsider's perspective on their relationship. Ghost. What a good boy he is. I'm saddened that the show didn't include John's warging abilities, so I wanted to bring them back here. I have big plans for Ghost. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this very long chapter and hope to see you continue to read along. Comments are always welcome. Happy reading. Anticaro XX. Chapter 9, Grid 3. Summary. The Grid says goodbye. Notes. This chapter was edited as of the 14th of September, 2025. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. The soft light of dawn creeps over the north, a pale glow spilling across the frost-kissed landscape, painting the snow in hues of silver and gold. The Grid stirs from her slumber, her limbs heavy with the ache of restless sleep, her body protesting as she rises from the furs. She moves with care, her bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor, stepping lightly down the creaking stairs to avoid waking the sleeping children above. The quiet of the hut wraps around her, broken only by the faint crackle of the dying fire, as she begins her day, her heart heavy with the weight of the journey looming ahead. By the door, their bags wait, meticulously packed with Southern-style clothes, simple tunics and cloaks in muted colors, chosen with care to help them blend into lands where their northern ways might draw suspicion. Nearby, a disassembled tent lies in a tangled heap, its weathered canvas a testament to countless nights under open skies. She turns to the crates stacked neatly against the wall, each one brimming with provisions for the road. Strips of dried meat from her hunts, smoked and wrapped in cloth, sacks of barley and oats from Wintertown, tied shut with twine. She kneels, her calloused fingers deft as she slips a small leather pouch into one crate, filled with every coin she could spare, each one a hard-won piece of security for the road ahead. She trusts it will be enough to see them through, though the uncertainty gnaws at her. As she passes by the hearth, a low shift of movement draws her eye. Ghost stirs, his massive head lifting from the floor, his eyes tracking her every step with an eerie intensity. The Grid freezes, her breath catching as she glances back at him, her eyes narrowing with a flicker of suspicion. There was no mistaking what transpired the night before. The moment those crimson eyes clouded to a dull, ghostly white, the way they fixed on her with an almost human depth, a gaze that carried a weight far beyond a beast's instinct. She's seen that kind of magic before. Old magic. The kind that runs wild beyond the wall, where the wind carries whispers and beasts walk with borrowed souls. And there's only one person she knows with a tie to this direwolf so profound it could pull him across the veil of flesh and fur. A shiver slides across her skin as she considers the possibility that John's skin changing wasn't a one-time occurrence. Perhaps John has been slipping into the wolf's skin regularly, watching her when she's unaware, eyes tracking her every move. Ghost roams these halls freely, lounging by the hearth when not stalking the woods for prey. Always nearby. Always watching. Each moment he lingered by the door, padded through the snow, curled beneath the window, John may have been there too, silent and unseen. Watching her move through her days, listening to words not meant for him. The idea festers, a sour disgust curling in her gut. Despite his displays of devotion as a father, his noble posturing as a lord, she can't let herself believe he's changed. He played her for a fool once, his lies and betrayal shattering the trust she'd given so freely. Who's to say he isn't weaving the same deception now? The Grid closes the distance between them, her expression fierce as she fixes Ghost with a pointed stare. I've got my eye on ya. Don't think I won't notice next time. Her eyes linger on the wolf's face, searching for some flicker of guilt. But Ghost blinks slowly, his head tilting in that familiar, innocent way, as if he's never done a thing wrong in his life. As Ygritte finishes preparing breakfast, the soft patter of little feet reaches her ears. She turns just in time to see her children shuffle into the kitchen, their faces soft with sleep, rubbing their eyes with tiny fists. A faint smile touches her lips as she murmurs a gentle greeting, drawing them into her arms, holding them close. Her embrace lingers, her arms wrapping a fraction tighter, holding them a heartbeat longer, the warmth of their small bodies grounding her. She knows these next few hours are the last she'll have them to herself, just the three of them, as it's always been. She vows to savor every second, each fleeting touch and sleepy smile, knowing the time to say goodbye looms closer with every. She tries to keep the mood light as they gather around the rough-hewn table, sharing the morning meal. She teases Neve about her tangled red curls and nudges Oisin to eat his oats, her voice bright with forced cheer. But a heaviness clings to the air, an unspoken sorrow that settles over them like a shadow. The children's laughter carries a softer edge, their smiles tentative, faltering as their gazes drift to the bags lined up by the. They know that they will be leaving tomorrow. They know she won't be coming with them. But they are too young to grasp the full weight of why. Too unaware to understand the perils that lurk beyond the horizon, the dangers that force her. Since their birth, she's fought to protect their innocence, to keep the world's horrors at bay. North of the wall, she and Fraser spoke of the others only in hushed whispers, far from young ears, guarding Oisin and Neve from the truth of whites and endless cold. There were close calls, far more than she was willing to count. A small horde lingering too near the camp, a stray white breaching the walls, a familiar face lost to the wilds in search of food. Each time, Ygritte acted swiftly, ushering her children to safety, handling the danger out of sight, sparing them the violence and. Now, with the battle drawing nearer and their separation looming, she'd done her best to explain it to them, choosing words their young minds can hold. She's told them a bad man was coming with an army, and that she needed to stay behind and fight to protect their people. She'd explained that for their safety, they must go with Uncle Kian to a faraway place, a haven where the fighting can't reach, until the danger. What she couldn't bring herself to say was that the bad man is no man at all, but a creature of ice and shadow, leading an army of the dead. Corpses of her own people, hollowed out and twisted into something unrecognizable. They had wiped out most of her kin and now they were marching south, coming for what little of them remained. With the morning meal finished, bowls of half-eaten porridge left on the table, Ygritte turns to her children, kneeling to dress them in warm furs, her hands steady as she pulls cloaks over their small shoulders. Rising, she guides them toward the door, her heart heavy as they step into the crisp, northern. They venture into the heart of the Free Folk encampment, where the air hums with purposeful chaos. Tents are being dismantled, carts loaded with provisions, voices calling out in a mix of urgency and camaraderie as the people prepare to evacuate. Ygritte guides her children through the bustle, her hands resting lightly on their shoulders, their wide eyes taking in the flurry. She wants them to feel the pulse of her people, to see the unyielding spirit that defines them. To know that they come from a lineage of survivors, their blood forged in the harsh wilds beyond the wall. She wants them to stand tall, proud of the fierce heritage coursing through there. But being amongst her people stirs something in Ygritte too, a quiet comfort she hadn't expected. The Free Folk, once fractured by old grudges and clan rivalries, move as one, their bonds forged in the face of shared peril. It's a unity she never thought she'd see in her lifetime, a sight that stirs a bittersweet pride. Ygritte's gaze is drawn to a small family nearby, their meager belongings strapped to a weary mule. The mother, wrapped in the dark furs of the Night Runners, stands beside the father, clad in the rough, bone-laced armor of a Hornfoot. Their 3 small children huddle close, faces pinched against the cold, clutching tattered cloaks. Ygritte smiles softly at the sight, a rare, beautiful vision of unity between clans that have waged bitter feuds for. She watches as the father drops to his knees, tears glistening in his eyes as he pulls his children into a fierce embrace, his broad hands cradling their small faces. He kisses each cheek, his movements slow, deliberate, as if memorizing their features. Rising, he turns to his wife, their eyes locking in a shared, unspoken vow. He leans in, kissing her deeply, then presses his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling in a moment so intimate Ygritte feels like an intruder. With a final embrace, they part, and the father raises a trembling hand, his face etched with grief, as his family joins the stream of evacuees heading south. Ygritte's gaze drops to her children, who watch the scene with wide, attentive eyes, their small hands clutching her furs. She kneels, pointing gently toward the family. "See, my loves, they are heading off too, just like you'll be," she says, trying to weave a thread of comfort, a shared journey to ease their fears. Neve's gaze lingers, then she turns to Ygritte, her small face solemn. "But their mama's going with them," she says, her voice quiet, her words piercing like an arrow. By late morning, John meets them with a satchel slung over his shoulder and a bittersweet smile on his face. When he had heard of Ygritte's decision to skip the day's council meeting to spend her final hours with her children, he had been eager to join them. At first, Ygritte had bristled. Some selfish part of her wanted the time to herself. She alone had carried them, birthed them in blood and pain, rocked them through fevers, hunted to keep them fed, sung to them beneath the northern stars. All the while, John had only had a few short weeks to claim his place as their father. The thought of sharing this precious day stung, a possessive ache for the moments she'd earned through years of love and sacrifice. But beneath that defiance, a deeper truth stirred, softening her resolve. They were his children too, their blood as much his as it was hers. He might not see them again for months, perhaps years, or, in the cruel uncertainty of war, perhaps never again. She couldn't rob him of this chance, not when fate has already stolen so much. So they'd agreed he'd stay the night, spend these final hours together, pretending for a fleeting moment they were the family they might have been if the world had been kinder. Together, they venture into the Wolf's Wood until they reach a small clearing where a gentle creek gurgles, the ancient trees forming a canopy above, shielding them from the world's weight. They settle on a spread of furs, sharing a midday meal of crusty bread, dried venison, and hard cheese. The children chatter between bites, their voices light and unburdened, and for a while, they simply sit, sharing stories, passing food, trading laughter like it costs nothing. Grid then teaches John an old game from her village, a spirited contest of kicking a worn leather ball between two gnarled trees. He fumbles at first, his movements clumsy as he grapples with the unfamiliar rules, his boots slipping in the snow to the children's delight. But he's quick to learn, his competitive streak sparking as he darts between Oisin and Neve, slipping past them to land an impressive goal. At one point, Ghost bounds into the clearing, snatching the ball between his massive jaws and darting off with playful ease. The children erupt into delighted shrieks, chasing after him as their laughter echoes through the trees. John makes a half-hearted attempt to wrestle the ball free, but Ghost sidesteps, feinting with a playful twist, and John loses his footing, landing face first in a powdery drift of snow. He groans loudly, arms sprawled, and Ghost trots away, ball still in his mouth, utterly victorious. The Grid doubles over with laughter, the sound spilling from her like something long held back. Her belly aches, her eyes sting with tears, and for a brief, precious moment, everything else fades. There is no war, no looming farewells, only the simple joy of now. A little while later, Grid leans against the rough bark of a towering tree trunk, her eyes tracking Oisin and Neve as they play near the creek's bubbling edge, their laughter mingling with the water's soft rush. John sits beside her, content, his dark cloak spread over the frosty ground, a quiet ease in his posture. Her gaze shifts to Neve, who strays too close to the creek's rushing current, her small boots sinking into the muddy bank, the wet earth threatening to pull her in. Before Grid can call out, Ghost moves swiftly as he gently seizes the hood of Neve's cloak in his teeth, tugging her back to solid ground with a careful nudge. Grid turns to John, her eyes narrowing as she studies him, searching for a flicker of awareness, trying to discern if it was John guiding Ghost through the strange magic of skin changing or merely the direwolf's instinct. John meets her gaze, his grey eyes steady and guileless, revealing nothing. She holds his look for a moment longer, her lips pursing slightly. "So, when were you gonna tell me you're a skin changer?" John blinks, caught off guard. "What? Don't play daft, John's no. I saw you last night." Ghost's eyes turned white. "I've seen it enough to know what it means." A blush creeps up John's cheeks, staining his pale skin. He doesn't answer, instead he lifts his water skin to his lips, taking a slow sip, his eyes darting away. She leans closer, a smirk curling her lips. "So, do you often spend your nights watching me sleep?" John's eyes widen, and he chokes, spitting water into the snow. I didn't mean for that to happen," he stammers, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "I didn't know what I was doing. I swear." The Grid lets out a laugh, enjoying the rare sight of John unsettled. "How long's this been going on?" she asks gently, her tone softening with genuine curiosity. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. "I've had dreams before, but nothing like this. This was different. First time I felt in control of his body, not just trapped inside." "Wow," she says, leaning back against the tree. "I always knew there was something odd about you and Ghost. Now, I understand why. That bond, it's powerful, John. Rare. You're lucky to have such a gift." But I've no idea how to use it. No sense of how it all works. Do you know anyone who could teach me?" The Grid's face hardens slightly, her lips pressing into a thin line. Memories surge unbidden. A man's face, weathered and fierce, his faithful eagle soaring above the wilds north of the wall. She inhales deeply, the air sharp in her lungs. No, you killed the last one I knew. John's face flinches, guilt flashing in his eyes, his shoulders sagging under the weight of her words. She watches him for a moment, then softens, her voice easing. There was a girl from my village, a bit older than me. Bonded with a rat, of all things. John lets out a surprised chuckle, and she smirks, shaking her head. Laugh all you want, we all did. Teased her something fierce. But she was clever, that one. Rats go unnoticed, slip in through cracks, hearing things nobody once heard. Folk caught on, started trading coin for what she knew. Made enough to build herself a hut by the sea, living better than most. She smiles, a flicker of warmth in her eyes. My point is, no one taught her that gift. It was just in her, growing stronger with time. She kept at it, day by day, until she had full control. Though, truth be told, she started looking a bit like a rat herself after a while. John chuckles again, his tension easing. Whatever happened to her? Ygritte shrugs, her gaze drifting to the creek. Don't know. Never heard about her again after my village fell. Like a lot of us, she just slipped away. Not that it matters much now, John says quietly. Ghost will be long gone before I ever get the chance to learn. Ygritte tilts her head, her brow furrowing. Why is that? John meets her gaze, his expression heavy. I'm sending him south, with them. Her eyes widen, a flicker of shock crossing her face, but he takes a deep breath and presses on. He'll keep them safe, give them something familiar to hold on to. A faint smile tugs at his lips, softening the sorrow in his grey eyes. Besides, I don't think I've much say in it. I don't think he'd let them go without him. He's made up his mind, whether I like it or not. Ygritte turns to look at Ghost, lounging near the creek, his crimson eyes watching Oisin and Neve with quiet vigilance. He's right, she thinks. The bond between the direwolf and her children is undeniable. Maybe it's because Ghost is part of John, and in some strange way, that connection extends to the blood they share. Or maybe, Ghost sees them as his own, his pack, his family. She doesn't fully grasp it all, but a small weight lifts from her shoulders, a quiet comfort in knowing Ghost will be with their children, watching over them as they make their way south. Evening drapes over the north, the sky deepening to a bruised purple as the rich scent of roasted boar wafts through the small garden. Laughter and low conversation weave together with the gentle clink of wooden flagons, while the fire at the garden's heart burns steady, its light spilling over familiar faces, those closest to her, whom she had invited for one final meal before the inevitable parting. Tormund stands by the fire, his booming laugh carrying as he trades stories with Ryk, flagons sloshing with ale, as Kian kneels nearby, stoking the flames with a steady hand. Oisin and Neve dart through the crowd, their laughter bright as they chase Sauas in dizzying circles, their small boots kicking up snow, while Ghost trots faithfully behind. Ygritte's gaze drifts to the edge of the gathering, where the Starks linger, their presence a quiet contrast to the wild, boisterous energy of the free folk. Sansa stands, her arms crossed tightly as she surveys the scene with cautious eyes, as if unsure how to navigate this untamed world of laughter and rough voices. Beside her, Bran sits in his wheeled chair, his pale eyes sweeping over the crowd with a quiet intensity, as if seeing beyond the moment into something unseen. Arya, though, is different, vibrant and at ease, her dark hair loose as she leans toward Inga, their animated conversation punctuated by bursts of laughter that cut through the evening's chill. The sight stirs something in Ygritte, an unexpected harmony between the free folk and the Starks, two worlds once divided by blood and borders now sharing the same fire, all for the sake of two small children they both call kin. Her gaze catches Ciri lingering by the back door, her figure framed by the hut's shadow as she waves her over with a quiet urgency. Ygritte weaves through the crowd, leaving the warmth of the gathering behind, and follows her into the hut, stepping into a small, quiet room where the noise of the feast fades to a murmur. Ciri then places a worn wooden box on the bench before her, its surface rough with age and stories long forgotten, and with a quiet nudge, she slides it toward her. I wanted to give you this now, she says. Tomorrow, with all the goodbyes. I might not get the chance. Ygritte shakes her head, a faint frown creasing her brow. You've already given me too much, Ciri. I can't take more. But Ciri only smiles. This one's different. Curiosity sparks in Ygritte's chest, and she lifts the lid with careful hands, her breath catching as she recognizes the contents instantly. Nestled inside is her old black leather armor, its surface worn but meticulously maintained, the dark hide etched with faint scars from battles long past. Simple yet sturdy, its mold to her form from years of wear, each dent and scratch a testament to the countless fights she survived in Blackteed. Her throat tightens, a flood of memories surging, blood-soaked snow, the clash of steel, the fire in her veins as she fought for her people. A weight settles in her chest, not from its heft but from the life it carries, a reminder of the woman she was, and perhaps, still is. How'd ye find it? Caught a man from the Ice River clans trying to sell it in the gift, not long after ye were gone. She pauses, shaking her head, her eyes distant. Must have looted it when Blackteed fell. We took it back, and Inga broke the fucker's arm for stealing. That sounds like something she would do. Had to patch it up some, Ciri says, her hands gesturing to the box. There were holes, loose stitching that needed mending. But I made some changes too, something special. She lifts the armor from the box, holding it up for Ygritte to see, and her eyes sweep over the garment, lingering just long enough to catch the subtle additions she almost overlooks. Dragon glass spikes, sleek and deadly, embedded along the forearms, shoulders, and gloves, their obsidian edges nearly invisible against the black leather. Her breath catches, the craftsmanship both beautiful and lethal. Won't need a blade in hand to kill em now, Ciri says, her voice filled with pride. It's beautiful, Ygritte murmurs. Ciri's smile deepens as she points to a small detail above the breastplate's heart. This is what I'm most proud of, she says, her voice softening. Ygritte leans closer, her fingers brushing over delicate white stitching, the words of the old tongue woven into the leather: courage, endurance, kin. The same words her father had carved into her bow, a mantra of strength that guided her through every hunt, every battle, every loss. I wanted ye to carry em with ye, always, Ciri says, her eyes locking onto Ygritte's, steady and sincere. So ye'd never forget who ye are, or what ye fight for. Thank ye, she whispers, her voice trembling. Ciri reaches out and gently brushes a lone tear from Ygritte's cheek. When ye walk into battle, ye'll be ready. Lethal, and God's help em, ye'll look damn good doing it. Ygritte's laugh bursts out, bright but fleeting, swallowed by the weight of tomorrow crashing over her like a tide. Come morning, she'll watch her children leave for the south, and Ciri along with them. The hours they have left together are vanishing fast, and she feels every moment slipping away. I'm gonna miss ye, she says, words catching in her throat. Ciri's eyes soften, glistening in the dim light. I'll miss ye too, she murmurs, her voice heavy. More than you'll ever know. A sudden realization hits Ygritte, sharp and cold. I won't be there when the babe comes, she says, her gaze dropping to Ciri's swollen belly. Ciri shakes her head, a sad smile tugging at her lips. Wasn't there for ye either, was I? Ygritte meets her eyes, her voice soft. Ye scared? Ciri lets out a short laugh, her hand resting on her belly. Fucking terrified, she admits, her voice steady despite the confession. But what scares me most, is what's coming here and not knowing if ye'll all make it through. Be careful, Ygritte. Make damn sure ye're here to meet this babe when I get back. Ygritte nods, her throat tight, and pulls Ciri into a fierce embrace, their arms locking tight as if to hold back time. When they part, Ciri swipes at the tears spilling from her eyes, a shaky laugh escaping her. Gods, this babe's made me soft. Ygritte chuckles, her own eyes stinging. She says. And ye'll never be the same again. The tender moment shatters as heavy marching footsteps echo outside, the sharp clang of armor cutting through the night. Ygritte races to the window, her heart pounding, as a column of unsullied soldiers march in perfect formation, rounding the side of her hut like a tide of steel. Ygritte curses under her breath, her hands clenching into fists. What's happening? Ciri asks, her eyes wide, hand resting protectively on her belly. I don't know, Ygritte mutters. Stay inside. She strides to the back door and flings it open with a resounding bang, the wood rattling against the frame. Her gaze immediately snaps to the children, her heart lurching as she finds them huddled behind Kian and Orla, their small forms shielded by the towering figures. Ghost stands before them, his white fur bristling, back arched, teeth bared in a silent snarl at the intruders. The rest of the group has moved fast, instinctively forming a barrier between the soldiers and the little ones. Her eyes shift back to the Unsullied as their ranks divide in perfect unison, parting to form a clear path. Through the gap, Daenerys steps forward, her lips curved in a sweet, practiced smile. She surveys the gathering, her violet eyes cool and commanding. "A fine evening to you all," she says, her voice smooth as silk, carrying an authority that silences the crowd. Ygritte storms down the steps, her fury a blazing fire ready to spill over, when a hand catches her wrist, firm and urgent, halting her mid-stride. She turns to see Jon, his grey eyes pleading, a silent urge to hold her tongue. However, before she can act, Sansa steps forward, her movement unexpected, catching Ygritte off guard. "Your Grace," Sansa says, her voice cool. "We weren't expecting your presence this evening. This is, after all, a gathering for family." Daenerys' smile wavers, a fleeting crack in her composure, before she straightens, regaining her regal poise. "I didn't mean to intrude," she says. "I heard the children were leaving tomorrow, and I came to offer my farewells. That why ye came marching in with half an army at your heels?" Ygritte fires back, her voice sharp, as Jon's hand clamps tighter around her wrist. Daenerys' gaze flicks to Ygritte, then down to Jon's hand, a subtle tension flickering in her eyes. They rise, darting between the two of them, a shadow of something unreadable passing over her face. "One can never be too careful," she says, her tone measured, a faint edge beneath the calm. The Dragon Queen's gaze drifts over the crowd once more, finally resting on Oisin and Neve, their small faces peeking anxiously from behind the protective shield of free folk. She begins to step forward, a gentle smile on her lips, but Ygritte jerks her arm free from Jon's grip and moves swiftly to stand in her path. In an instant, the Unsullied close their formation, their spears dipping in unison, the honed tips catching the firelight with a deadly shimmer. Ygritte pauses as her gaze narrows in on Grey Worm, dark eyes meeting hers with cold hostility, his grip tightening on his spear, poised to act at his queen's command. A sinking dread coils in her chest, heavy and cold. Her people stand unarmed, their hands empty, expecting a night of laughter and kinship, not confrontation. Even if they had weapons, their numbers are no match for the disciplined force before them, a wall of steel and resolve. If it came to blows, they'd be cut down like reeds in a storm, a fight they could never hope to win. Ygritte's breath escapes in a heavy sigh, her stubborn pride warring with the truth she can't ignore. The lives of those she loves are worth far more than her defiance. She knows she has no choice but to yield. "Fine. Ye can say your farewells," she says, her tone clipped, eyes blazing. "But call off your soldiers. They are frightening my children." Daenerys hesitates, her violet eyes sweeping the gathered free folk, lingering on Tormund, whose towering frame radiates with barely restrained fury, his glare murderous, no doubt recalling the threat Daenerys once leveled against their people. "Dany, please," Jon begs, stepping forward, his eyes searching hers. "No one here is a threat to you. Let them stand down." Daenerys turns to Jon, their gazes locking in a silent exchange. After a moment, she gives a slight nod, her expression relenting. "They shall remain close by." She then lifts her chin and issues a sharp command in a foreign tongue. The Unsullied snap to attention, their spears rising in unison before they pivot with flawless precision and march out of the garden, retreating just beyond the firelight's reach. Jon exhales, a quiet sigh of relief breaking the tension in his shoulders. True to her word, Ygritte calls softly for her children to approach, the free folk parting silently, their faces grim, allowing them to pass. Oisin and Neve approach with hesitant steps, their small hands seeking Ygritte's, fingers gripping tightly, as if anchoring themselves against the stranger before them. Ghost trails close behind, his crimson eyes watchful, his fur bristling. She guides them forward, stopping before the Dragon Queen, who bends slightly, her smile warm, her voice kind. She offers a gentle farewell meant to comfort, but Ygritte feels her children's unease, their fingers digging into her hands, their bodies leaning into her for safety. "When the battle is won, I'll return to you," Daenerys says. "We'll all be together again soon, I promise." She reaches out, her hand hovering toward Oisin's cheek, but he flinches, shrinking deeper into Ygritte's side. Ghost steps forward, a low, warning growl vibrating from deep within his chest. Daenerys' smile falters, her hand withdrawing swiftly, a flicker of unease crossing her face. She rises smoothly, her regal composure returning, a polished smile settling back into place as she takes a step back. Sansa steps in once more, her posture composed, though her eyes glint with thinly veiled disapproval. Your farewells are kindly meant, Your Grace, and we thank you for your concern for the children. But the cold bites deeper tonight than most. I imagine it's not something you're accustomed to. Best not linger too long. The northern air has a way of settling deep in the bones. Particularly for those who weren't born to it. I'm sure your presence is required somewhere warmer. How thoughtful of you, Lady Stark. Daenerys's smile tightens. But I can assure you I've endured far worse than a northern breeze. Ygritte watches the exchange with keen interest, but before the tension can fracture further, Jon steps in. Your Grace, he says carefully, may I have a word in private? Daenerys's gaze shifts to Jon, then flicks pointedly to Ygritte, a glint of calculation in her violet eyes. Of course, my love, she replies, her voice smooth, the endearment deliberate as she turns gracefully on her heel. Jon follows, casting a quick glance back at Ygritte, his expression a silent promise to handle the situation. But Ygritte meets his look with a fierce glare, her eyes burning with distrust, jaw tight as she watches them disappear beyond the garden's edge. Once they are out of sight, Ygritte exhales, a shaky breath escaping her, the knot in her chest loosening slightly. Nynaeve tugs at her hand, her small voice trembling. Is the dragon lady gone, Mama? Ygritte kneels, her gaze softening as she looks into Nynaeve's wide eyes and Oisin's wary ones. Aye, she's gone, she says gently. You were so brave, both of ye. No need to worry now. She offers a warm smile, her hands cupping their faces, her thumbs brushing their cheeks. Go on now, go play with your cousins. She rises, eyes following as they reluctantly meld back into the crowd, Ghost padding silently at their heels. She exhales, steadying herself, and turns, eyes meeting Sansa's across the garden's flickering expanse. They've never been close, never shared more than polite words, yet in that moment Ygritte recognizes something fierce. She dips her chin in a silent nod, a gesture heavy with respect, and Sansa answers in kind, the barest curve of her lips betraying understanding. Ygritte's gaze then sweeps over the gathered free folk, their faces still taut, shaken by Daenerys's uninvited arrival. The festive air has dimmed, the warmth of their farewell tarnished, but Ygritte refuses to let it unravel entirely. She draws a deep breath, summoning every ounce of her strength, her voice ringing out with forced cheer. Who's hungry? A few half-hearted cheers ripple through the crowd, tentative but rising, as the free folk begin to stir, drawn back to the fire and the scent of roasted boar, determined to reclaim the night's fleeting joy. A short while later, when the feast has thinned to the clatter of a few wooden bowls and the chatter has softened to a quiet murmur, Jon emerges from the shadows alone. Weariness hangs in the set of his shoulders, shadows etched beneath his eyes. Without a word, he collects a plate, piling it without care, before lowering himself to sit beside Ygritte by the fire. I trust we'll have no more surprise guests tonight, Ygritte says, her voice edged with barely restrained irritation. Jon sighs, poking at his plate. She's gone, he says, his tone heavy but calm. Your hospitality was more than enough to send her off. Sorry I hurt her delicate feelings, Ygritte retorts. Didn't exactly plan for extra mouths to feed. Jon exhales heavily, running a hand through his dark curls. She only wanted to say goodbye, Ygritte. Ygritte's eyes narrow. Yeah, by that. Marching in with her unsullied just for a goodbye. What was she planning, to have gut us if I told her to shove off? Jon's jaw tightens, but his voice remains steady. She'd never harm you, he says. She needs them for protection, that's all. Protection? Ygritte snaps, her voice rising. From who? A handful of unarmed folk are in supper. Ygritte, I need you to understand. Daenerys, she means something to me. She's part of my life, and she might be for a long time. That means she'll be part of theirs too. He glances toward the children, his voice softening. You and her, you're going to have to find a way to get along. Ygritte lets out a dry, humorless laugh, her gaze locking onto his with something akin to pity. You still don't see it, do ya? I know you don't like her. You know nothing, Jon Snow, she snaps, the words bursting forth like an echo from a lifelong past. She hadn't spoken them in years, hadn't felt the need, believing he'd grown beyond the naive boy she once knew. But now, watching him blindly defend a woman so hell-bent on destruction, it's clear he hadn't learned a damn thing. Her fury boils over and she rises from her seat, striding away to put as much distance as possible between them. She makes her way to her hut, boots thudding dully against the wooden boards, seeking the comfort of its quiet walls. Inside, the hearth casts a soft, flickering glow, revealing Inga and Ciri lounging on the worn couches. Their conversation breaks as they lift their heads in unison, eyes alight with curiosity. "What are you lot doing in here?" Ygritte asks, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "The fun's outside." Ciri shifts, rubbing her swollen belly, her expression weary but warm. "Me feet ache in something fierce," she says, her voice soft. "And Inga here's had a bit too much ale." Inga flashes a lopsided grin, her cheeks flushed, a half-empty flagon dangling from her hand. "Aye, and what are ye doing skulking in here?" she asks, her words slurring slightly. Ygritte exhales sharply, her hands balling into fists. "Trying to cool off before I start throwing punches." Inga snorts, leaning back. "Can't blame ye. That dragon queen had no business ruining a good night, strutting in like she owns the damn place." Ciri dips her head in agreement, her expression thoughtful. "That Stark girl, though. She's got a way about her. All proper and polite, but with a bite colder than the wall. Felt the air turn heavy even from in here." Ygritte's jaw tightens, her frustration spilling over. "All I wanted was one fucking night without all this. And Jon, he's just..." She breaks off, a frustrated growl rumbling in her throat. Inga's grin widens, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "Aye, sounds like man troubles to me," she teases. "Fucking men," Ciri declares, her voice half laugh, half scorn, shaking her head. Inga laughs, a hearty sound that fills the small room. "Who needs them?" she says, swinging her legs off the couch and patting the empty space beside her. "Come on, Grit, sit with us." Grit exhales, her shoulders slumping as she crosses the room and sinks onto the couch, leaning back with a weary sigh. Inga presses a flagon of ale into her hand, her grin softening. "Here," she says, "you look like you need this more than I do." Grit takes the flagon with a grateful nod, her eyes meeting theirs for a moment before she tilts it back, downing the ale in one long, defiant gulp. Inga and Ciri stare, wide-eyed, their surprise melting into amused admiration as Ygritte wipes her mouth with the back of her hand. "So, tell us what happened," Inga says, leaning forward with a glint in her eyes. Ygritte exhales, the words tumbling out like a river breaking free. She speaks of Jon, his eyes clouded by Daenerys' allure, blind to the danger she carries like a shadow. The Dragon Queen's polished smiles and calculated words mask a threat Ygritte can't trust, and Jon, despite the scars of his past, remains ensnared, too tangled in her web to see the truth. Her words pour out, raw and unfiltered, her fears for the future mingling with the ache of Jon's failure to stand by her side. Inga watches her, a knowing look crossing her face, her lips curving into a sly smile. "Ye remember that time ye said if Jon ever betrayed ye, ye'd chop his balls off and wear 'em round your neck?" Her voice is teasing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Ygritte's lips twitch, a reluctant smile breaking through her frustration as she nods. I remember." Inga leans closer, her grin widening. "Well, I'm thinking it's time you made good on that promise." Ygritte chuckles, shaking her head. "No, I could never." "Oh, come on now. Me and Ciri could pin him down, hold him steady while you take a blade to his nether bits. Work out all that rage and frustration." Ciri's eyes widen, as she shakes her head vigorously. "Oh, no, leave me out of it," she protests. "Can't stomach no blood right now. I'd be sick before you even started." Inga huffs, undeterred. "Fine, I'll see if Astrid wants in on the fun. Bet she'd jump at the chance to help carve up Anila's pride." Ygritte chuckles, the sound rough but genuine, easing the tightness in her chest. "No one's chopping off any balls," she says firmly, though the amusement in her voice betrays her. Inga's smirk turns wicked. "Why not? Still planning to use them?" "No." Ygritte exclaims, her voice rising, a flush creeping up her cheeks. Inga and Ciri exchange a look, their eyes gleaming with shared amusement, before Inga bursts into laughter. All right," she says, raising her hands in surrender. But if ye change your mind, ye know where to find me. Offers always open. Ygritte shakes her head, a wry smile lingering. I'll keep that in mind. Ciri pushes herself up from the couch, one hand braced on her lower back. Enough of this, she declares, her voice a blend of weariness and defiance. This is our last night together, and I'll not let some dragon queen or her fool of a man steal it from us. The stars are still out, the fire's still burning. Let's go live it, make something to hold on to. Ygritte feels a spark ignite in her chest, a flicker of hope piercing the weight of her anger and fear. She rises and reaches down to tug a half-limp Inga to her feet, who mumbles something unintelligible but falls into step regardless. She slings an arm around each of their shoulders, the warmth of their presence grounding her, a steady comfort woven through years of shared battles, laughter, and tears. These women, her sisters in all but blood, have been her strength through the darkest times, their loyalty a fire that no war or betrayal could douse. Now, in this fleeting moment, their closeness is a balm, a reminder of who she fights for, who she'll carry in her heart when the dawn brings their parting. Together, the three of them head for the door, stepping out into the cool night air. Whatever the dawn brings, they still have this, to laugh, to love, to remember. The celebration spills deep into the night, the earlier weight of tension dissolving like mist under the warmth of laughter and firelight. Inga weaves through the crowd, her grin wide as she presses brimming mugs of ale into empty hands. While Ciri produces a battered fiddle and a lute, thrusting them toward Kian and Ygritte, urging them to play. The air soon hums with music, drawing the gathered folk closer to the crackling fire. The songs start with soft melodies for the children, with Tormund's deep voice roaring along, his enthusiasm earning giggles from the little ones. Then the rowdier tunes emerge, though they are awkwardly censored when small ears wander too near. The result is a mess of half-forgotten verses and ridiculous rhymes, but no one seems to mind. At one point, Niamh tugs Jon insistently to his feet, urging him to dance. He relents with a half-grumble, and soon others join, boots thumping in uneven rhythm against the frozen ground. Ygritte watches it unfold from her place by the fire, fingers strumming her lute, eyes soft as she takes in the sight. This is what she loves. This is family, raw and unpolished, bound by shared moments that feel like home. But when little Maeve's tired wails pierce the air, and Inga, swaying from too much ale, starts squaring off with a nearby bush, the group collectively agrees to call it a night. With fond farewells and sleepy children cradled in arms, the gathering disperses, carrying the warmth of the night into the quiet promise of what's to come. Jon and Ygritte move through the familiar rhythm of readying the children for bed, their hands working in tandem. Yet tonight it feels different, slower, heavier, each moment weighed down with the knowledge that it will be the last time she does this for a long while. So when Niamh, true to form, shrieks with laughter and slips from the towel, darting across the room with wild glee, Ygritte doesn't chase her as she usually would. Instead, she pauses, letting her daughter's laughter ring a little longer, her feet run a little farther. For just a moment, she wills time to stretch, to hold this fleeting joy before the world demands she let it go. With a playful growl, Jon finally scoops Niamh up, wrapping her snugly in the towel as her giggles fill the air. He dries her with care, easing her into her nightclothes, and when he's done, he presses a tender kiss to the tip of her nose. Niamh beams up at him and suddenly throws her arms around his neck. I love you, Papa. Ygritte's hands still on the buttons of Oisin's nightshirt, her breath catching as she glances at Jon. For a heartbeat, he's frozen, his eyes wide with a stunned, almost disbelieving wonder, as if those words were a gift he hadn't dared to hope for. Then his arms tighten around her, pulling her close, his eyes squeezing shut as he buries his face in her damp curls. I love you too, he whispers. So much. Niamh pulls back, her grin wide and radiant, and plants a quick, sloppy kiss on his cheek before scampering off, her laughter trailing like a melody. Jon remains rooted, his gaze distant as he watches her go. Ygritte catches the glint of tears welling in his eyes, and her own heart swells, a soft smile curving her lips. She knows that feeling, remembering the first time their small voices had gifted her those same words, a moment so overwhelming it felt like the world had paused to let her breathe it in. She says nothing, unwilling to break the spell. She simply lets him hold on to the moment, to let him feel it fully. Ygritte ushers the children into her room, their small feet pattering eagerly as they fling themselves onto her bed, a tangle of limbs and giggles. She cannot bear the thought of spending the night apart from them, so she keeps them close, holding on to every second. She slips in beside Oisin, brushing a hand through his hair as she tucks the furs around him. When she lifts her eyes, she sees Neve looking toward the doorway, where John lingers uncertainly, his face caught between longing and restraint. Neve pats the empty space beside her, a silent invitation, her bright eyes fixed on her father with a smile so pure it seems to hold the world at bay, as if nothing matters more than having him near. John's eyes flicker to Ygritte, a question in his gaze, as if seeking permission, wary of crossing an unspoken line. But Ygritte doesn't waver. With all that lies ahead, it feels right that he be here. The children deserve the comfort of both parents, a fleeting moment of wholeness before the world pulls them apart. She gives a small nod and John's lips twitch toward a smile before he reins it back, masking the relief that's written plain across his face. He steps forward and lowers himself onto the bed, careful not to disturb Neve as she curls against him. Ghost, never one to be left behind, springs up and claims his place at the foot of the bed. It's a cramped fit, bodies pressed close in the narrow space, but it feels right. Like a family woven together, if only for this one night. Ygritte's voice weaves through the soft notes of a lullaby, followed by a gentle tale spun in hushed tones, until the children's breathing slows, their small forms sinking into the embrace of sleep. She glances at John, her eyes catching on Neve, curled snugly against his chest, his hand tracing slow, comforting circles across her back. He glances up and meets Ygritte's eyes, offering a smile, but she can't bring herself to return it. Her gaze drifts to their daughter, and she reaches out, her fingers brushing a stray curl from Neve's peaceful face. As she draws back, John's hand catches hers, his fingers curling around hers in a warm, steady squeeze. Their eyes meet again, and in the dim light, Ygritte sees the grief mirrored in his gaze. The same heavy ache that presses against her own heart, the looming weight of their children's departure casting shadows over them both. The guilt starts to creep in, cold and sharp, reminding her of the secret she's kept buried. John doesn't know the full truth, doesn't grasp how long it might truly be before he holds his children again. His thumb brushes gentle circles over the back of her hand, and for a fleeting moment, she teeters on the edge of confession, the words rising in her throat, desperate to spill free. Yet the memory of their earlier conversation crashes over her. John's fierce defense of Daenerys, his refusal to see the truths Ygritte holds certain. The words die unspoken, and she slips her hand from his grasp. John's face shifts, a flicker of hurt crossing his features before he looks away. It isn't long before John succumbs to sleep as well, his face smoothed into a rare, peaceful contentment. Ygritte watches him, a pang of envy twisting in her chest. She tries to follow, closing her eyes and willing sleep to claim her, but her mind refuses to quiet. After several futile attempts, she surrenders, choosing instead to stay awake, her gaze settling on the small forms of Neve and Oisin nestled in the furs. In the dim glow of the dying fire, she studies them. The delicate scattering of freckles across Neve's small nose, and the single dimple that creases Oisin's left cheek. She commits every detail to memory, carving them deep into her heart, terrified that time and distance might steal them from her. Then as the first pale light of morning seeps through the narrow windows, a quiet ache blooms in Ygritte's chest. She wants to scream, to rail against the dawn, to beg the sun to sink back below the horizon and grant her just a few more stolen hours with her children. But the world keeps turning, and no matter how tightly she clings to this moment, she cannot stop the day from breaking. Reluctantly, she eases herself from Oisin's small arms, her movements slow and careful to avoid waking him. The boy mumbles softly before turning to burrow into Neve's side, his small hand finding hers in the tangle of furs. Ygritte pauses, her breath catching as she watches them, a bittersweet comfort settling over her. This separation will carve a wound in their hearts, but at least, she tells herself, they won't be alone. Their bond will be their strength, a tether to hold them through the long days apart. She holds on to that thought, lets it settle within her, then forces herself forward. All too soon, they are gathered outside, the street alive with the stir of others making ready to depart. Ygritte keeps her hands busy, hefting their belongings onto the waiting cart, using the work to steady herself while a stream of her kin step forward one by one to bid the children farewell. She pauses, watching as Arya and Sansa kneel to whisper their goodbyes, pressing small gifts into their hands. A red stuffed direwolf for Neve, a black one for Oisin. The children stare at them with wide-eyed wonder before flinging their arms around their aunts. Ygritte's lips curve into a faint smile as she turns back to the cart, heaving a particularly heavy crate with a grunt. Kian appears at her side, his broad hands gently taking the weight from her. "Let me," he says, as he lifts it with ease. "Thanks," she murmurs, stepping back. He sets the crate carefully in the cart and turns to her, his eyes searching. "You're doing okay?" "No." Kian studies her for a long moment, his face softening. "Yeah, no, it ain't too late," he says gently. "You could still come with us." Ygritte lets out a dry huff, forcing a crooked smile. "And miss out on all the fun." But Kian doesn't so much as smirk, and the pretense slips from her face. She shakes her head. "I can't. No matter how much I want to. I believe in this fight, Kian. If there's a chance to end it, to finally have peace, I have to see it through." Kian's face falls, the lines around his eyes deepening, but he gives a slow nod, understanding even if it pains him. Ygritte swallows hard, her voice dropping. "If something happens to me." "Don't," Kian cuts her off, his tone sharp, almost fierce. "Don't say that. Nothing's gonna happen to ya." "Kian." "No," he says firmly, stepping closer. "You're gonna make it. You'll find us in Dawn, and then we all go home. That's how this ends." Ygritte opens her mouth to speak when little Sauas toddles past, a heavy bag slung awkwardly over her small shoulder, her face set with determination. Kian catches sight of her and smirks, arms folding across his chest. "And what do ye think you're doing, lass?" "I'm helping Papa," Sauas declares proudly, dumping the bag at his feet with a thud. Then she spins toward Ygritte, eyes bright. "Don't be sad, Auntie. I'll protect him." A laugh slips from Ygritte's lips despite the ache in her chest. She crouches down, ruffling the girl's dark hair. I've no doubt. I feel a whole lot better knowing they've got such a fierce warrior looking out for em." Sauas beams, her grin stretching ear to ear, before darting off to fetch another load. Ygritte rises, her gaze drifting back to Neve and Oisin, where Tormund crouches before them, his massive arms enveloping them in a bear-like hug. As he pulls away, she catches the glint of a tear in his eye, quickly swiped away with a rough hand. Her throat tightens. She turns to Kian, taking a steadying breath. "Stick to the plan," she says firmly. "I will. Make sure they eat proper," she presses, her words tumbling out faster now. "Oisin will try to live on bread alone if you let him. And Neve, she'll fight to stay up past bedtime." Kian smirks. "Sounds like her mother. And make sure you sing to em," Ygritte adds, her voice turning pleading. "The shadows on the wall always makes em laugh." He raises a brow. "The rebel song." "That's the one," Ygritte says, her tone firm but fond. Kian chuckles. "The one 'bout plucking the crow's feathers and watching em fly from the wall. You know it ain't really about the birds, right?" But they don't know that," Ygritte says, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "I sang it when they were babes. Gods help me, it was the only thing that got em to sleep." Kian grins. "Does their father know his babes were raised on a song about tearing down the night's watch?" "No," Ygritte snaps, half defensive, half amused. "And he never will. I had a lot of rage back then, all right." Kian snorts. "Clearly." Her smile lingers for a moment, warm but fleeting, before her expression sobers. She steps closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Keep em safe, Kian." He meets her eyes, his face solemn. "You have my word." Ygritte feels the sting of tears rising before she can stop them, her vision blurring as Kian steps forward and pulls her into a fierce embrace. His arms are strong, steady, and for a moment she lets herself sink into them, clinging to the brother she once thought gone forever. She had mourned him, certain his body had been claimed by the others, and now here he is, alive, only to be parted from her again. "It'll be all right," Kian murmurs against her hair, his voice low and certain, though she can hear the tremor beneath the words. She squeezes her eyes shut, trying with all her strength to believe him. "I love you," she whispers, barely audible against the rustle of his cloak. "I love you too." Ygritte steps back, swiping at the tears streaming down her cheeks, forcing herself to stand tall despite the ache threatening to unravel her. She takes a shaky breath and moves through the gathered kin, each farewell a small wound, each smile harder to hold. Her eyes wander back to her children, where John has finally stepped forward to say his goodbyes. He leads Neve and Oisin a short distance away, his broad frame kneeling before them, his head bowed as he speaks softly. Neve reaches out, her small hand cupping his face with a tenderness that pierces Ygritte's heart. John takes her hand, pressing a gentle kiss to her palm, his eyes glistening as he pulls both children into a warm, enveloping embrace. Ygritte swallows hard, the guilt pressing like a stone against her ribs. It is her fault, her choice, that keeps them apart. He is only just learning what it means to be their father, and she is already tearing it from his grasp. A gentle nudge against her thigh pulls Ygritte's attention downward, and she finds Ghost gazing up at her, his red eyes steady and knowing. A grin tugs at her lips despite the ache in her chest. "You're not gonna let me forget, yeah, are ya?" She bends down, her fingers sinking into his thick white fur as she ruffles it affectionately. "I'll miss ya, boy," she murmurs, her tone tender, almost breaking. The direwolf responds with a quick, enthusiastic lick across her cheek, and she chuckles, wiping away the slobber with the back of her hand. But her expression sobers as she meets his gaze again, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Watch over em for me, all right?" Ghost lets out a low whine, his head dipping as if in solemn agreement. Ygritte wraps her arms around his neck, pressing her face into his fur. "Good boy," she murmurs against him. His tail picks up speed at her praise, thumping against the ground, and she can't help but smile. Then a warm hand lands on her shoulder. "Ygritte." She looks up to find John standing over her, his eyes rimmed red, sorrow etched into his face. She rises slowly, meeting his gaze, her throat tight. "It's time," he says softly. She nods, swallowing hard against the lump rising in her throat. Turning, her breath catches as her eyes find Neve and Oisin standing side by side, their small hands tightly intertwined, their wide eyes fixed on her with uncertainty. The sight nearly undoes her, but she wills herself to stay strong. She won't break. Not now, not in front of them. Ygritte forces her legs to carry her forward, every stride heavier than the last, and kneels before them in the snow. Her eyes drink in every detail. The delicate curve of their cheeks, the innocent trust in their gazes. They seem so fragile, so untouched by the world's harshness, and the sight tightens her throat. She reaches out, taking their small hands in hers. "Now, yeah, listen to me," she says, her voice fighting to keep steady. "Yeah, be good, both of ya. Do what Uncle Kian and Aunt Ola tell ya. Eat all your food, even the greens." Neve's nose wrinkles in protest, and Oisin offers a faint, solemn nod. "And look after each other," Ygritte adds, her gaze moving between them. "Promise me that." "We promise," Mama, Oisin says, his small hand tightening around his sister's. For a fleeting moment, Ygritte almost lets herself believe it will be enough. That if they obey, if they stay close to the ones who love them, then surely the world will keep them safe. The hope is fragile, but she clings to it, willing it to hold. Neve's lip trembles. "Mama. I don't wanna go," she whispers, her small fingers curling tight around Ygritte's hand. "I wanna stay with ya." Ygritte forces a smile, though her chest feels like it's caving in. She cups her daughter's cheek, thumb brushing tenderly across her skin. "I know, sweet one. I don't want ya to go either." She glances at Oisin, his wide, uncertain eyes fixed on her, searching for reassurance. "But you'll have an adventure," she says, forcing a lightness she doesn't quite feel. "Uncle Kian, Sawas, Ghost, you'll see all kinds of new places." But the words fall flat, doing little to ease the sorrow in Neve's gaze. She wants to promise they'll see each other again, to weave a vow of reunion to ease their trembling hearts, but the words lodge in her throat. She can't bear to offer a hope she's not certain she can fulfill. The thought of them waiting, their small faces scanning every crowd, listening for her voice, holding fast to a promise that might turn to silence, feels like a cruelty she refuses to inflict. Instead, she rests a hand on Neve's chest, then Oisin's, their pulses steady under her touch. "Wherever you go, I'll be right here." Oisin looks up, his eyes searching hers. "In my heart." Ygritte whispers, her throat tightening. "And you'll be in mine, always." Neve's face crumples, and suddenly both children throw their arms around her, clinging with all their strength. Ygritte wraps them in her embrace, holding them tightly, breathing in the scent of their hair, the warmth of their small forms pressed against her. "I love ye," she whispers, her voice trembling. "I love ye both so much. Always remember that." With a trembling breath, she places a lingering kiss on each of their foreheads, and forces herself to stand, her legs unsteady beneath her. She takes their hands, small and trusting, and leads them toward the waiting cart, each step a battle against the ache tearing at her chest. But as they near, Neve's grip tightens, her small hand pulling back with a strength that catches Ygritte off guard. "No, Mama. Don't go." Neve cries, her voice sharp with panic, her feet digging into the dirt. The sound shatters something inside her, and Ygritte bends swiftly, gathering her close. "Sure, it's all right," she whispers, though her voice trembles with the effort to hold steady. "I don't wanna go." Neve's voice rises, desperate, her small body trembling. "Please, Mama. Don't make me go. You're gonna be okay, my sweet girl," Ygritte whispers, forcing a confidence she doesn't feel into her words. "I promise." But Neve shakes her head fiercely, refusing to let go, her sobs turning ragged and wild, pulling every gaze around them. "No, Mama. No," she cries, her whole body straining to pull back from the cart, as though sheer will could change fate. Ygritte's voice trembles as she tries to calm her daughter, hands stroking her hair, whispering soft reassurances, but nothing soothes her. She fights to keep her composure, but the edges of her resolve fray with every desperate wail. If this goes on, she fears she won't have the strength to let go. She rises to her feet, clutching Neve close, eyes dart frantically through the crowd, searching for her brother. "Kian, please," she calls, her voice breaking. Her brother is there in an instant, pushing through the gathered onlookers. "Take her," Ygritte pleads, her arms trembling as she tries to pass Neve over. Kian reaches for the girl, but Neve shrieks, thrashing in her mother's hold. "No, no, no," she screams, fingers clutching the fabric of her bodice, gripping so tightly her knuckles whiten, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Neve, please," Ygritte whispers, fingers working to pry Neve's hands free, but her daughter holds on with surprising strength. Kian pulls gently, murmuring soft reassurances, until the fabric gives with a sudden rip. Neve's grip slips, and Kian lifts her away, her tiny arms flailing, reaching for her mother. "Mama! Mama!" she screams, her voice breaking over and over, raw with panic. Ygritte doesn't move. Her arms fall uselessly to her sides, the torn fabric hanging loose. She watches in silence, her heart shattering with every scream, the sound etching itself into her bones. It feels like a part of her soul has been ripped away with the fabric, torn from her body as surely as Neve was from her arms. Her gaze then drops to Oisin, his small face pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and confusion as he watches Kian carry his sister to the cart. Neve's screams ring out as Kian struggles to hold her, but Oisin makes no sound. His wide eyes find Ygritte's, brimming with fear and a kind of stunned disbelief, as if the ground has shifted beneath him and he can't make sense of it. That look undoes her more than the cries. There is no anger in it, no accusation, only a hollow ache, a sorrow he doesn't know how to voice. Her heart fractures anew under its weight, the pain sharp and unrelenting. Ciri steps forward, her own eyes red-rimmed and glistening with unshed tears. She takes Oisin's hand gently, and looks up at Ygritte with a silent promise. Her throat constricts, words trapped behind the ache, and she manages only a shaky nod in return. She turns, guiding Oisin toward the cart without a word. He does not resist, he follows her as if caught in a trance, lost in a world that's crumbling around him. He climbs onto the cart and shuffles to the edge, his small hands gripping the wooden rim so tightly his knuckles whiten. He stares at Ygritte, his expression one of bewildered hurt, like a child torn from the only home he's ever known, unable to grasp why. The sight of him, so small and lost, threatens to undo her completely. "I love ya!" Ygritte calls out, her voice raw and fierce, pouring every ounce of her heart into the words, desperate for them to reach him. Oisin's lips quiver, but no sound comes. He stays frozen, his gaze unwavering, as if trying to memorize her face, to hold on to her presence for just a moment longer. Jorgen snaps the reins, and the cart groans into motion, crawling at first, then gaining speed, its wheels crunching over the frost-dusted earth. The creak of the wheels jolts Ygritte, the finality of the moment crashing over her like a wave. No, she whispers, the words slipping out as dread surges through her veins. Before her mind can catch up, her feet are moving, stumbling forward, striking the cold earth in a rhythm driven by raw instinct. No, 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 she gasps, her voice breaking as she pushes herself faster, her feet scrambling to keep up with the cart's retreating form. Oizen's small face, pale and hollow-eyed, grows smaller with every step, his features blurring into the morning mist. She strains to hold on to the sight of him, of Neve, but the cart rolls on, stretching the space between them until it vanishes from view. She stumbles to a halt, her chest heaving with ragged breaths, her hands reaching out into the empty air where her kin once stood. There's nothing left to do, no way to pull them back. They're gone. The cart has vanished beyond her reach, stealing away her children, her brother, and the last pieces of her shattered heart. Her eyes sweep across the crowd, catching the stares of those left behind. Some look at her with compassion, while others with quiet understanding. She hates it, the pity in their eyes, the fact that they remain while her children are gone. A crushing weight builds in her chest, coiling tighter until it feels like it might strangle her. Without a word, she turns on her heel and begins toward the Wolf's Wood. Someone calls her name, their voice distant, but it's drowned out by the frantic thud of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. She keeps moving, driven by a frantic need to escape before the weight of the emptiness swallows her whole. Once the trees rise around her, she breaks into a run. She doesn't know where she's headed, only that she needs to move, to put as much distance as possible between herself and the gaping emptiness left by her children. The cold wind lashes her face, biting at her skin, but it's nothing compared to the ache inside her. Tears stream freely, hot and blurring, obscuring the forest as she stumbles over roots and snow. Her legs burn, her lungs scream for air, but she forces herself onward, as if she can outrun the grief clawing at her soul. At last, her body gives way, her legs buckling under the weight of her grief, and she collapses into the snow with a jarring thud. The ice bites through her palms, seeping into her skin, but she hardly registers the cold. Her arms tremble as she props herself on hands and knees, breath coming in ragged gasps. A strangled cry rips from her throat, jagged and broken, echoing through the silent Wolf's Wood. Another follows, then another, each one tearing free with a force that shakes her to her core. The weight of everything she's carried, every buried wound, every suppressed loss, every moment of pain she's shoved aside, surges to the surface, relentless and unforgiving. It drags her under, drowning her in a torrent of sorrow she can no longer outrun. She cries for her people, the free folk, the last remnants of a fierce, untamed spirit, now scattered like embers carried off by a bitter wind. Once they were a proud, unyielding force, countless and wild, roaming free beyond the wall. Now they are a dwindling whisper in the north, forced to flee, clinging to whatever scraps of land and mercy they were given. She mourns the home she left behind, the rugged cliffs of Black Teed, where the wind sang and the waves danced below. She weeps for the smell of salt and sea, for the creak of the boats and the music of her youth. That home is gone, torn from her, its absence hollowing her from within. A life she can never return to, a place where she once felt whole. She weeps for her kin, taken from her too soon, their absence like a gaping wound that refuses to heal. She aches for her father, for the warmth of his embrace and the calm of his voice. More than anything, she wishes he were here, to reassure her that she has done what she must, to whisper the words she so desperately wants to hear. But above all, she cries for her children. For the brutal, merciless world they had been born into, a world that's already stolen so much and now tears their mother from their side. She weeps for the fear that will haunt them, the aching loneliness they'll endure without her to shield them from its bite, and the unbearable possibility that she might never return to them. The grit presses her forehead against the cold snow, the image of Neve and Oizen's faces burning behind her eyes. "I'm sorry," she breathes. The words come out as a whisper at first, then gather strength. "I'm so sorry." She repeats it until the sound is raw and hollow in her own ears. Each repetition a hope that by some small miracle, those words might carry south and find her children's ears, that they'll know she did this for them. Perhaps they might understand, and forgive, and know beyond doubt that she loves them more fiercely than anything. Snowflakes settle on her hair, cold and weightless, as the world looms vast and indifferent. Hands pressed into the frozen ground, she whispers their names to the wind until her sobs bleed dry and the silent expanse of white swallows the last of her voice. Ygritte wanders through the wolf's wood, her boots crunching softly on the snow-dusted ground, the hours slipping past like shadows unnoticed. The tears that once burned her cheeks have dried, leaving a hollow feeling in their wake, a numbness that cloaks her heart. No one has come searching for her, and for that, she's grateful. The thought of facing another's concern, of seeing pity in their eyes, feels like a weight she cannot bear. She needs this solitude, this raw space to grieve. Here, in the wilds, she can let her sorrow breathe without explanation. The towering pines stand silent, offering no questions. The snow demands no answers, no justifications for her pain. They simply are, as they always have been, offering a quiet refuge where her sorrow can breathe, untouched by the world's weight. She finds a narrow stream winding its way through the woods, its glassy surface fractured by the gentle ripple of current. The steady murmur of the water soothes something restless inside her, a rhythm that distracts from the ache lodged deep in her chest. She crouches near the bank, watching as the stream carries dried leaves downstream, spinning and tumbling until they vanish around a bend. She wonders, quietly, if that is what her life has become, adrift, slipping further and further from everything she's ever loved, unable to fight the pull of the tide. Drawn to the water's core, she heads upstream, and it isn't long before it leads her to its source, a wide, glacial lake bordered by jagged rocks and fringed in mist. Several waterfalls cascade from the cliffs above, crashing into the surface below in a constant fury. The scene before her is beautiful. Achingly so. The kind of place she would have loved to bring her children. She can almost see them, Neve squealing with delight, dipping her small fingers into the icy water, Oisin crouched beside her, his curious eyes wide, asking about the fish darting beneath the surface. The vision pierces her, another icy stab to her heart, the weight of their distance crushing her anew. Lowering herself onto a patch of snow, she sits, gazing at the water's restless dance. She doesn't know when she'll see them again, or if they'll look at her with the same love, or only remember the mother who sent them away. She cannot undo the past, nor can she bend the future to her will. For now, she sits in the silence, the roar of the falls her only companion, letting the ache and loneliness settle deep into her bones. As the sun dips behind the ancient pines, casting long shadows across the snow, a deep rumble stirs in her stomach, a sharp reminder that she hasn't eaten since dawn. Her body, stiffened from hours of stillness, protests with a dull ache as she rises, joints creaking. Cold clings to her limbs, but she ignores it. It's time to head back. Fresh snow has fallen during her solitude, blanketing the forest, softening its edges and erasing her earlier tracks. A lesser traveler might falter, fear creeping in at the thought of being lost in the endless sea of trees, but Ygritte is no stranger to the wilds. Raised a hunter, she reads the land like a well-worn map, her senses honed by years of navigating the harshest terrains. Her eyes sweep the forest with practiced precision, catching the faint cues that point her homeward, the slant of the fading sun filtering through the pines, the subtle rustle of wind weaving through branches, the distant trace of wood smoke curling from Winterfell's towers. Her boots sink into the powdery snow as she strides forward, her senses sharp to every creak of the trees, every shift in the air's chill bite. She eventually emerges from the tree line into a vast open field, the land stretching wide under the orange glow of the setting sun. Winterfell's towering spires rise in the distance, silhouetted against the deepening sky, surrounded by the scattered encampments of various houses, their fires flickering like stars fallen to earth. She tightens her arms around herself, her boots crunching through the fresh snow as she heads east toward the Free Folk encampment. The thought of her empty hut looms, a silent void where her children's laughter once echoed. She wonders if the quiet within those walls will choke her or if she'll surrender to it, letting the emptiness consume her entirely. Suddenly, a deafening roar splits the sky, shattering her thoughts. The grid spins, eyes snapping upward to see a massive black shape slicing through the air, its wings blotting out the fading light. The dragon soars overhead, his dark scales gleaming, casting a shadow that ripples across the snow. Daenerys rides atop him, her silver hair a stark contrast against the dragon's obsidian scales, her posture one of effortless command, as if the beast is an extension of her will. Their eyes meet across the distance, and Ygritte's breath catches as the dragon banks sharply, diving toward her with terrifying speed, another bone-rattling roar tearing from its throat. Ygritte throws herself to the ground, heart pounding, as the dragon's massive belly skims overhead, so close she feels the searing heat of his scales. The gust from his wings slams into her, driving the breath from her lungs, pressing her hard against the frozen ground. She scrambles to her feet, heart pounding, as the black dragon soars upward, circling once before diving again. This time, he lands with a thud a few hundred feet away, the force of the landing kicking up swirling clouds of snow. Ygritte stands frozen, barely daring to draw air as the snow swirls and settles around them. The dragon looms before her, a monstrous vision in the dying light, his scales glinting like dark mirrors, nostrils flaring with gusts of searing breath that melt the snow beneath him, sending wisps of steam curling into the air. He lowers his massive head, scarlet eyes locking onto her with a piercing glare that sends a shiver down her spine. Atop the beast, Daenerys sits regal, her gaze as fierce as her dragon's, radiating a fury Ygritte can feel even from the ground. The silence hangs heavy, a taut thread stretched between them. Ygritte holds Daenerys' stare, her heart hammering, acutely aware of her vulnerability. Her bow lies useless in her hut, far beyond reach. Even if she had it, its arrows would be no more than splinters against the dragon's armored hide. She's exposed, defenseless, yet she refuses to look away. Not so powerful now, are you? Daenerys' voice cuts through the silence, sharp and cold, echoing the taunt Ygritte had flung at her in Winterfell's shadowed corridor. That moment feels like a lifetime ago, when her anger had sparked a reckless challenge, one she thought Jon's intervention had quelled. But the look in her eyes tells her the queen has not forgotten. Ygritte holds her ground, chin raised defiantly, shoulders braced as she meets Daenerys' piercing stare. So this is the might of the mother of dragons, she thinks. The power that forces men to their knees, not out of love but out of fear, the dread of defying a queen whose wrath burns hotter than the sun. She understands now why so many bend, their allegiance forged in the terror of fire and blood, the price of rebellion written in charred bones. But Ygritte refuses to fade into obscurity, another nameless figure in a world shadowed by fear. She won't bend to a force that demands her submission through intimidation. She is a warrior of her own making, a daughter of the true North, and she will not kneel. Not now. Not ever. Daenerys' lips curl into a cold smirk. "Nejo, Drogon," she commands, her voice sharp as a blade. The dragon obeys instantly, his massive form stalking forward, each step shaking the earth. His jaws part, a fierce roar tearing from his throat, the inferno at its core flaring bright, a glimpse of the fire that would consume her. This is it, Ygritte thinks, her pulse steady despite the looming dread. This is how she meets her end. Not by a blade in battle, not by an arrow's kiss, nor torn apart by the other's cold claws, but consumed in a torrent of dragon fire. Yet fear doesn't grip her as it might. After all, death is an old acquaintance. She shuts her eyes, letting the world fall away. The dragon's roar dims, overtaken by the soft sigh of wind weaving through the distant trees, the murmur of the nearby stream, the icy kiss of winter brushing her cheeks. She draws a slow, deep breath, the crisp air flooding her chest, and as she exhales, she lets go. In her mind, she is not here, pinned beneath the dragon's gaze. She is home, where the mountains rise sharp from the sea, their jagged cliffs cutting the endless sky. She sees Ronan's easy grin, Siobhan's voice singing through the halls, the joyful chaos of her nieces and nephews racing across the frost-bitten ground. Her father's arms envelop her, strong and warm, as they were before the world took him away. Soon, she thinks, she'll be with them again, reunited in whatever lies beyond. A quiet smile blooms on her lips, soft as the first snow, as she surrenders to the fire's embrace. A piercing roar shatters the sky, jolting her from her reverie. Ygritte's eyes snap open, her gaze darting upward to spot a smaller, no less fierce, green dragon soaring toward them, wings cutting through the dusk. Her gaze flicks back to the black dragon, still stationed on the ground, now halted a few yards away. His head tilts skyward as he bellows a low, resonant call to his kin. The green one answers with a roar, then swoops low, landing behind Ygritte in a whirlwind of snow. Trapped between the two beasts, a sense of impending doom grips her. One dragon would have been enough to end her, but two feels excessive. Ygritte watches as the green dragon turns, bronze eyes gleaming like smoldering embers, as he stalks towards her. She stands rooted, every muscle taut, as a low growl rumbles from his jaws, the stench of burnt flesh on his breath. Ygritte braces for the moment the dragon unleashes his fury. But it never comes. Instead, his massive head stretches past her, over her shoulder, his eyes fixed not on Ygritte but on his mother. Perplexed by the dragon's actions, Ygritte shifts her gaze back to Daenerys, watching intently. Moments ago, the queen's face was a blaze of fury, her violet eyes as fierce as the flames at her command. But now, a shadow of bewilderment flickers across her features. For the first time, Daenerys's composure wavers, her eyes betraying a confusion. Inkot, Rorigal. Daenerys shouts, her voice sharp, but the dragon responds with a long, mournful wail, its haunting cadence echoing through the clearing. He steps forward, his massive wings stretching above Ygritte's head, as if to shield her, tucking her beneath his shadow. Doears. Daenerys commands, her tone raw with desperation, but he stands resolute, eyes locked on his mother, gleaming with an unyielding will. Daenerys's gaze shifts to Ygritte, her confusion morphing into blazing anger, her lip curling as if she's to blame for her dragon's defiance. The black dragon, sensing his rider's fury, unleashes a thunderous roar, a declaration of dominance that shakes the ground beneath her boots. Yet, the green dragon answers with a fierce bellow, the clash of their voices a primal tension, an ancient ritual of power unfolding with Ygritte caught in its heart. Then it hits her, a revelation like lightning splitting the sky. He isn't here to harm her, he's protecting her. The green dragon, defying his mother's commands, stands as her shield, refusing to unleash the fire that was promised. He's no longer Daenerys's weapon, no longer bound to her will. He's chosen another. The mother of dragons, feared across continents, her power once absolute, has lost her hold on one of her greatest weapons. The balance of power has shifted, and they are now evenly matched. Ygritte lifts her chin, her eyes meeting Daenerys's blazing stare, a smirk curling her lips. Daenerys huffs, frustration etched into every line of her face, and the black dragon beneath her responds in kind. With a savage roar, he announces his fury to the world. But Daenerys's hand moves gently, placing a steadying touch on the ridged scales of his neck. Lixer, she murmurs, and instantly, the dragon stills, his breath slowing to a smoldering hiss. His wings fold slightly, and though his body still pulses with restrained power, his rage subsides under her command. Daenerys's gaze flicks back to the green dragon, a shadow of betrayal darkening her violet eyes, softened by a flicker of grief for the bond she's lost, like a mother mourning a wayward child. Her eyes find Ygritte again, and the moment of vulnerability vanishes. Her face hardens, the grief buried beneath a mask of regal steel. She raises herself taller, and with raw cry, she issues a single, sharp command. The black beast spreads his wings wide, the force of it stirring the snow into a swirling cloud. With a thunderous beat, he launches into the air, the wind from his wings slamming into the ground as he climbs into the fading light. Ygritte shields her face from the snow and ice, her heart slowly returning to its normal rhythm. She watches the black shadow rise, shrinking as it disappears into the clouds above. Only then does she exhale, the reality of what just transpired beginning to settle in her bones. A low huff breaks her thoughts, a reminder of the danger still near. Turning, Ygritte finds herself face to face with the green dragon's piercing bronze eyes. She raises a tentative hand, her voice unsteady. "Higher," she says awkwardly. The dragon's head tilts slightly, his gaze unwavering, prompting her to clear her throat and search her memory for the beast's name. "Ray." "Roygarn," she tries, then shakes her head. "No, that ain't it," she mutters, then snaps her fingers. "Aha! Rorigal." She yelps as Rorigal surges forward, his massive snout brushing close to her chest, his warm breath ruffling her cloak. Ygritte holds still, hands raised, as he inhales deeply, his presence vast yet strangely gentle. When he pulls back, he emits a low, rumbling sound, almost like a purr, and Ygritte's lips curve into a cautious smile. But as she looks into his bronze eyes, a heavy sorrow grips her heart. This creature was born to carve paths through endless skies, untamed by the wars and ambitions of men. Yet he's a soldier, bound to the chaos of power and violence, his life shaped by forces that care nothing for his spirit. From his first breath to his last, he'll never know the freedom he was meant for. Ygritte knows that track too well, the weight of being shaped by powers beyond her control. Her own longing for freedom, for a life unmarred by war, mirrors the dragon's silent yearning. "Thank ye, Rorigal," she whispers, unsure if her words reach him but hoping he feels the weight of her gratitude, the sincerity for his unexpected choice to shield her. Rorigal lets out a low whine, his eyes holding hers for a moment longer. Then, with a final glance, he unfurls his emerald wings, their span casting a fleeting shadow as he launches into the sky, the air trembling with the power of his ascent. Ygritte watches as he soars higher, his form shrinking into a silhouette against the sun's dying glow, his wings cutting through the twilight like blades of jade. Her awe of the magnificent beast shifts into something heavier, a tangible weight as she grapples with what just transpired. Daenerys had tried to end her life, and would have succeeded if not for Rorigal's intervention. It seems that Jon's pleas for peace, his attempts to bridge the chasm between them, had done nothing to cool the flames of Daenerys's fury. If anything, they had made her bolder. His words, his wishes, held no sway over her anymore. Perhaps, they never truly had. Thinking of Jon sparks a fresh wave of anger, sharp and bitter. He's the root of this mess. After all she taught him, he bent the knee, surrendered to a queen whose tyranny cloaks itself in promises of justice. She thought he understood the cost of chains, even those gilded as alliances. She recalls his desperate pleas, how he insisted Daenerys only wanted to be part of their children's lives, blind to the truth she saw so clearly. Ygritte saw through her lies, but Jon clung to them, unwilling to see the Dragon Queen's true nature. If she went to him now, recounting Daenerys's attack, would he believe her? Doubt twists in her gut, his loyalty to Daenerys runs too deep, and her truth might be dismissed as bitterness or delusion. Daenerys's threat was unmistakable, she is not welcome in this foreign land, a truth she needs no reminding of. Every day, she faces the Kneelers' sneers, their disdain branding her and her people as savages, unfit to breathe their precious air because they choose to live free, unbound by southern rules. Have they not seen that the free folk are human too? For centuries, they have trampled her kind, slaughtering them one by one, hoping to silence their voices forever. But she has had enough of their games, their politics, their endless schemes. This war isn't about thrones or power, it's about survival, and the free folk know survival better than any. They rise harder, stronger, forged in the crucible of the wilds. They will not kneel to those who seek to crush them. The council speaks of banding together against the true enemy, their words dripping with grand visions of unity, but Ygritte sees the raw truth they shy away from naming. Unity is a fool's hope, clung to by lesser men who believe words can mend ancient rifts. The Kneelers hold no love for the free folk, their scorn and swords proof of their contempt. But someone must rise for them. It's time to make a stand, to cast aside their rules, to stop biting her tongue or stepping aside. She's weary of watching their plans collapse under the weight of their own folly, their councils filled with hollow oaths and petty rivalries while the real storm gathers. She will not be silenced or pushed aside. The world may have forgotten her kind, but she will remind them of their strength. She will fight against all who would diminish her, who would dare underestimate her fire. The time has come to rise, to embrace the chaos, to carve her path through the storm. She will not back down. She will not yield. The others are coming, and Ygritte will be ready. Notes. So this was sad. I'd just like to add, before anyone asks, no, Ygritte did not claim Rorigal. In my mind the dragon bond is strong enough that they feel the emotions of their riders. Rorigal feels Jon's feelings towards Ygritte and therefore feels the need to protect her. That is all. Anyway, enjoy the chapter and happy reading. Antikaro XX. Chapter 10, Ygritte 4. Summary. Ygritte takes control, Sansa makes a plan and an old flame ignites. Trigger warning, mentions of sexual assault and brief mentions of suicide and domestic violence. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. The sun creeps over the horizon in hues of gold and fire, casting long streaks of light through the skeletal branches of the trees. The first rays spill over the snow-covered landscape, painting the ice-crusted stream in shimmering reds and oranges, as if it were molten instead of frozen. Frost clings to the blades of grass, tiny specks of crystal catching the light like the stars that had filled the sky just moments before. On the snowy bank beside the stream, Ygritte sits, her breath misting in the frigid air as she watches the sunrise unfold through the trees. The stream beside her shimmers, its surface a mirror for the dawn's quiet triumph. For hours, she sat there, the cold seeping through her furs, her body still but her mind restless. Another sleepless night. Another battle waged in the depths of her mind. She had tried. She had willed herself to close her eyes, to let exhaustion drag her under, but the nightmares had been waiting for her, lurking in the dark corners of her mind, ready to strike the moment her guard was down. They haunted her, pulling her back into the past, forcing her to relive every wound, every loss, every failure. In the dark, she sees it all. The howling winter winds battering the walls of her childhood home, shaking the very foundation of the place meant to keep them safe. She remembers curling beneath the firs with her sister, their bodies pressed together for warmth, but it had never been enough. The chill had always found a way in. The towering flames of her father's funeral pyre, the heat of it licking at her face as she clutched RYK's hand so tightly her fingers had gone numb. Together they had watched the fire burn, watched the smoke carry what was left of their fathers into the night sky, leaving behind nothing but ash. The images pressed on, relentless as the tide. Finn's lifeless gaze. The weight of his body in her arms, growing colder with every passing moment. His blood on her hands, staining her fingers even as she tried to press against the wound, as if she could will him back to life. Thorgjord's stare. Unyielding. Piercing. And the others. The cold, blue eyes that had haunted her every step, waiting in the shadows, lurking in the quiet spaces of her mind. The creeping cold of death whispering promises of oblivion. These were not mere dreams conjured by a restless mind, they were echoes of her past, each one dragging a new emotion in its wake, fear, anger, sorrow, guilt. They piled upon her like stones on a grave, suffocating, inescapable. The final image, though, was the one that tore her from sleep. She felt it as if it were happening again, the arrow piercing her heart, the searing pain blooming between her breasts, and Neve's screams ringing in her ears, raw and desperate. Ygritte had woken gasping, her hand flying to the small, jagged scar that marked the spot where death had once brushed her. Her chest heaved as she fought to steady herself, the echo of the nightmare lingering like a shadow she couldn't shake. Sleep eluded her after that, a restless tide that wouldn't rise again. Ygritte had stirred from the firs, her movements quiet and sure as she donned her leathers and laid on the thick pelts, their weight a familiar comfort against the night's pull. She'd eased out of the hut, the door's faint creak swallowed by the dark, and stepped into the cold embrace of the world beyond. Snow yielded beneath her boots with a crisp, muted crunch, the wind snapping at her cheeks and tugging at the strands of hair that escaped her hood. She wandered without aim through the hushed expanse, her breath clouding in the frigid air, no destination in mind, yet her feet, as if guided by some unspoken need, drew her to the edge of a stream, its waters stilled and half claimed by ice in the wild's frozen heart. There she settled, perching on a frost-rimed stone, her eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting for the sun's first gleam, as though its slow fire might sear away the phantoms that lingered in her shadow. Suddenly, a sharp snap of a branch cuts through the stillness, jolting her senses. On instinct, Ygritte's hand flies to her bow, knocking an arrow and aiming it toward the sound, her eyes narrowing as she scans the trees. The tension in her shoulders eases only slightly as RYK steps out from the shadows, his arms raised in a gesture of peace. "It's only me," he says, his voice low and familiar. Ygritte lowers her bow, the string going slack as she fixes him with a steady gaze. "How'd ye find me?" she asks, her tone edged with curiosity. RYK gives her a knowing look. "We've been hunting together for years. You'd think I would know something 'bout tracking by now." She snorts, settling back onto the snow. "You need to work on your stealth, then. Heard ye coming from a mile off." A soft laugh escapes RYK as he makes his way to her side, easing himself down beside her with a crunch of snow under his weight. He glances at the sunrise, the golden light painting his weathered face, before turning to study her. His eyes linger, taking in the shadows beneath her eyes, the tightness around her mouth. "You look like shit," he says bluntly. A small smile tugs at the corner of Ygritte's lips. She can always count on him for honesty. "How are you doing?" RYK asks. She shoots him a glare, sharp and warning, but says nothing. He nods, as if her silence answers enough. "I figured as much," he mutters, leaning back on his hands, his gaze drifting back to the horizon. The silence stretches between them, broken only by the soft rustling of the trees and the distant murmur of the stream. Snowflakes fall steadily, settling in their hair, melting against the warmth of their skin. Ygritte stares ahead, her thoughts lost in the pale light of the rising sun. RYK clears his throat. "You could always stay with me and Munda." His voice is even, but there's something careful about the way he says it, as if testing the waters. The Grit huffs a short, dry laugh, tilting her head toward him. What, so you can keep an eye on me? Make sure I don't go and do something stupid. She was no fool, she knows what he's worried about. He'd felt the same back in the early days in the Frostfangs, when grief had pinned her to her bed like a stone. She remembers the way he used to watch her, the way he hovered when he thought she wasn't looking. He had come to her on the nights when grief had stolen her sleep, sat beside her bed when he thought she might not wake. Followed her when she ventured out alone, hovering close enough to catch her if she fell apart. She had been lost then, slipping into a darkness she hadn't known how to claw her way out of. But this time, things are different. The ache in her chest is sharp, but it isn't hollow. Her grief does not consume her the way it once did. Her children are still out there, far away, but alive. She still has something to hold on to. A sense of hope she didn't have before. RYK sighs, running a hand over his face. I just don't like the thought of you being alone in that hut, is all he admits, voice quieter now. The Grit lets his words settle, her mind drifting to what she must have put him through back then, what she'd put them all through. The guilt stings, sharp and cold as the wind. She reaches out, taking his hand in hers, giving it a firm squeeze. I'll be fine. RYK holds her gaze, searching her face as if trying to decide whether or not to believe her. He gives her hand a squeeze before letting go, but the doubt lingers in his eyes. The wind stirs the snow around the stream, a faint whisper against the stillness as RYK shifts beside her. He breaks the quiet with a gruff murmur. Your crow husband didn't look so good yesterday. The Grit's head snaps toward him, her eyes narrowing. He ain't no crow, and he sure as hell ain't me husband. But the mention of John stirs something in her chest, guilt, sharp and unbidden. She hasn't seen him since they'd bid farewell to the children, hadn't even spared him a thought. Too tangled in her own grief over their loss, too consumed by the rage that flared at Daenerys's threat. John hadn't crossed her mind, not once, and that realization sits heavy. She fixes RYK with a steady look. What do you mean? RYK scratches at his beard, his gaze drifting to the stream. Looked close to tears, he did, watching Ye run after that cart. Tried to go after Ye when Ye took off, but Tormund stopped him. His sisters had to drag him back to Winterfell. A wave of sadness crashes over Ygritte, heavy and cold. She pictures Jon's face, those grey, brooding eyes glistening, his jaw tight with the effort to hold himself together, and her stomach twists. She makes a silent pledge to talk to him, to find a moment alone with him the next time she can. But with the children gone, those chances might slip through her fingers like smoke. He has no obligation to seek her out anymore, no tether to bind them beyond what once was. RYK seems to sense her shift. He'll be fine, he says, his voice gruff but reassuring. You don't need to worry. In time, things'll go back to normal for him. Maybe Ygritte mutters, her gaze drifting back to the stream. But she doesn't believe it, not really. The presence of their children had upended his sense of normality, just as it had hers, ripped it apart and left something raw in its place. She doubts time will stitch it back together so easily. RYK stretches his legs out in the snow, his eyes flicking toward her. How about a hunt, he asks, a grin tugging at his lips. For old time's sake. The Grit arches a brow, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. Hold your horses. Down here, the game practically trips over itself to get caught. We'll have supper in no time. Her voice carries a teasing lilt, but her gaze softens as it settles on him. She studies his face, the familiar lines etched by years of wind and laughter, and a quiet realization dawns. It's been a long time since it was just the two of them, like this, alone with the wild stretching out around them. The way it used to be. As children, they were inseparable, two shadows racing through the frost-bitten valleys, their shouts swallowed by the wind. He's her best friend, her soulmate, her brother in all but blood, and she's missed him more than she'd let herself admit. In his steady presence, she feels a pull toward something simpler, an echo of life before the wars carved deep scars into their souls, a taste of home she'd thought lost. Stay with me, she whispers, the words slipping out soft and unguarded. Just for a while longer. RYK's eyes soften, and he slides an arm around her, pulling her close against his side. Always, he murmurs, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. Ygritte lets out a quiet sigh, leaning into him, her head finding its place on his shoulder. The warmth of him seeps through her furs, grounding her in the moment. The two friends stay like that, nestled together on the snowy bank, watching as the sun fully embraces the sky. Its light spills over the trees, bathing the world in a golden glow, and for a fleeting stretch of time, the weight of everything else falls away. The corridors of Winterfell buzz with purpose, a steady hum of footsteps and low voices echoing off the stone walls. Northern soldiers weave through the passageways, their arms straining under baskets of dragon glass, the sharp-edged obsidian catching the torchlight as they head for the ramparts. Women heft sacks of grain, their shoulders hunched against the weight, while servants dart past with bundles of wood and furs. The maester shuffles along, scrolls clutched tightly to his chest, and nearly topples as a figure with a wild mane of red curls sweeps past too quickly, a muttered apology trailing in her wake. Ygritte moves like a shadow, her steps swift and light, her shadow cat cloak billowing as she cuts through the chaos. She is late. Terribly so. Too much of the day has slipped away from her. She'd lingered with Ryk by the stream, lost in the quiet of his company, then pushed herself through drills with the spearwives until her arms trembled, and finally checked the free folk's gear and plans until the sun shone high in the sky. Time had fled, leaving her scrambling. And then there was the matter of making herself look presentable. A pointless effort, she now realizes, but she had tried all the same. She had stood in front of a basin of water, rubbing at the dark circles beneath her eyes, as if she could erase 2 nights of restless sleep. She had tried to tame her hair, frustrated by the way it tangled and curled wildly in every direction. Southern women made it look easy, combing it smooth, twisting it into intricate braids. Ygritte had spent too long attempting the same, only to abandon the effort and let it fall free. She'd then grabbed a simple grey dress, flung her cloak over her shoulders, and galloped her trusty mare toward Winterfell, the wind howling in her ears. She had already missed 2 days' worth of meetings, and she could only imagine what decisions had been made in her absence. She hopes Tormund's kept his focus on the fight ahead and not spent the whole time gawking at that towering night woman like some lovesick fool. A faint grin tugs at her lips at the thought, but it vanishes as she rounds a corner, the wooden doors coming into view, and braces herself for whatever awaits beyond. As she steps through the doors, the room falls into a brief hush. A guard at the entrance announces her arrival, his voice carrying through the chamber. Every pair of eyes turns to her, some merely curious, others scrutinizing. At the head of the table, Daenerys sits beside Jon Snow, her silver hair gleaming in the torchlight, and Ygritte feels the heat of her tense anger radiating across the space like a drawn bowstring. She strides to the far end of the table where Tormund lounges, his bulk taking up more space than seems fair. He flashes her a wide, welcoming grin as she drops into the seat beside him, and his big hand finds hers under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze. The warmth of it steadies her, a small anchor in the storm of ice still boring into her. Ygritte lifts her chin, eyes scanning the faces in the room. Across the scarred wooden table, Jon's eyes catch hers, steady and piercing through the haze of candlelight. His expression is unreadable, but there's something in his grey eyes, something like relief, like concern. And something else she cannot quite place. His gaze shifts toward the others at the table, and the weight of the moment settles between them once more. The tension is thick, pressing in from all sides. She doesn't know what had been said before she arrived, but whatever it was, her presence has clearly changed the air in the room. Letting the silence linger just a moment longer, Ygritte finally leans back, resting an elbow on the chair's arm. Her lips curve slightly, just enough to betray the hint of a smirk. "Well then," she says, breaking the quiet. "What did I miss?" The meeting proceeds as usual, filled with talk of preparations and progress, but Ygritte listens with a growing sense of frustration. Her sharp eyes sweep over the battle map, taking in the lines and markers the lords have so carefully placed. For all their titles and claims of battle experience, these men understood nothing of the fight ahead. They spoke of holding the line, of cavalry charges and dragon fire, as if the dead could be felled like mortal men. They underestimated their enemy, blind to the truth that this war would not be won by banners or honor. If they clung to their outdated ways, they would lose. And when they fell, they would rise again, this time on the other side. Their so-called strategy would lead them either to utter destruction or, if the gods were merciful, a slaughter so great that Winterfell would drown in blood. Lord Hornwood, a wiry man with a pinched face and a sigil emblazoned cloak, leans forward, his voice cutting through the chatter with a sneer. I see the wildlings have been busy digging trenches, he says, his eyes settling on her. Tearing up the fields without a word to the rest of us. Do you plan on informing us of your strategy, or do you think yourselves above consulting with those who actually know how to defend these lands? Ygritte meets Hornwood's gaze evenly, her expression calm despite the fire burning in her chest. If you think one trench will be enough, you're a bigger fool than I thought, she replies smoothly. You think Winterfell will hold just cause it always has. Because it stood against men. The dead don't fear your walls or your armies. Lord Hornwood folds his arms, his expression cold. And who, exactly gave the order? Because I don't recall any agreement on that matter. Ygritte meets his gaze head-on, her voice firm and unwavering. I did. A murmur spreads through the room, some of the southern lords shifting uncomfortably in their seats. Daenerys arches a delicate brow, while Jon Snow exhales sharply through his nose. Tormund, beside her, merely smirks. Hornwood's eyes narrow. You did. His tone drips with disbelief. And under whose authority? Me own. Ygritte squares her shoulders, scanning the faces around the table. Because it is in your best interest. In all of our interests. I made the decision because it needed to be made. Hornwood's face twists, but she doesn't let him speak. She tilts her head slightly, her voice carrying through the room. I don't see you marking any decisions or your own men out there, she adds, tilting her head slightly. Or are you too busy polishing your fancy sigil to lift a spade? A stunned silence follows. Hornwood looks taken aback, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Beside her, Tormund grins broadly, clearly enjoying the show. But Ygritte doesn't care for his amusement. She isn't here for petty squabbles or wounded pride. She is here to make them see. Ygritte's gaze shifts, snagging on Bran's where he sits across the table, his pale face a blank slate under the flickering glow. His eyes, sharp and unrelenting, bore into her, cutting through flesh and bone as if to lay bare the raw truth within. Is there something you wish to say, Ygritte? His voice slips into the air, soft yet weighted, resonating with an odd, steady power that seems to still the room around it. She draws a deep breath, the air sharp in her lungs, and rises to her feet. This is her moment, her chance to shift the current, to seize the reins from these bickering fools and make them listen. She won't be silenced, not now, not when the stakes are this high. The map lies before her, a fragile web of ink and hope, and she plants her hands on the table, ready to unravel their delusions and forge something real. No more silence. No more standing aside. It is time to take control. The dead don't tire, she begins, her voice ringing clear. They don't break, they don't fear your fire or your steel. Your lot think ye can stand here, pretty shields in a row, and they'll just fall. You're wrong. They'll drown us in bodies, and when your dragons are grounded and your trenches overflow, ye'll wish ye had listened. She leans forward, planting her hands on the table, her gaze sweeping over the map. One trench won't save ye. Ye need layers, traps, choke points, something to grind them down. A beat of silence follows, thick with the weight of her words, until Jaime Lannister leans back in his chair, his golden hand resting on the table. And what would you suggest, then? His tone is measured, unreadable. You seem to think we're doomed as we are. Do you have any better ideas? I do, Ygritte says, straightening up, her voice steady with conviction. She gestures at the map, her finger jabbing at the sprawling lines of their so-called strategy. You're all fixin' to attack when ye should be thinking defense. Ye've got a stone castle, use it, but don't lean on it like it's your savior. It won't hold forever. She steps closer to the map, her words gaining momentum. Build barricades, sturdy ones, not flimsy sticks. Dig more trenches, deeper, and lace them with traps, spikes, pits, anything to trip up the dead. Put your fighters behind them, shielded, not strutting out front to get swarmed. Her finger slides to the ramparts. Archers on the walls, armed with dragon glass, loosen arrows till the sky's black with them. Keep them firing till they can't no more. Her gaze shifts to the crude sketches of catapults scattered across the map, exposed in the open fields. And these? You can't leave them sitting out there like bait. They're too valuable, can smash through ranks of the dead if we use them right. Hide them behind the walls, protect them so they last. If they are gone early, we're done. She straightens, her eyes blazing as she meets the stares around the table. Our goal ain't to charge in and play hero. It's to slow them down, thin them out, kill as many as we can before they even reach our lines. That's how we live through this. Her words hang in the air, a challenge and a lifeline woven together, daring them to listen. Ygritte takes a moment to survey the room, reading the faces around her. Some look skeptical, some impressed, and others seem outright appalled that she has the audacity to speak so freely. The weight of her words linger in the air, pressing down upon them all. But she is not deterred. She presses on, pointing at the battle map with a steady hand, her finger landing on the sprawling cluster marked as the Dothraki horde, poised at the front lines. Your army's set up all wrong, she says, her tone blunt and unapologetic. This here's your first blunder. Throw in the Dothraki out front, riding into open battle with a trench at their backs. That's a fool's play. The dead will roll over them like a wave, and they'll be gone before the fight's even warmed up. Tyrion leans forward, his small frame bristling with intellect as he interjects. The Dothraki thrive in open fields, he counters, his voice smooth. It's where they are strongest, give them room to charge, and they'll reap as many whites as they can before the enemy closes in. It's our strongest opening move. Ygritte shakes her head, her tone cutting. Open fields will be their tomb. Cavalry ain't meant to crash headlong into the tide. Put em on the flanks, let em strike from the sides, nip at the edges, keep the dead guessing. Riding straight in is just begging for slaughter. Daenerys's voice slices through the air, cold and unyielding as a blade of ice. She sits beside Jon, her posture rigid, her silver hair catching the torchlight like a crown. You underestimate the strength of my army. The Dothraki are a force unmatched, and they will stay where they are. Ygritte's temper flares, a spark igniting in her chest as she plants her hands on the table. Then Yervi sentenced them to death, she snaps, her voice rising with the heat of her conviction. The air in the room shifts, growing thick and electric as her gaze locks with Daenerys's. The two women stand like opposing forces, wild fury meeting regal steel, and the tension crackles between them, a silent battle waged in the space of a breath. The council holds still, caught in the storm of their clashing wills. Jon shifts in his seat, his hand settling gently on Daenerys's arm, a quiet plea for calm. Her jaw tightens under his touch, but she stills, her icy glare lingering on Ygritte. Jon turns his grey eyes to her, steady and searching. Is there anything else, Ygritte, he asks, his voice low but firm, cutting through the tension. Ygritte draws in a slow breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She cannot afford to let her temper get the better of her, not now, not when they are finally listening. The armies need to hold the line in tight formation, she says, her voice firm. We can't let the others stumble through the gaps, or we'll lose the field before the battle even begins. She points to the armies stationed on the map. The Unsullied should be stationed at the front. Their spears will keep the dead at bay longer than swords will. I'll have me spearwives fight alongside them. She gestures further along the map, her finger tracing the next layer of defense. Swords and steel only shine when the dead are scattered, not coming in waves. So the northern armies, the Vale men, and the rest of the free folk, they're the second line. Ready to cut down what breaks through, before the dead can reach the castle walls. She feels Tyrion's gaze on her, sharp and appraising, as he tilts his head. I had no idea you possessed such a knack for battle plans, he says, his voice laced with genuine surprise. He leans forward, resting his chin on his hand. Where might you have learned all this? Ygritte shrugs, her expression guarded. Common sense, ain't it? She keeps her voice light, brushing off the question. She sees no need to explain that she has done this before, maybe not on this scale, but enough to know how to use an army's strength, how to defend what little could be saved. She does not tell them of the raids she has led, the sieges she has endured. The truth of her past is hers alone, and none of them have earned the right to hear it. Tyrion watches her, as if sensing there is more left unsaid. But he does not press, and Ygritte is glad for it. The council chamber hums with the weight of Ygritte's words, her voice still threading through the air as she shifts her stance, eyes fixed on the map. She taps the outline of Winterfell's walls, her tone resolute. We need a plan to pull back, retreat inside the castle and hold from there. Archers on the battlements, pour in down arrows. Hot oil at the ready for any that try to scale the walls. Ygritte continues, her face turning grim. You need a plan for when they breach the walls, she says. Because they will. Lord Glover scoffs. Winterfell has stood for thousands of years. And it's never faced an army like this, she cuts him off. A castle won't save you when you're outnumbered 10-1 by things that don't tire, don't fear, and don't stop. Your castle won't save you, she continues. Stone means nothing when the dead start to pile up against your walls until they are high enough to climb over. And when they do, you'll have nowhere to run. If you want to survive this, you need to be ready to fight for every step they take inside the gates. She moves her hand across the battle map, pointing toward Winterfell's main gate. We can set traps. False entrances. Let them think they've found a way in, only to funnel them into dead ends where we can cut them down in numbers. Her voice hardens, a grim edge creeping in. If they breach the walls, we're finished, done for unless we've got a way out. We need a path to retreat further south, regroup, and hit them again. Wagons, horses, whatever it takes to move fast. She straightens, her gaze sweeping the room, locking eyes with each of them in turn. We're the only ones standing up to fight this war. If we fall here, there's no one left to take our place. All we can hope is some of us make it out, enough to rally what's left of Westeros and keep the fight alive. The weight of her words settles over the chamber like a shroud, her plan a stark thread of survival woven through the chaos. She stands firm, the map beneath her hands a fragile hope against the tide they all know is coming. Sansa breaks the quiet, her voice cool and measured. How do you suppose we retreat when the Night King's army has us surrounded? Ygritte pauses, her brow furrowing as she mulls it over. It's a sharp question, one that digs at the cracks in her idea. After a moment, an idea springs to mind. The crypts, she says, nodding toward the map where Winterfell's heart lies. No one knows how far they stretch or where they lead. Could be they run deep enough to get us out, some hidden way to safety. Lord Royce lets out a bark of laughter, his grizzled face creasing with amusement. You. The girl who sneered at us for even mentioning the crypts as a refuge. Now you're singing a different tune. Ygritte meets his gaze evenly. I did, she admits. I scoffed at the thought of sending the ones who can't fight down there, locking them in with the dead. This is different. We'd send soldiers, fighters who can hold their own against whatever's lurking below. I'd rather take my chances in the dark than stand out here when the dead come crashing through. She sighs, taking in the stares of the people around her. Still, we need to know what's what. Send a team to scout it first. Arya rises then, her slight frame taut with resolve, her dark eyes locking onto Ygritte's with an intensity that cuts through the room. I'll go, she says, her voice firm. She steps forward, her hands resting lightly on the table. I've wandered through the tunnels under the Red Keep, found ways in and out no one else knew. Winterfell's bound to have its own hidden paths. Jon nods, standing from his seat, his expression set. I'll go too. I'll round up some men, good ones, quick on their feet. The more eyes we've got, the better chance we find something useful. He turns to Ygritte, his gaze steady but questioning. Is there more? Ygritte nods, jaw set, her voice cutting through the quiet. You're all too fixed on hunting the Night King, she says, her tone blunt but steady. Killing him ends it, I'll grant ye that. But he's no fool. He knows he's the prize, and he'll keep himself buried deep, out of reach, till he's ready to strike. We can't sit on our asses waiting for him to stroll up. We've got to move first, hit hard. She shifts her stance, her eyes flicking to the map before locking on the council. Use the dragons, she says, and Daenerys's gaze snaps to her, sharp and piercing as a blade, her violet eyes narrowing. Ygritte doesn't falter. The whites will come in waves, never stopping, never slowing. If we wait too long, they'll overwhelm us. The dragons can thin their numbers before they reach the walls. Across the table, Bran sits still, his pale face turned slightly as if gazing through the stone walls into some unseen realm. His voice drifts out, soft and distant, yet heavy with an eerie certainty. Burn them all, he murmurs, his eyes unfocused, lost in whatever vision grips him. She catches Jaime Lannister's head snap toward Bran, his green eyes wide with a flicker of bewilderment, maybe even recognition. Bran turns and meets his stare, unblinking, but the moment passes in silence, no one daring to unravel the weight of those words. Ygritte wonders what ghosts they stir, something old, something haunted, but she doesn't linger on it. There's no time for mysteries when the war's already clawing at their gates. She straightens, her hands resting on the edge of the table as she surveys the room, her voice rising once more, steady and resolute. Ye all claim we stand united, but I see ye squabbling like crows over scraps. Ye draw lines between ye's elves, pushing down the people ye reckon are less than ye cause of their birth or their blood. This ain't the time for your petty politics. Every soul in this room's got a right to speak, to call out what's wrong without fear of being hushed. Each of us stands for our people, the ones who'll bleed and die for what we settle here. We owe 'em a duty, a voice, and they've got a right to have their fears heard. Ygritte's challenge settles like frost over the room, urging them to see past their divisions and hear the voices they've let fade. Her gaze sweeps across the table, landing briefly on Theon Greyjoy, his head bowed, silent as a shadow since she joined these talks. Then to young Ned Umber, barely a man, his small frame hunched as if the weight of his name presses him down. Her eyes flicker to the new Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the one who'd ridden with her and her children to Winterfell, his lips sealed tight, not a word spoken. None of them have dared break the tide of the louder voices. Then her gaze locks with Aelys Karstarks, the young woman now tied to the Magna of Thun, her dark hair catching in the torchlight. Ygritte had expected more from her, words, at least, knowing how the free folk had taken her in, shared their fires and their trust. She'd figured Aelys, of anyone, would see the free folk's side, would feel the same sting of being dismissed. Aelys holds her stare, and a faint, knowing smile tugs at her lips, a silent thread of recognition, a promise unspoken. She turns back to the council, her sharp gaze sweeping over each of them. She had spent her whole life reading men, learning which ones would listen and which would never change. She knew she had not won them all, but she had won enough. She could see it in the way some of them shifted in their seats, in the flicker of doubt crossing their faces. I ain't fool enough to think you'll upend your grand plans just cause I spoke, she says, but I see it in some of your faces, you know you've fucked it up, even if you won't say it. She straightens, her chin lifting as she presses on. Hope you've learned something today. That she pauses, her lip curling as she forces out the word, wilderling girl might have a scrap of wisdom on fighting an enemy her people faced for years. The word tastes bitter, spat out like a curse, and she has to wrestle it from her throat. It's what they call her, what they brand her people, lesser, savage, unworthy, but she wears it now like armor, daring them to flinch. My people have fought the others many times, she says, her voice hardening. We've bled under their hands, lost our homes, our families, our lives to them. We ran, because we had no choice. Because there was no bloody castle to fall back to. No dragon fire to save us. No high lords debating war plans from the safety of a warm room. She lets her words cut through them, lets them feel the weight of her words. And yet, ye lot sit here and think ye know war. She shakes her head, scoffing. Ye have no idea. We know the others better than any of ye, she continues, her tone hardening. And we've got a voice, same as the rest of ye still sitting silent. And those voices matter. She casts a final glance around the table, her words a spark flung into dry grass. I've said what's needed saying. It's on ye now. Your choices could save us, or damn us all. With that, she turns and sits back in her seat, shoulders squared, chin lifted. Whether they took her words to heart or not, she had done what she came here to do. She had made them listen. And now, all they could do was wait and see if it would be enough. The council remains silent for what feels like an eternity, the weight of Ygritte's words hanging thick in the air. She watches as they shift uncomfortably in their seats, their faces unreadable, each of them trying to process what she has just laid bare. Then, all at once, the room erupts into noise. Lords and commanders speak over one another, some nodding in agreement, others sneering at the very idea of taking advice from a wilderling. The same old arguments, the same outdated pride. Ygritte expected as much. She leans back in her chair, arms crossing over her chest as she takes it all in. She knew they wouldn't all agree, not yet. It takes more than one speech to undo years of stubbornness. Still, she listens. Some, like Lord Royce and Sir Davos, speak in her favour, pointing out the sense in what she said. Others, like Lord Hornwood and Lord Glover, scoff and insist that the North has always known how to defend itself, that they need no lessons from a woman beyond the wall. She rolls her eyes at that. But when young Ned Umber's voice pipes up, tentative yet firm, questioning the exposed placement of the catapults, a small, fierce smile tugs at her lips. A spark, at least. She turns slightly, feeling Tormund's gaze on her, and finds him watching with a look of unfiltered pride. He leans in close, speaking low in the old tongue, his voice meant only for her. You did well, lass. Showed these soft kneelers what we're made of. Ygritte tilts her head toward him, her own reply soft in the same ancient words. I didn't do it all on me own, yeah big oath. Learned it all from yeah. Tormund chuckles. But I ain't got your silver tongue. I'd have told them to fuck off after 2 words. After a pause, he adds, but you, lass. You made 'em listen. Ygritte notices something else in his eyes, something unreadable. There was a reason we named ye our queen. Her smile turns shy, a rare flush of warmth creeping up her neck. She's grateful for his faith, but the title, Queen of the Free Folk, still sits heavy, a mantle of responsibility she never sought. It's a burden of lives, of hopes, resting on her shoulders, and the thought of it twists her gut with quiet anxiety. She glances back at the council, the voices rising and falling like waves against stone, and lets herself hope that her people might survive this, might one day trek back to their wild lands beyond the wall. That's why she didn't shove the title away when they pressed it on her. Her people needed a voice, someone who knew their bones and blood, who'd stand for them in this strange, foreign land. Her eyes linger back to the map, on the fragile lines of their stand, and she silently vows to drag them through this, whatever it takes. The meeting finally draws to a close, the last of the discussions trailing off as exhaustion settles over the room like a thick fog. The candlelight flickers, casting long shadows over the table scattered with maps and markers. Voices that once rang sharp with debate have dulled into murmurs, agreements reached, compromises made, but not all battles were won. Some of Ygritte's suggestions had been accepted, though not without argument. The repositioning of the catapults had been agreed upon, the need for fallback points and additional defenses acknowledged. The trenches she had ordered to be dug would remain, reinforced even. Archers would be stationed higher along the walls, their arrows ready to rain death upon the wights before they breached the gates. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. But not all had gone as she'd hoped. Daenerys and her advisors remained steadfast in their decision to keep the Dothraki on the front lines, unwavering despite all reasoning. No amount of persuasion, no cautionary tale from beyond the wall, could change their minds. Ygritte had fought hard against it, her voice hoarse from the effort, but in the end, she was outnumbered. Stubborn fools. She casts a glance toward the Dothraki soldiers standing near the back of the room, silent observers. If they had spoken the common tongue, if they had been able to argue for themselves, perhaps things would have been different. Still, progress had been made, more than she had thought possible. Some lords had listened, some had even backed her. That alone was a victory. It is a strange thing, to stand in this hall, among these high-born men and women, and to have her voice carry weight. To have the North and its allies taking heed of a wilderling's words, when only moons ago, they would have scoffed at the idea. By the time the lords and ladies rise from their seats, stretching stiff limbs and murmuring amongst themselves, Ygritte is more than ready to leave. But as she makes her way towards the heavy wooden doors, a cluster of figures step into her path, eager voices overlapping with praise and congratulations. Davos offers her a warm, weathered smile, his eyes crinkling with genuine respect. Lady Mormont, fierce despite her youth, grips her hand with a firm shake, her nod a silent salute. Little Lord Umber, barely reaching her chest, bows stiffly, his thanks mumbled but earnest. Ygritte meets each with a kind smile and a quiet word, her exhaustion tempered by their gestures. Through the crowd, she keeps catching Jon's gaze. He is busy, speaking to one group after another, nodding along to whatever words are being thrown his way. But his eyes keep finding hers, and each time they do, she sees the same thing reflected in them, the longing to escape. She wants to talk to him, to ask how he's faring beneath the weight they both carry. RYK's words from their morning by the stream echo in her mind, sharp and unyielding. She needs to know he's still standing, that he's not crumbling under the same grief that's been gnawing at her bones. She's mid-sentence with Brian of Tarth, the tall knight's questions sharp and thoughtful, when John disentangles himself from Lord Hornwood, whose pinched face suggests he's still gnawing at her ideas like a sour bone. John catches her eye once more, a silent pull in his stare, and starts toward her. Ygritte murmurs a polite excuse to Brian, stepping towards him, her heart quickening, only to freeze as her name cuts through the air. She turns to see Sansa approaching, her auburn hair catching the torchlight, her expression calm but purposeful. "May I have a word?" Sansa asks, her tone leaving little room for refusal. Ygritte hesitates, caught between courtesy and the pull toward John. She doesn't want to slight Sansa, not here, not now, but the timing gnaws at her. She glances back at John, who's stopped a few paces away, watching them. His face falls, a quiet dismay shadowing his eyes. Ygritte offers him a sad, fleeting smile. "Later," it says, though she's not sure when later will come. Turning back to Sansa, she nods. "I lead the way." She catches Tormund's eye across the room, jerking her head toward Sansa to let him know where she's off to. "Don't wait up," she calls to him. He grunts in acknowledgement, and Ygritte follows Sansa, her chance with John slipping away like sand through her fingers. Ygritte trails Sansa through Winterfell's winding corridors, her boots tapping softly against the stone as the clamor of the council chamber fades behind them. A thread of unease twists in her gut, tightening with each step, and she can't seem to shake the nagging question of why Sansa's pulled her aside. Alone. She wonders if she's crossed some line, offended the girl without meaning to. She's never warmed to Sansa the way she has to Arya. There's a kinship with the younger sister, forged in shared edges and wild streaks that make them click like flint on steel. Sansa's a different beast altogether, one Ygritte can't quite read. She blows hot and cold, her moods shifting like the wind off the wall, one moment distant and guarded, the next offering a glim of something softer. Ygritte's always felt like she's treading on cracking ice around her, every word and glance weighed as if she's being judged for crimes she doesn't recall committing. She's been nothing but civil, respectful, even, opening her home to Sansa, letting her know her children, sharing what little she has. Yet the uncertainty lingers, a quiet itch she can't scratch. Yet there's that other side, flashes of warmth that catch her off guard, rare and fleeting, like sunlight breaking through a storm. A kind word here, a soft look there, enough to make Ygritte second-guess the chill she usually feels. It's a tangle, and now, with Sansa leading her off for a private word, it's knotted tighter than ever. Sansa guides Ygritte through a heavy wooden door into a chamber that feels like stepping into another world. A broad desk anchors one end, its surface cluttered with quills and parchment, while rows of leather-bound books line the shelves, their spines worn but proud. Two plush couches sit angled toward a roaring fireplace, the flames casting a warm, flickering glow across the stone walls. Sansa gestures for Ygritte to take a seat, her movements smooth as she turns to the guards by the door, asking for a server to bring in refreshments. Ygritte eases onto the couch, her eyes drifting around the space in quiet awe. It's small by Winterfell's towering standards, cozy, even, compared to the cavernous halls and drafty chambers she's wandered through. But to her, it's vast, almost extravagant. The room could cradle a small family, give them a snug life with space to spare. She wonders what it was meant for when they carved it out of the castle's bones, a study for some long-dead lord, maybe, or a retreat from the cold. Her musings snag as Sansa settles across from her, sinking into the opposite couch with a poise that makes the simple act look regal. A silence stretches, thick and heavy. Ygritte has never been one to fidget under another's gaze, but something about the way Sansa studies her makes her stomach twist uncomfortably. There is an intensity in her blue eyes, something unreadable. Ygritte fights the urge to look away, instead resting her hands against her lap and meeting Sansa's gaze head-on. Finally, Sansa breaks the quiet, her voice softer than Ygritte expects. "How are you?" Ygritte blinks, startled by the question. "I'm fine," she says, the words automatic, a shield thrown up quick. Sansa's brow arches, a subtle challenge, her blue eyes seeing through the flimsy lie. She lets out a slow breath, her shoulders sagging. I try not to think about it, she admits, softer now. It's a half-truth, she thinks of them constantly, her children's faces haunting every shadow, every quiet moment. Sangza's gaze softens, a flicker of sadness crossing her face, and Ygritte feels the weight of that look settle deep, stirring something she's fought to keep buried. The fire snaps and pops in the small room, its light playing across the bookshelves as Sangza shifts slightly, her hands resting calmly in her lap. You did what was best, she says, her tone gentle but certain. Your children are out of harm's way, hundreds more, too, thanks to your push to get them south. If we pull this off, you'll hold them again before long. She murmurs, keeping her tone light. That's the hope. Ygritte offers a faint smile, more courtesy than conviction, knowing she's papering over the truth again. She doesn't let herself linger on the lie. If she does, it might show on her face, in the tightness of her jaw or the flicker in her eyes. Instead, she shifts in her seat and moves the conversation elsewhere. And you, she asks, tilting her head at Sangza. When do you plan on leaving? You can't stay here. Sangza's expression remains even. I'll be going to Castle Sawin with a handful of the council. We'll ride out when the dead are a few days off. I don't want to be too far away. Ygritte's brow furrows, her tone sharpening. That's cutting it too fine. If the dead win, you won't have time to get clear. Sangza meets her gaze, her voice steady but carrying an edge. You think we won't win? It's not a question, just a quiet statement hanging between them. Ygritte holds Sangza's gaze, but she doesn't answer right away. Cold blue eyes flash in her mind, eyes that have haunted her for years. She sees the bodies, stacked like offerings, frozen in twisted shapes that mock the lives they once had, others arranged in grotesque spirals across the snow. She remembers the screams. She looks back at Sangza, her voice low and jagged. I don't know if we can. The words slip out, heavy with doubt. Sangza studies her for a long moment, the firelight flickering in her blue eyes. Concern flickers across her face, subtle but present. For a moment, Ygritte wonders if Sangza has ever truly been afraid of what's coming, or if, like the rest of them, she is simply pretending she isn't. A gentle rap at the door cuts through the stillness, drawing Ygritte's attention from Sangza. The door eases open, and Maisie, the serving girl, steps in with a tray of tea and cakes balanced in her hands. Ygritte's stomach lurches, she'd thought Maisie long gone, shipped off with her family in the evacuation. Yet here she is, her presence a jolt Ygritte can't mask. She searches the girl's face for answers, but Maisie only offers a fleeting smile and a dip of her head, setting the tray down before slipping out, quick as a shadow. She turns back to Sangza, who watches her with quiet curiosity. If she noticed the brief exchange, she doesn't mention it. You shouldn't worry so much, Sangza says lightly. We have a strong army. We have dragons. And now, thanks to you, our defenses are even stronger. Ygritte forces a smile, though it feels brittle. Sangza's confidence rings naive to her ears, untested, untouched by the cold terror of the others. She's never stared into those blue eyes, never seen the snow stained with death's handiwork. But she keeps that to herself, letting the moment slide. Sangza reaches for the teapot, pouring steaming liquid into 2 cups with a steady hand. She offers one to Ygritte, who hesitates, her eyes tracking Sangza's movements. Only after Sangza takes a sip does Ygritte lift her own cup, the warmth seeping into her palms. Sangza straightens, brushing away a stray lock of auburn hair. What comes next for you, after all this? I find my children, Ygritte answers simply. Sangza nods, as if she expected that. And after? Ygritte leans back, exhaling through her nose. She knows what Sangza is really asking. It's not just about her. It's about the free folk. About what happens when there's no war to unite them. She exhales slowly. We go home, she says. Ygritte pauses, her eyes drifting to the fire, its flames licking at the logs with a restless hunger. Home. It's something she's longed for, something that has felt further and further from her grasp with each passing day. She thinks of Blackteed, the place that's lived in her chest like a heartbeat, a pull she's felt for too long, tugging her north to the wild she knows. She turns back to Sangza, her voice softening. I'll take my children back to Blackteed. They've never seen it, the mountains, the sun risen over the shivering sea. I'll show em where I was raised, watch em grow up. Sangza's face brightens, a warm smile tugging at her lips. That does sound beautiful. Her expression shifts then, growing solemn. And what of John? Where does he fit into all that? Ygritte falters, the question catching her off guard. Truth is, she's been so focused on the war, on surviving, that she hasn't let herself think too far beyond it. He complicates things, she admits, her voice dropping. John's a tangle she hasn't unraveled, a piece that doesn't fit neat into her picture. She wants her kids whole, not split from their father, but Blackteed calls her blood, her bones. It's where she's meant to be. Sangza tilts her head, her tone gentle but probing. Have you told him of your plans? No, Ygritte says, a touch of regret creeping in. She hasn't told him, hasn't found the time amid the chaos. Sangza watches Ygritte closely, her expression unreadable, her posture poised, but there's something softer in her eyes, something almost hesitant, as though she's choosing her next words carefully. Finally, after a moment of silence, she speaks. Yesterday, when the children left, I saw John break. She pauses, letting the words settle between them. I've seen him wounded, grieving, angry, but never like that. He loves those children more than anything in this world, Ygritte. If you take them away, it will destroy him. Ygritte stiffens at the words, her fingers tightening around the cup of tea in her hands. The warmth from the ceramic has long since faded, but she holds on to it anyway. She exhales through her nose, shaking her head slightly. I ain't taking em away, she replies, her voice firm. He's their father. He can visit whenever he likes. I'd never stop him from seeing em. He'll never be a stranger to em. She sets the teacup down and looks up at Sangza, her tone turning defensive. Winterfell is just over a month's ride from Blackteed. Less if he goes by boat. Sangza's eyes sharpen, her head tilting slightly. He won't be in Winterfell, though. Chances are he'll be in King's Landing. The words hit Ygritte like a cold gust, a possibility she'd never let herself consider. John trailing Daenerys all the way south, leaving his children half a world behind, it hadn't crossed her mind. She'd figured he'd stay rooted here, close to his blood, not chase a throne or a queen. Her chest tightens as she meets Sangza's gaze. You think he'll go with her? Sangza exhales slowly, as if this is a conversation she has played out in her mind 100 times before. I suspect he will, she says at last. He's given up everything for her. He bent the knee. He gave away his crown. And now, she hesitates, watching Ygritte carefully before delivering the final blow. He loves her, Ygritte. Ygritte's heart sinks, a dull ache spreading through her chest. Sangza's right, Jon's love for Daenerys runs deep, carved into the choices he's made. He surrendered his crown, bent the knee, bound himself to her in ways Ygritte could never match. For all Jon's words, for all the ways he had looked at her, touched her, whispered promises against her skin, he had never given up the Night's Watch. He had never abandoned his duty for her. She had never been enough for him to stay. But for Daenerys, he had given up everything. The realization settles like ice in her bones. A bitter, painful cold. How foolish she had been to believe she had ever meant anything at all. Ygritte meets Sangza's gaze, the younger woman watching her intently, as if poised for a crack in her armor. When Ygritte keeps her face still, offering nothing, Sangza lets out a quiet sigh. I'm worried for him, she says, her voice tinged with something raw. Starks have never fared well in the south, Sangza continues. Especially when Targaryens are involved. Ygritte listens, her expression still, as Sangza speaks, her voice growing more insistent. If Daenerys takes the Iron Throne, she won't tolerate an independent North. She'll claim it, by force if necessary, and we've endured too much to let that happen. The North deserves to stand apart, free of their politics. I won't let her strip us of that, not after everything. The pieces snap together in Ygritte's mind, sharp and sudden. This isn't about her well-being or Jon's heart, this is why Sangza lured her here, away from the council's ears. She's after something, and Ygritte sees it clear as day. You want me army, she says, her voice flat, cutting through Sangza's flow. Sangza hesitates, then leans in, her words measured but earnest. It's in everyone's interest, yours included. With your forces, we can ensure the North stays free. Daenerys won't yield without a fight. Your people's strength could tip the scales, Ygritte. We need you with us. But Ygritte's not swayed, her eyes narrowing. Once the battle is done, my folk are going back beyond the wall. We don't belong in your southern squabbles. This ain't our land. Sansa's expression doesn't waver. And what if Daenerys decides the lands beyond the wall are hers too? Sansa leans forward, resting her hands on her lap. Stand with me, and I'll grant the free folk safe passage through the wall. They can settle in the north if they choose. No more hiding. No more being hunted like animals. Your people will have a place here. Ygritte lets the offer hang, her mind turning it over. In the south, every favor's a trade, every promise a hook. Nothing's given just because it's right, it's all a deal, wrapped in pretty words. She meets Sansa's eyes, weighing the so-called alliance, and wonders how much of it's a lifeline and how much a leash. Ygritte crosses her arms, her gaze steady on Sansa. No one would be daft enough to try claiming the true north. Even if Daenerys fancies it, they won't name her queen. We don't kneel, not for her, not for nobody. Sansa tilts her head, her voice calm but pointed. And yet, they've accepted you as their queen. Ygritte huffs, a dry, humorless sound. They don't kneel for me, and I'd never make them. That's not our way. Sansa's expression doesn't change, but Ygritte can tell she's weighing her words, searching for something to latch onto. She doesn't give her the chance. With a sigh, she leans back into the couch, feeling the warmth of the fire against her side. The free folk have only ever chosen a leader in times of peril, she explains. The moment this war is done, I won't be queen no more. They'll go back to their clans, back to their ways. I can't force them to fight a war that ain't theirs. Sansa's gaze sharpens. But they stood with us against the Boltons to reclaim Winterfell. They did. Ygritte snaps, her tone biting, and we lost thousands for it. Good men and women killed to save a castle that was never theirs. And for what? She gestures vaguely toward the window, toward the cold halls of Winterfell that still whisper with the ghosts of the dead. Didn't change a damn thing. Your northern lot still treat us like vermin. She reins in the heat flaring in her gut, forcing her voice steady. Them out in the camp, before the evacuations, they're the last of my kind. Might be a few strays tucked away beyond the wall, but I don't know if they're still breathing. Her thoughts drift to Frasier, to the gated village where she'd raised her children, its weathered walls and stubborn folk etched into her memory. We can't lose anymore. We're fading, giants gone, and now us, slipping away. I won't let what's left of us die out for this. Sansa watches her for a long moment before she speaks, her voice quiet but heavy with meaning. Your people have done us a great favor, she says. One I will never forget. Ygritte studies her carefully. There's something about the way Sansa speaks, the weight behind her words, that tells Ygritte this isn't just a polite sentiment, it's a genuine gratitude, rare and precious among southern lords and ladies. She pauses, her fingers tracing the rim of her teacup, then continues, her tone dipping into memory. When I was a girl, all I wanted was to leave this place, Winterfell, the north. I dreamed of something grander. When my father was named Hand of the King, I was beside myself to go with him to King's Landing. Being promised to Prince Joffrey, it felt like every story I'd ever loved come true. I was so naive back then. She continues, eyes resting on the fire. When they murdered my father and held me hostage in the Red Keep, all I could think about was home. The same home I had been so eager to leave. I used to dream of it, the sound of the wind against the walls, the warmth of the great hall, the comfort of my family's presence. I thought if I could just make it back, everything would be all right again. Sansa takes a breath, her hands tightening slightly in her lap. And then, after years of struggle, I did make it home. She pauses, eyes flickering with something unreadable. But it wasn't the home I remembered. A darkness had settled over Winterfell. The laughter was gone. The faces had changed. The halls felt foreign. Her voice turns colder. And worst of all, a monster sat in my father's chair, slept in my father's bed. He called himself Warden of the North, but he was nothing more than a thief, a murderer. Sangza's voice dips, her eyes distant. He took me as his wife by force, claimed me in ways that stripped me bare, body and soul. I'd fought so hard to come home, only to find myself a prisoner again, trapped in the very place I'd longed for. It changed me, changed how I see these walls forever. Ygritte doesn't move. Doesn't breathe. She had heard the stories. The whispers in the hallways, the hushed voices that spoke of the horrors Sansa Stark had endured under the Boltons. But hearing it from Sansa herself, watching her sit there, composed yet fragile, speaking of it so plainly, makes it real in a way Ygritte hadn't expected. She had always thought suffering belonged to the poor, to the forgotten, to those who scraped by on the edges of the world. But here, in the halls of Winterfell, in the heart of nobility, suffering had found Sansa Stark too. Sansa's eyes grow distant, misting over as she stares beyond Ygritte, lost in some far-off shadow. The fire's glow dances across her face, but her voice carries a cold, quiet ache. Sleep doesn't come easily anymore, she says, each word measured, heavy with exhaustion. I lie awake, afraid of what I'll see when I close my eyes. Sansa exhales slowly, as if forcing herself to continue. Jon insisted I take the Lord's chambers, said they were mine by right, but I refused. They were my parents once, a place of comfort, safety. Now they are a reminder of what Ramsay did to me, every shadow in there stained with his hands, his voice. There are whole stretches of this castle I can't face, hallways I skirt around, doors I pass like they are sealed shut with something I don't dare touch. Tears shimmer in her eyes, threatening to spill, but she keeps her chin steady, her resolve unyielding. I find myself wishing I could go back, she murmurs, her voice softening with a raw, desperate edge. Back to the days before King Robert arrived with his entourage and his grand offers. I'd tell that girl to hold father back, to convince him to turn down the title, to keep us rooted here. I'd warn her about the South, about the liars who'd cloak betrayal in kindness, who'd promise the world and deliver ruin. If I'd known, my family might still be here, mother, father, Robb, Rickon, all of them. Winterfell wouldn't carry these scars, these awful memories that cling to every stone. Ygritte's chest tightens as she watches Sansa, an impulse to reach out flickering through her, to offer some scrap of comfort, a hand on her shoulder, a word to ease the pain. But she holds back, her fingers curling into her palms, unsure if it'd be welcome or overstep some unseen line. She wants to say it'll all turn out fine, that the shadows will lift, but the words stick in her throat, another lie she can't force out. She knows better, knows the jagged truth too well. Beyond the wall, rape was a shadow that loomed constant, its presence woven into the fabric of their days. Stories drifted through the clans like ash, tales of a girl found torn and lifeless in the snow, another blamed for her furs being too thin, too tempting, as if she'd called the horror down on herself. Then there were the silent ones, the ones no one spoke of, swallowed by the dark, their voices snuffed out before they could cry. Ygritte had grown up on those whispers, each one a warning pressed into her as a child, a lesson in what waited if she wasn't ready. The free folk liked to call themselves forward-thinking, their women stood shoulder to shoulder with the men, spear in hand, fierce as any warrior. But it wasn't some noble choice, some gift of freedom. It was necessity, raw and brutal. Every girl learned to fight young, taught to wield a blade, to kill if she had to, or pay the price. Survival demanded it. Stealing women was custom, a grim thread in their ways. Raiders would sweep in, rip girls from their hearths, their beds, dragging them off to rival clans. Torn from kin, never seen again, forced to bear the seed of the men who'd shattered their lives. As a girl, Ygritte had sat wide-eyed by the fire, elders muttering that it had happened to her one day, that she'd best be ready. The fear had clawed at her then, a cold fist in her gut, and even now it lingers, a shiver she can't shake. Not every tale ended in blood, though. Some found love in the chaos, her parents had, their bond forged gentle and true. Others were taken softer, like Ryk with Munda, a theft more playful than cruel. Even Jon had stolen her, in his way, though he hadn't known the custom when he'd claimed her heart. But those were the exceptions, not the rule. She thinks of her people now, dwindled and battered, and wonders at the shift she's felt. The stories of stealing have faded, maybe because so few of them are left, maybe because no one's looking to breed in these bleak days, or maybe, just maybe, they are seeing the old ways for the rot they are. She clings to that hope, fragile as it is, Hope that her daughter's life won't mirror hers, that the shadow of the past won't stretch so far. Rape wasn't a curse bound to the true north alone. Sangza's story proves it cuts deeper, wider, a blight festering across the world. It's not just the free folk who bear it, it's women everywhere, from the frozen wastes to the sun-scorched south. Before Ygritte drew breath, and long after her bones are dust, it'll persist, a brutal truth tied to being born a woman. A man's hunger for power, for dominion, can twist a life into ruin, leaving scars that never fade. Sangza's no outlier, she's one of countless others, caught in the same merciless tide. She glances at Sangza, studying her anew. Outside this room, Sangza moves with a polished grace, her chin high, her steps sure, a mask honed to perfection. But here, in this quiet corner, Ygritte sees the grief still gnawing at her edges. The guilt, the endless spiral of what-ifs, the blame she turns inward, they are all there, etched into the tightness of her jaw, the flicker in her eyes. It's a familiar weight, one Ygritte's seen in too many women and girls north of the wall, a burden they carry in silence after the worst has passed. Yet Sangza stands tall despite it, her strength a quiet marvel. So many know her tale, and still she walks these corridors, the very stones where her nightmares took root. She wakes every morning, faces her demons, and refuses to let them win. Ygritte admires her for it. But now, that polished front is fraying, the edges peeling back, and Ygritte doesn't shy from it, she welcomes it. If Sangza needs to let it spill, to unburden the weight she's carried alone, Ygritte's ready to listen. Too many would turn away, sweep it under the rushes, pretend the scars don't exist. But Ygritte knows better, those voices, Sangza's and all the rest, should never be hushed. They deserve to ring out, loud and unbroken. Sangza's gaze finds Ygritte's, steady and piercing, cutting through the dim glow of the room. You understand it, don't you, she asks, her voice soft but weighted. Ygritte blinks, caught off guard. What? Sangza leans forward slightly, her hands clasped tight. What it's like to have your home torn away, to have the memories you cherished stained by the horrors that took root there. The words jolt Ygritte, pulling her back to their earlier thread, the shared ache of places lost to violence. She nods faintly, letting Sangza press on. How will it feel, Sangza asks, when you go back to Blackteed? Ygritte pauses, her mind drifting north, past the wall to the rugged shores of Blackteed. She sees it clear as day, the streets choked with bodies, the air thick with smoke and the sour reek of decay. It had shifted something in her, no denying that, the brutality of it seeping into the cracks of her memory. But it hadn't broken her love for the place. She had seen what came after horror, what life could look like in its wake. In the weeks following the rebellion, there had been grief, sorrow, and mourning for the dead. But there had also been hope. She'd watched her people pick up the pieces, start to build something stronger, something better, before it all got ripped away again. That flicker of possibility, fragile as it was, still tugs at her, calling her back. She meets Sangza's eyes, her voice low but firm. It's my home. Always will be, no matter what's happened there. The past don't change that. Her words carry a quiet resolve, a tether to Blackteed that no amount of blood or ruin can sever. Sangza leans forward, her hands resting on her knees, her eyes fixed on Ygritte with a quiet intensity. If Blackteed were threatened, if someone tried to take it from you, would you fight for it? Ygritte doesn't pause, her answer sharp and sure. Of course I would. She exhales, softening a touch, and adds, I'd like to help, yeah, Sangza, truly. But like I said, once this war's done, I've got no hold over the free folk. They'll not be mine to command. Sangza exhales sharply, her shoulders sinking as she looks defeated. Ygritte watches her, then relents with a small smile, a glimmer of hope in her voice. But if you want em to fight, you'll have to convince em yourself. I don't like the idea of more of me folk dying in foreign wars, but if they choose to fight, I can't stop em. She leans back, her smile softening. Yevi convinced em before. Sangza shakes her head, her voice tinged with doubt. That was John's doing, not mine. I'm not sure where he'll stand if it comes to that. Don't fret over it, Ygritte says, leaning back. He's your brother, your blood. Winterfell's his home, he'll always stand for his family. Sangza's brow creases, skepticism flickering in her eyes. You sound so certain. Grit grins faintly, leaning back. When I first met him, John barely spoke a word. So I asked about his family, thought I'd pry something out of him. After that, he wouldn't keep his gob shut. Went on about all of ye, Rob, Arya, you, even the little ones. Couldn't hide how much he loves ye all if he tried. Sansa smiles, a small, fond smile tugging at her lips. When John first told us about you, I didn't know what to expect. We'd heard stories about wildlings when we were children, from old Nan. Stories that sometimes kept us awake at night. When I met the free folk at Castle Black, I was afraid. But when your people were the first to come to our aid to take back Winterfell, my views started to change. But I won't lie, I still held on to some of that old fear. It's hard to shake what's been drilled into you since you were small. Grit nods, her own smile wry. I get it. The stories I heard about Southron folk, half of them don't hold up no more neither. Sansa's voice grows warmer as she continues. But then I met you. She smiles at you, Grit. You were brash and stubborn, not like any woman I've ever met. But you opened up to us, you let us in, and you told us your story. It made me realize something, it's not where you come from that makes you who you are, or what you're worthy of. It's the experiences you've had in life and how you adapt to them. Sansa looks at you, Grit, her voice quieter now. You carry a strength that I wish I had. Grit's gaze softens, her tone warm but firm. You're strong, Sansa. Despite everything you've been through, you've gotten to where you are because of that strength. You should be proud of the woman you've become. Sansa's smile returns, tinged with sadness, a quiet gratitude in it. Grit shifts, her tone softening. Thank you for telling me everything. It's only fair, Sansa replies, a faint spark of humor in her eyes. You laid your life bare when you barely knew me. The two women exchange a look, a shared smile blooming between them, tentative, real, a bridge built on the ashes of their pasts, an understanding neither had expected to find. Sansa's expression shifts, as if she's just remembered something important. She straightens, smoothing out her skirts. I have to go, she says. There are other matters that require my attention. Grit nods, watching as Sansa moves toward the door, her steps purposeful. But just as her hand grazes the handle, Sansa pauses and turns back, her gaze steady on Grit. When you head north, she says, her voice softening, I hope you know that you will always have a place here in Winterfell. She blinks, caught off guard, her breath hitching slightly. Sansa's lips curve into a small, genuine smile. Neve and Oisin, they are Starks in all but name. That makes you family too. With that, she slips out, the door closing softly behind her. Grit remains still for a moment, the weight of Sansa's words settling over her. It's not something she ever expected to hear. It stirs something deep within her, something she's not sure she has the words for. The sentiment lingers, a quiet ache of gratitude blooming in her chest. The door opens again, this time with less grace, as Maisie bustles in carrying a tray. She stops short, clearly surprised to still find Grit there. Recovering quickly, she bows her head. Your Grace. Grit rolls her eyes. Maisie, you don't need to keep calling me that. Maisie smiles but doesn't argue as she begins clearing the table of empty cups and untouched cakes. Grit breaks the silence, her tone rough. Why are ye still hanging round here? Thought ye'd be miles away with your kin by now. Maisie shrugs, her hands steady as she stacks the tray. Castles crawl in with visitors now, lords, knights, all their hangers-on. They still need hands to tend to 'em. Grit scoffs, crossing her arms. Let 'em rot, I say. Maisie's lips twitch, a muffled chuckle slipping out. She presses on, her tone dry but edged with heat. Southerners ought to learn to shift for themselves, cook their own grub, dump their own piss pots. Gods know they ain't worked a proper day in their lives. Maisie's lips curve into a small, resigned smile. It's just how things are in Westeros, she says, her tone light but tinged with acceptance. Grit exhales sharply, feeling a familiar bitterness settle in her chest. For all the suffering Westeros has inflicted on its highborn, the lowborn have suffered tenfold. People like Maisie don't get a say in their own fates. She studies the young woman carefully before asking, what about your family? Maisie smile softens, though it doesn't reach her eyes. They're safe. Headed down to White Harbor with the others. Then you should be with them, Ygritte says, frowning. Maisie's sad smile deepens as she shakes her head. My place is here. Ygritte stares at her, dumbfounded. She reaches out, gripping Maisie's arm to stop her from piling the plates onto the tray. She locks eyes with her, fierce and unwavering. Yeah, don't owe 'em a damn thing. Their soft beds and full bellies ain't worth more than your life. Yeah matter, Maisie. Maisie sighs, a soft sound of weariness. It's not like it was with the Boltons. The Starks, they're kinder. They pay me fair, treat me decent. Serving 'em feels like something worth doing. To hell with that. Ygritte snaps, her grip tightening briefly before she lets go. How are they gonna keep you safe when the dead march through those walls? Maisie straightens, her voice steady. Some'll fight if it comes to it. The rest of us, they've got plans to tuck us away somewhere in the castle. It's too bloody risky, Ygritte says, her tone hard, almost pleading. Maisie meets her eyes, unshaken. I trust the Starks. They'll see us through. Ygritte's shoulders slump, her words hitting a wall she cannot breach. No amount of arguing will shift Maisie's faith, and it leaves her hollow. With a resigned breath, she reaches into her Shadowcat cloak, pulling out a dagger, simple, sharp, well-worn, and presses it into Maisie's hands. The girl takes it gingerly, her fingers curling around the hilt as she looks up, startled. I can't take this, she protests. I've got plenty, Ygritte says gruffly, brushing off the objection. She holds Maisie's gaze, her voice low and urgent. Keep it close. If it comes to it, you gotta be ready to fight. You hear me? Maisie studies the blade, then lifts her eyes to Ygritte, a quiet gratitude there. Thank you, she murmurs, sincere and soft. She tucks the dagger into her apron, hiding it beneath the folds. I've got to go, she adds quickly, gathering the tray with a practiced motion and hurrying out, the door swinging shut behind her. Ygritte watches her vanish, a silent prayer slipping from her lips to whatever gods might listen, keep her safe. The room feels smaller suddenly, the stone walls pressing in, stifling her breath. A restless ache claws at her, a need to escape the castle's grip, its weight of duty and memory. She moves fast, striding out the door, through the winding halls, past the bustle of the courtyard, and beyond the gates. Only when she feels the cold northern air on her skin does she finally let out a breath. The evening shadows stretch long over Wintertown's cobblestone streets as Ygritte walks, her boots scuffing softly against the worn stones. The usual clamor of merchants and townsfolk has faded, drained away by the evacuations, leaving the air hollow and still. Only scattered clusters of soldiers linger, their eyes narrowing as she passes, their wary stares prickling at her skin. She pulls her Shadowcat cloak tighter, discomfort gnawing at her, but she keeps her pace steady, her chin high. She takes her time, not eager to return home. The small hut waiting for her at the edge of the free folk settlement is empty, silent except for the ghosts lurking in its corners. Memories, unwelcome and unbidden, will settle over her the moment she steps through the door. She knows the nightmares will follow soon after. For a fleeting moment, she considers RYK's offer, crashing with him and Munda for the night, finding some comfort in their familiar presence. But the thought fades as fast as it sparks. He's carved out his own life now, built a family with Munda, a world that's no longer hers to step into. She'd be an intruder, a shadow dragging her grief into their light, and the idea of burdening them twists her gut. Things have shifted since she died, a truth that gnaws at her. RYK, Inga, Ciri, they're not the constants they once were, nor is she to them. Life didn't pause in her absence, it rolled on, relentless. RYK's found his steadiness with Munda, Inga's tethered herself to Astrid, and Ciri's on the cusp of her own brood. The closeness they once shared has frayed, stretched thin by time and change. They had grieved for her, she knows that much. But then they had carried on, because that is what people do. They mourn, they remember, and then they keep living. She had been foolish to think that everything would be the same when she returned, that she could step back into the life she had left behind as if nothing had changed. Loneliness wraps around her like a cold wind, deeper than she's ever known. All her life, she's faced the wild, the fight, the frost, but this emptiness, this quiet drift from all she once held close, cuts sharper than any blade. She keeps walking, the empty streets stretching out before her, a mirror to the hollow she carries within. The faint echo of footsteps on cobblestone stirs Ygritte from her thoughts, a ripple of tension tightening her spine. She steals a glance over her shoulder, spotting a tall, cloaked figure closing the distance through the dusky streets. Her instincts kick in, and she lengthens her stride, slipping across the road. A quick look back reveals the figure mirroring her move, shadowing her path. Her pulse surges, a hard drumbeat in her chest, and her fingers brush the dagger hidden beneath her cloak. She'd handed one to Maisie, sure, but she's no fool, another's always close, a reflex from years of watching her own back. She ducks around a corner, melting into the alley's shadows, and presses herself against the damp stone, breath shallow and taut. The figure sweeps into view, and Ygritte pounces, slamming them against the wall, her blade snapping to their throat in an instant. A sharp gasp cuts the air. Ygritte. It's me, the figure chokes out. She yanks the hood back with her free hand, revealing a face she knows too well. Killian. Her voice cracks with disbelief, the dagger still hovering as her mind scrambles to catch up. He flashes a grin, those perfect white teeth catching the faint light, his charm unfazed even with steel at his neck. What the fuck are you doing creeping after me in the dark? She snaps, her grip on the blade steady despite the shock. I called out, but you didn't hear me. Killian says, his eyes flicking to the blade and back to her, a trace of unease beneath his smooth words. Mind putting that down? She lowers it slowly, sliding it back into her cloak, but her gaze stays sharp, mistrust simmering. What are you doing here? He shrugs, leaning casually against the wall now that the threat's eased. Wander in the streets, saw you pass by. Looked like something was eating at you, wanted to check if you're alright. Ygritte scoffs, arms crossing over her chest. Since when have you given a damn about me? Killian tilts his head, mock offended. Always have, love. She studies him, wary. Killian's charm's a well-worn tool, polished over years, but she knows the shadows it hides, always some angle, some selfish twist lurking beneath. You wanna grab a drink? He asks, tilting his head. You look like you need it. She quirks a brow, skeptical. And where are we supposed to find a drink in this ghost town? There's a tavern a bit down the way, he says, a spark of mischief lighting his eyes. Old codger running it refuses to leave, keeps the doors open, stubborn as stone. Smart move, too. He's probably swimming in coin with all these soldiers round. Sounds like you're a fixture there, she says, her voice dry. He winks, playful. Just now and then. Come on, one drink. I'm asking nice. Ygritte pauses, the offer dangling before her. A drink sounds tempting, a chance to dull the ache gnawing at her, but Killian's company stirs old currents, murky waters she's not sure she wants to wade into again. They've got a past, stretching back a couple of years to when she was younger, wilder, her world still sharp with new edges. She'd met him in a black-tea'd tavern, her skin still damp with sweat from a night of belting out songs alongside her siblings. He'd been there with his mates, deep in their cups, but broke away to talk to her, a scrappy girl from the edge of nothing. It threw her off balance, a flush creeping up her neck, that he'd even spare her a glance, much less fix her with that slow, deliberate look that hinted at more. He'd swept her up with that grin, and she'd tumbled into it, head first and heedless. Killian's family was a name in Blacktead, their wealth tied to the sea. His father owned a fleet of ships that prowled the coastline, hauling in fish and coin while her own kin patched nets and prayed for scraps. Youngest of 3 brothers, all tall, broad-shouldered, with faces that turned heads, he'd stood out even among them, a few years her senior while she hovered just shy of her 15th name day. The girls in the village had buzzed about them, but Killian had picked her, and that alone had spun her head. He'd swept her up with that easy charm, his good looks a hook she hadn't dodged fast enough. Young and green, she'd liked him plenty, enough to tumble into the whirlwind he offered. Those first months were a blur of reckless joy. Sneaking out of her family's cramped hut under the cover of night, sharing stolen ale on the cliffs and diving into the shivering sea's icy grip. They'd tumble together in the dark, her first taste of that wild, fumbling love, and for a while, it felt like an adventure carved just for them. He'd been her first, a mark on her youth she couldn't erase. But the shine didn't last. Beneath his proud strut, Killian carried a gnawing insecurity, a crack that widened with time. Jealousy took root, festering whenever another man so much as glanced her way. RYK bore the brunt of it, their old friendship a constant thorn in Killian's side. She'd swear they were just mates, nothing more, but he'd never believe her. Killian had a temper, sharp and unpredictable, and Ygritte had learned firsthand how quickly his moods could shift, his voice a lash, his fists never far behind. And the gambling, gods, that was its own beast, eating through his coin and patience, leaving him brittle and brooding. She'd changed too, growing restless and prickly in his shadow. Sometimes she'd prod at his anger, tossing flint to his spark just to feel the heat of a fight, something alive amid the souring days. Paranoia crept in, whispering doubts, why her, a poor girl with nothing to offer, when he could have had his pick. She'd suspected other women, shadows in his late nights, but proof stayed maddeningly out of reach. They brought out the worst in each other, their relationship cycling between passion and destruction. They would fight over the smallest things, screaming one night, tangled in each other the next, locked in a pattern neither of them could seem to break. She didn't know why she had stayed so long. Maybe because it had been familiar. Because, despite the chaos, there had been good times too, laughter, shared secrets, the feeling of belonging to someone. She had cared for him once, in her own way, but looking back, she wasn't sure if she had ever truly loved him. And she'd bet her last coin that he would say the same. Killian stands there, his dark eyes locked on hers, searching, patient, that familiar tilt to his mouth waiting for her to break the silence. Ygritte shifts her weight, the cobblestones cool beneath her boots, and lets her mind turn it over. She hasn't really sat down with him, not proper, not since they'd called it quits all those years back. A drink, a real talk, it might be good, might dust off some of the cobwebs between them. The alternative's trudging back to that empty hut, where the walls whisper memories she'd rather dodge tonight. RYK and Inga are tucked away with their own, their hearths warm with new lives, and here's Killian, standing in front of her, offering something to fill the hollow. Fuck it, she thinks, the decision snapping into place. All right, she says, her voice gruff, cutting through the quiet. One drink. But you're buying. Killian's grin is immediate, all white teeth and easy charm, like he's won some unspoken game. Wouldn't have it any other way. He pivots, his cloak flaring faintly as he starts down the crooked cobblestone steps, each movement sure and unhurried. Ygritte trails after him, her boots scuffing the worn stone, a thread of unease twisting low in her stomach. The shadows spill out around them, lengthening with the fading light, and a persistent murmur gnaws at her, this could be a reckless misstep, one she'll curse herself for later. Ahead, the tavern emerges from the gloom, a squat, weathered hulk of timber and stone, its windows glowing like embers against the dark. The muffled roar of voices spills out, a restless hum that grows louder with each step, punctuated by the occasional shout or burst of coarse laughter. Killian slows as they near, throwing her a quick, crooked grin over his shoulder before planting a hand on the door. He pushes the tavern door wide, the hinges groaning as Ygritte steps inside, the heat and clamor crashing over her like a tide. He hadn't oversold it, the place is teeming, a raucous stew of West AOC soldiers, grizzled Northmen, sharp-eyed Valumen, and a motley crew of drifters, their shouts and laughter tangling with the clatter of mugs. The air's thick with the sour tang of ale and the musk of too many bodies packed too close. Behind the bar, an old man with a face like cracked leather watches them enter, his stare lingering, guarded and cold, as if he's tallying the trouble they might bring. As Ygritte moves further into the tavern, her eyes roam the throng, and the truth sinks in steadily, she's the only woman among them. The realization prickles along her spine, her fingers twitching toward the dagger still hidden under her cloak, a reflex born of too many hard nights. She's surrounded by men hardened by war, their eyes flicking her way, some curious, some leering. It sets her on edge, her breath catching just a touch sharper. Killian's hand finds her lower back, a steady pressure as he nudges her forward through the crowd. Easy now, he says, his voice a low hum against the din. Ain't no one he'll cross here with me around. She bites back a dry laugh, if it comes to a scrap, she'd wager she's the one pulling him out of the muck, not the other way around. At the bar, Killian calls for a round, but the barman hesitates, his weathered hands pausing over the taps, suspicion etched deep in his frown. Wildlings in his tavern clearly don't sit right. Killian leans in, all charm and swagger. Come now, mate, ye should be honored, having a queen grace your fine establishment. He tips his head toward Ygritte, and she plays along, flashing a small, sheepish smile that feels foreign on her lips. The barman grunts, unconvinced but caving, and sloshes dark ale into 2 flagons, the liquid nearly spilling over as he slides them across. No trouble, you're here, he barks as they turn away. Killian flashes him that winning grin, unbothered, and leads her to a quieter corner, away from the soldiers' raucous laughter and slurred tales. They settle on 2 rickety stools, the table between them scarred and sticky, and the talk sparks up quick, easy as breathing, the way it always was with him. Killian's got that knack, that way of spinning a story or a jest that hooks her, and before long, she's laughing, real, belly-deep laughs she'd forgotten she could muster. 1 drink bleeds into 2, then 3, the ale warming her from the inside out, loosening the iron grip of the day's weight. Her shoulders ease, her chest lightens, and the tavern's clamor fades to a distant buzz. With Killian, it's like the years peel back. She's 15 again, raw and reckless. He's the same brash lad who'd coax her out under the stars with a stolen jug of ale, his voice a tether to a simpler time, before the world sharpened her edges, before grief and duty carved their marks. She'd forgotten how he could pull her out of herself, how his laugh could chase off the dark for a spell. There's a comfort in it, a pull she hadn't expected, like slipping into an old skin that still fits, worn but familiar. The easy rhythm of their laughter shatters as a hulking soldier lumbers forward, his gaze fixed on Killian like a hound on a scent. He's flanked by a handful of others, their armor glinting dully in the tavern's lamplight, the snarling giant sigil of House Umber stamped across their chests. The big one looms closer, his voice a low growl. "You've got some nerve showing your face round here," the man growls. "You owe me wilderling, and I'm here to collect." Ygritte sighs, a weary breath slipping out. Some things never change, Killian's knack for trouble's as reliable as the tide. He flashes that grin of his, all charm and teeth, leaning in like he's about to talk his way out of it. "Come now, lads, surely we can sort this like," but the soldier's glare doesn't budge, and Killian's words falter, his charm a dull blade against their steel. He pivots fast, grabbing Ygritte's hand. "Run," he snaps, yanking her off the stool. They bolt through the tavern, weaving between startled soldiers and overturned mugs, the barman's shout ringing out behind them, "Oi! You ain't paid for drinks." Ygritte fumbles in her cloak, fishing out a handful of coins and flinging them toward the bar in a clinking scatter, a half-hearted apology as Killian tugs her harder toward the door. The wood slams open under their weight, and they spill into the night. The cobblestone street blurs beneath their feet, the Umber soldiers pounding after them, roaring oaths at their backs. Ygritte's dress snags at her legs, the heavy fabric catching under her boots, and she curses it under her breath. Killian shoots her a grin over his shoulder. "What's wrong, lass? Your skirt's weighing ye down." "Piss off, yeah git," she fires back, venom lacing her tone as she snaps out a few more choice curses. His laugh cuts through the chase, bright and unhinged, and she yanks the hem up high, "Damn the Southron manners," surging forward to match his speed. Killian swerves into an alley, Ygritte shadowing him close, her pulse pounding in her ears. His arm darts out, hooking her elbow, and he tugs her into a tight nook, pinning her against the damp wall. His frame presses in, solid and warm, their breaths mingling in the cramped space. A finger lifts to her lips, then his whole hand clamps over her mouth, a silent plea for quiet. She nods, eyes locked on his, and stills beneath his grip. The soldiers thunder past, their shouts echoing off the walls, confusion lacing their voices as they lose the trail. Killian's hand stays put, his breath warm against her cheek, and they wait, pressed tight in the dark, until the last of the curses fade into the night. Killian eases his hand from Ygritte's mouth, his fingers brushing her jaw as he pulls back. "Well," he says, voice dry, "guess I'm barred from that tavern for good now." Her heart beats a fierce tattoo against her ribs, a wild, exhilarating rhythm that floods her with a rush she hasn't felt in too long. It's not just the chase, it's the sheer recklessness of it all, the kind of mad, breathless freedom she'd almost forgotten she could crave. She feels alive, truly alive, every muscle humming, every breath sharp with the thrill of it. The sensation crashes over her like a wave, and she can't hold it in, a laugh bursts free, loud and unbridled, spilling into the shadows until her sides stitch and her lungs burn. It's a release, a floodgate cracking open, washing away the weight she's carried for years in one glorious, aching moment. Killian peers down at her, one brow arched as if she's gone half mad, but then his own laughter breaks free, deep and infectious, mingling with hers in the shadowed nook. The laughter ebbs, leaving them breathless, and Ygritte wipes her eyes, a smile lingering as she looks up at him. Gods, I needed that, she says, her voice softer now, raw with honesty. Coming out tonight, I'm glad I did. Ain't had a night this alive in. I don't even know how long. He mirrors her smile, warm and open, his dark eyes glinting in the faint light. Same here. Been too long since I've run for me life with good company. The air shifts then, his expression sobering, a weight settling over his features. Ygritte feels it, the press of him still close, the heat of his body radiating through the scant inches between them, her back firm against the cold stone. Her breath catches, a flicker of awareness sharpening her senses. She knows that look, the way his gaze drops to her lips, the subtle lean of his frame. A quiet voice stirs in the back of her mind, steady and insistent, urging her to step back, to slip away. Reopening this door with him is a tangle she shouldn't touch, a path too worn with old mistakes. Yet as he leans closer, a restless excitement coils tight in her chest, a pull she can't shake, rooting her in place despite the warning ringing in her skull. Killian leans in, slow enough for her to stop him if she wants to. And gods, she should. She knows she should. He closes the gap with a kiss that lands like a storm, fierce, demanding, pinning her harder against the wall. She meets it head-on, her lips parting, her hands fisting in his cloak to drag him nearer. It's a fire she'd thought snuffed out, buried under battles and grief, but it roars back now, fierce and insistent, a hunger she hasn't let herself feel in years. Her fingers tangle in his hair, rough and ungentle, and he presses closer, his hands finding her waist, the kiss deepening into something raw, almost desperate. The voice in her head is screaming now, telling her to stop, to walk away before she finds herself tangled in something she'll regret. But she doesn't listen. Because right now, it feels too damn good to let go. He's here, wanting her with a fierceness she can taste, and she's more than ready to match it, to give in to the pull that's been building all night. Her hands roam up his chest, feeling the quick thud of his heart under her palms, and she kisses him harder, chasing that spark, that fleeting sense of being whole again. The world might crumble tomorrow, dead rising, skies falling, but tonight, she's alive, and she'll take this moment, this reckless, blazing thing, while it's hers to claim. So when he invites her back to his hut, she doesn't refuse him. Instead, a thrill courses through her, the prospect of another body pressed against hers stirring a restless excitement she can't ignore. She follows him, her heart pounding a quick, eager rhythm as they weave through Wintertown's shadowed streets, the cobblestones cool beneath her boots. It's been ages since she's felt this. Jon was the last, his touch now a distant memory, and no one's crossed that threshold since. In the raw, early days after clawing her way back to life, Ygritte had shut men out entirely, her trust worn too thin to risk any tether beyond her own skin. She had no time for them, not when she had 2 children to protect, not when she had wounds too deep to let anyone close. It was simpler to keep her heart locked tight, to let the years blur past without the complication of another's hands, another's promises. But time wore at her resolve, nights alone stretched long, and every so often, she'd catch herself wondering, yearning for the warmth of someone beside her. Yet with 2 children tied to a past love, she felt her appeal dim, her youth's wild allure replaced by the weight of motherhood, a burden few seemed willing to share. She'd been close once, a lad from the frozen shore clans, broad-shouldered and decent, with a quiet kindness she couldn't fault. He'd been gentle in his pursuit, and for a moment, she'd considered it, toying with the idea of letting him in. But the thought of bringing him back to her hut, of him stepping into the space her children called home, twisted something in her gut. It didn't feel right, and she'd let it fizzle out, the spark snuffed before it could catch. Now, Killian strides ahead, his grip firm on her hand, and stops at the doorstep of a modest hut, its wooden frame weathered but sturdy. He turns to her, pausing, his dark eyes searching hers as if bracing for her to back out. But Ygritte's made up her mind, there's no doubt, no retreat. She steps closer, grabs his cloak, and pulls him into a kiss, long and fierce, her lips claiming his with a hunger that's been banked too long. He fumbles with the door, shoving it open, and she follows him inside, the threshold crossed, the night stretching out before them. The door thuds shut behind them, and in the dim flicker of Killian's hut, their hands move fast, cloaks hitting the floor, tunics tugged free, a flurry of fabric and fumbling fingers. The Grid's breath catches as her dress falls away, a sudden wave of self-consciousness crashing over her. Her body's not what it was the last time she and Killian tangled like this. Back then, she'd been all sharp angles and hollows, skin stretched tight over ribs from a life of scraping by. Now, her stomach bears the softened marks of carrying twins, loose where it once was taut, her breasts heavier, less pert, shaped by motherhood. Scars crisscross her flesh too, pale, jagged lines that weren't there before, etched by battles and years she hadn't yet lived when Killian last saw her bare. Killian's eyes roam over her, but if he notices the changes, he keeps it to himself. His hands find her hips, pulling her in, and the heat of his touch smooths over her hesitation. Her skin prickles as he kisses her neck, hard and wet, his fingers digging into her flesh. She arches into him, her own hands clawing at his back, and they stumble toward the bed tucked in the corner. He pushes her down, his weight pinning her, and she wraps her legs around him, guiding him in with a sharp gasp. It's rough, urgent, his thrusts deep and fast, her nails raking his shoulders as she meets every move, the old rhythm sparking between them. Sweat slicks their skin, her breath coming in ragged bursts, the raw edge of it driving her higher. But it's over too soon. Killian groans loud, his hips jerking as he spills inside her, then collapses, rolling off with a lazy, smug grin. The Grid lies there, chest heaving, her body still taut and unsatisfied, a dull ache throbbing where she'd hoped for release. He turns his head, planting a sloppy, brief kiss on her lips, then flops back, that grin stretching wider as he catches his breath. She stares at him, a flicker of frustration simmering, half tempted to shove him off the bed for looking so damn pleased when she's left hanging. John's face flickers in her mind unbidden, he'd never finish first, always made sure she was there with him. He would work her slow and deliberate, his mouth or hands coaxing her over the edge before he'd even think of himself. She shakes it off fast, shoving the memory down, burying it deep where it can't sour the moment. Killian's snores soon fill the hut, a rough, steady drone that cuts through the stillness as he settles into sleep beside her. His arm drapes across her middle, heavy and warm, pinning her in place. The Grid lies there, eyes fixed on the low ceiling where faint slivers of moonlight slip through the cracked shutter, painting jagged lines that quiver with the wind outside. The fire that had burned through her earlier has faded, its embers cooling into something muted and heavy. Reality creeps back, stripping away the thrill that had carried her here. She doesn't regret it, not the act itself, the raw release of it, but a nagging weight settles in her chest, a whisper that it wasn't right, not the way she'd hoped. She'd chased this moment thinking it might spark something, might fill the hollow ache that's gnawed at her for too long, but it's still there, unchanged, a void as wide as ever. The thought of staying, of drifting off beside him, waking to his groggy grin and the likelihood of him reaching for her again, twists her stomach. It's too much, too soon, and she's not sure she's got it in her to play that part tonight. She shifts carefully, sliding out from under his grip, easing his arm onto the mattress until he stirs faintly but doesn't wake. She rises, gathering her clothes from the floor, pulling them on with quiet, deliberate motions. She glances back once, his form sprawled across the bed, then slips out the front door, easing it shut behind her. The Grid steps out into the night, the cool air biting at her skin as she weaves through the encampment's shadowed streets back to her own hut. The door creaks as she enters, and she shrugs off the dress, its fabric still heavy with the scent of ale and smoke, swapping it for a loose tunic and breeches. Her boots thud softly on the wooden stairs as she climbs, the silence of the place pressing in around her. At the landing, she stops, her gaze snagging on the door to the children's room. Her hand trembles as it reaches out, fingers brushing the rough wood before pressing it open with a gentleness that belies the ache in her chest. The hinges groan softly, a mournful sound, and she steps inside, the shadows stretching long across the floor. Two small beds sit side by side, their furs smoothed and untouched, the emptiness of them a silent wound. The moonlight filters through a cracked shutter, casting pale streaks over the neatly tucked blankets, illuminating a space that feels frozen in time, abandoned yet achingly alive with what once was. She steps inside, her boots scuffing faintly on the floorboards, and her breath catches as the air shifts, faint traces of them still linger, a ghost of their presence woven into the space. Her hand drifts to the nearest bed, Oizen's, her fingers grazing the thick fur lining, soft and cool under her touch. The texture pulls memories loose, vivid and merciless, Neve's wild curls spilling over the pillow, Oizen's sleepy grin as he nestled deeper into the furs, hears their giggles, their endless pleas for one more tale, one more song. She'd shush them, her voice firm but warm, insisting they needed rest, certain there'd be endless nights to come, endless chances to indulge them. Now, that certainty crumbles, replaced by a searing ache, a longing so fierce it steals her breath. She'd give anything, every scrap of strength, every drop of blood, to rewind to those moments, to sit on the edge of their beds and spin another story of mammoths and giants, to watch their eyelids droop as her voice wove them into sleep. The weight of those missed chances crashes over her, a tide of regret that threatens to pull her under, and she grips the fur tighter, as if it could anchor her to them. Ygritte's hand, unsteady, stretches toward Neve's pillow, fingers brushing its edge before she lifts it from the bed, clutching it tight against her chest as if it might slip away. She lowers herself onto Oizen's bed, the mattress groaning faintly beneath her, and curls into the furs, drawing the pillow nearer until it rests against her cheek, her arms wrapping around it like a lifeline. The smells flood her senses, so potent she can almost feel their weight beside her, Neve's restless sprawl, Oizen's quiet warmth, can almost hear their breaths, soft and steady, lulling her into a peace she hasn't known since they were taken from her arms. The tears come then, slow at first, a burning sting behind her eyes, then spilling over in a flood she can't stem. They streak down her face, hot and relentless, soaking into the pillow as she presses it tighter against her cheek. Her chest heaves with silent sobs, her body trembling under the weight of it all, the love, the loss, the unbearable silence where their voices should be. She doesn't wipe the tears away, doesn't try to quiet the grief that claws its way out. It pours from her, a river of anguish and longing, staining the furs, drowning the stillness of the room. She buries her face deeper, muffling the raw, broken sounds against the fabric, letting the sorrow pour free. The shadows sway above her, the night presses in, and she weeps for the children who aren't there, for the mother she can't be without them. Notes. Welcome back everyone. This was an incredibly long chapter and it covers some pretty heavy topics. I tried to handle them with as much grace as I could. If you have any questions, leave them in the comments. Happy reading. Antikaro XX. Chapter 11, Jon 6. Summary. Ygritte's battle strategies take shape, the Starks delve into the crypts, and Jon experiences a profound realization. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Winterfell's courtyard pulses with a restless vigor, alive with the clamor of a fortress girding itself for war. The council meeting adjourned barely an hour past, yet its impact sweeps through the grounds like a gust, orders unfurling sharp and certain. Soldiers and servants flood the space, bearing the weight of those decrees, hammers ring out against steel in a steady, urgent beat, carts creak beneath stacked timber and stone, and hoarse shouts cut through the tumult, weaving a taut thread of intent through the swirling chaos. Jon had set his Northmen to task, directing them to join the free folk in carving out the additional trenches beyond the castle's perimeter. He had caught wind of the scheme weeks ago, the whispers of extra ditches snaking through the camp. He'd pieced it together, suspected Ygritte's hand in it, her knack for rallying her people under a quiet banner, but he'd held his tongue, letting it play out. The free folk had swaggered in under the guise of stealth, convinced they were executing their queen's will in shadow. But subtlety wasn't their craft, digging a gaping trench across the open ground was about as discreet as a war horn's blast, and the Northmen had noticed long before Hornwood voiced his displeasure. The task was met with grumbles from some, but Arya had seized the moment with a glint in her eye, thrusting a spade into Lord Hornwood's reluctant hands with a grin that dared him to balk. Dig, she'd said, her tone sharp and gleeful, and he'd complied, red-faced and muttering, under her watchful stare. When his men marched out to join the free folk, boots thudding in unison, tripling their numbers in a sudden swell, the wildlings had bristled, hands tightening on spears and shovels, ready for a clash. But the Northmen didn't draw steel, they sank spades into the ground beside them, shoulders rolling as they set to work, dirt flying in rhythm with their northern counterparts. The tension hung for a moment, then broke, replaced by a grudging, uneven harmony as the two groups dug side by side. Jon watches the work unfold from atop the battlements, his breath fogging in the crisp air, and feels a quiet awe at Ygritte's hand in it all. Her battle plans weren't just clever, they were a testament to her, a leader carved from the wild's raw heart, her instincts honed sharper than any blade. Impressed doesn't cover it, and a pang of guilt gnaws at him, bitter and deep, for not championing her voice sooner in the council's din. She'd been right, they'd let too many others slip into the shadows, their words muffled under louder tongues, and he'd stood by too long before pushing back. He had hoped to speak with her after the meeting, to check on her, but Sangza had swept her away before he could cross the room. The last time he'd laid eyes on her, she'd been a blur tearing into the wolf's wood, her back to him as she fled, ignoring his call echoing through the trees. He'd started after her, boots sinking into the snow, but Tormund's meaty hand had clamped onto his shoulder, holding him fast. Let her be, the giant had rumbled, his voice gruff but sure. She's grieving. She'll come round when she's good and ready. Jon had relented, though every fibre of him had strained to follow. But what he saw today tells him that she's far from good and ready. He knows she's struggling, knows it in his bones. The absence of Neve and Oisin has carved a hollow in him, a grief that claws at his quiet moments, but for her, it must be a wound twice as deep. She'd held herself steady in the council chamber, her voice firm, her stance unbroken, a mask of strength for all to see. Yet in the stolen glances, when she thought the room wasn't watching, he'd caught the flicker in her eyes, grief, heavy and unguarded, pooling there like rain in a hollow. It tears at him, seeing her bear the weight alone, and he wonders how long she'll keep fleeing before she allows him near enough to share the burden. From the battlements, Jon watches the Unsullied dismantle a catapult with swift, precise movements, their hands steady as they heft the massive wooden beams and iron fittings through Winterfell's gates. They work like a single mind, hauling the pieces to their new stations, reassembling them with a speed that speaks of years of discipline. A light tread sounds behind him, and he turns to see Daenerys approaching, her silver hair catching the sunset's glow, a soft smile playing on her lips. It's been quite a day, she says, her voice light but carrying the weight of the hours past. Jon nods, a small smile tugging at his lips. Aye, that it has. She tilts her head, studying him. You seem lost in it, though, she observes, her tone gentle, and his smile deepens, though it doesn't quite reach his eyes. She steps forward, and Jon shifts, his arm opening to draw her in. She nestles against him, her body fitting close as the sun dips lower, painting the stone in hues of fire. Are you thinking of them? She asks, her tone gentle, barely above a whisper. Jon's chest tightens, a sharp pang slicing through him at the mere whisper of his children. His mind drifts, unbidden, to the routine that once anchored him, how, at this hour, he'd slip away from the weight of the day, the endless grind of war plans and council debates, and make his way down to see them. The moment his gaze would fall on Oisin and Neve, the burden would lift, as if their small, fierce presence could unravel the knots of exhaustion and dread. They'd rush to him, arms flung wide, and their embrace would melt the tension from his shoulders, a fleeting balm that chased the shadows back. Now, though, the darkness clings to him, a relentless shroud that trails his every step, unbroken by their absence, no laughter, no touch, nothing to pierce the gloom that's settled deep in his bones. Daenerys gazes up at him, her eyes softening with a quiet sorrow. Her hand rises, fingers tracing gently along his jaw, and she murmurs, "You're a good father, Jon." Her touch is steady, her words a solace in the tide of his grief. The emotion wells up, thick and sudden, and he leans down, pressing a lingering kiss to her temple. She rests her head against his shoulder, her warmth a small anchor as they stand together, the unsullied sleigh bore humming below. For the past couple of days, a fragile calm has settled between Jon and Daenerys, a quiet reprieve amid the storm brewing around them. It began that night when she'd stormed into Ygritte's hut, flanked by soldiers, her arrival sparking a ripple of unease through the gathered free folk. The air had crackled with tension, eyes darting, hands twitching toward weapons, until Jon had stepped in, pulling her aside into the shadows beyond the firelight. She'd followed without protest, and there, away from the crowd, she'd laid herself bare in ways she hadn't before. Daenerys had spoken of things she'd kept buried, her fears, her doubts, the weight of her hopes unraveling. She'd come to the north expecting open arms, a warm welcome for the queen who'd crossed seas to fight their war, but found only cold stares and guarded silences. She had wanted to know his family, to peel back the layers of the man she'd tied her fate to, but Sansa and Arya had brushed her off, their dismissal a sting she hadn't foreseen. Her words had trembled with the hurt of it, The isolation of standing on the outside, a queen with no foothold among his people. Then she turned to his children, her voice softening as she admitted her longing to connect with them, to find a piece of John in their eyes. But every step she took seemed to falter, every gesture met with Ygritte's unyielding resistance, a wall she couldn't breach. John had listened, his chest tightening with an ache he knew too well, the sting of being pushed to the margins, of yearning for a place that wouldn't yield. He'd seen the hurt in her, mirrored in his own past, and it softened him toward her. She'd apologized, her hands twisting together, insisting she'd meant no harm, no spite, only a longing to understand his world, to be part of it. "I just wanted to know them," she'd said, her voice small but earnest. She'd promised to ease off, to give Ygritte space to breathe, and he'd seen the effort it took her to say it. This wasn't simple for her, caught between her own desires and a tangle of loyalties she didn't fully grasp. In return, he'd vowed to talk to Ygritte, to try and mend the rift, or at least soften its edges. But Ygritte had dug in her heels, unyielding as stone, her stubbornness a barrier he couldn't breach. It left him straddling an uneasy line, torn between the woman who'd borne his children and the one who'd staked her trust in him, each pulling at a piece of a heart already stretched thin. Then yesterday, after the children slipped from his grasp, John had returned to Winterfell a ghost of himself, the light drained from his bones, leaving only a husk to stumble through the gates. He'd dragged himself to the day's council meeting, a duty he couldn't shirk, though his heart wasn't in it. Ygritte's chair sat empty, her absence a silent scream, and John's mind kept slipping back, to his daughter's desperate cries ringing in his ears, his son's eyes, sharp with betrayal, as the cart lurched away. The voices around the table blurred into noise, drowned by the weight of those images he couldn't shake. A soft touch broke through the haze, a hand sliding into his, warm and steady. He'd lifted his gaze, heavy with grief, to find Daenerys beside him, her smile small and tinged with sorrow. She'd been his tether then, grounding him when he felt adrift, and when she'd left after the meeting, soaring off on Drogon's wings, he'd felt her absence like a chill settling into his chest. That night, when the castle quieted and they found themselves alone, the dam broke. He crumpled in her arms, the grief spilling out in ragged sobs, and she held him close, her hands firm against his back. She listened as he poured out his fears, his guilt, his helplessness, her silence a comfort more than words could be. Then, when the tears slowed, she offered more, drawing him into her with a tenderness that turned urgent. They tangled together, a frantic knot of limbs and breath, falling into bed where the press of her skin against his became a distraction, a fleeting reprieve from the darkness that clung to him still. Daenerys's voice slices through Jon's reverie, tethering him back to the windswept battlements as the unsullied Slayboar hums below. "If you're uneasy about their safety, I can send a few Unsullied to trail them to Moat Cailin," she says, her tone steady. "They'd guard them, keep any threats at bay." Jon shakes his head, his gaze drifting back to the horizon. "There's no need. They're with Ygritte's brother and the others, she trusts them, and Ghost is there too. The Unsullied would only spook them, and they've had enough frights already." She dips her chin in acknowledgement, but her eyes betray her, a flicker of skepticism shadowing their violet depths. "I don't like them being so far away," she says after a beat, her voice tightening. "Castle Sewin would have been wiser, closer, safer until we're through this." I'd rather they were near," Jon admits, his gaze drifting out over the darkening courtyard. "But Ygritte's set on it, wants them well away when the fight comes. Gives them a chance to run if we can't hold the line. It's the safest place for them." Daenerys turns to him, her gaze sharpening. "They're yours as much as hers, Jon. You've got every right to decide what happens to them, you're their father." He exhales, a faint edge creeping into his tone. "I've only been their father for a few weeks, Dany. Ygritte's been their mother since the day they drew breath. She knows what's best for them." Her eyes narrow slightly, a spark flaring in them. "You've been their father since the day they were born," she counters, her voice firming. "She kept that from you, kept them from you. That doesn't change what you are to them." Something sharp twists in Jon's chest, a knot of emotions he isn't sure how to unravel. He suddenly feels defensive, his shoulders tensing. "It's not that simple," he says, his voice tight. "She had her reasons." Before Daenerys can respond, Jon's attention snaps downward, drawn by the sight of Sansa moving swiftly through the courtyard below. Her auburn hair catches the last glimmers of twilight, a vivid streak amid the grey bustle of soldiers and servants readying Winterfell for war. He mutters a hurried apology to Daenerys, his voice low and distracted, and pulls away, descending the battlement steps with purpose. His boots strike the stone in a brisk rhythm, the cold air biting at his face as he weaves through the throng to intercept his sister. "Sansa," he calls out, raising his voice over the clatter of carts and the sharp ring of hammers. She halts mid-stride, turning toward him, her expression calm but tinged with a faint curiosity, her breath misting in the chill. "Where is she?" Jon presses, striding forward to close the gap, his breath hitching as he steadies himself. Sansa tilts her head, her expression cool. "Ygritte. Likely gone from the castle by now, I'd think." "What's it to you?" "I was hoping to talk to her," he says, the words faltering as they leave him. "I haven't spoken to her since," he trails off, the unspoken weight of their last encounter hanging between them. Jon's mind flashes to earlier, Sansa whisking Ygritte away as the council adjourned, stealing the moment he'd been braced to seize. A spark of curiosity flares within him, sharp and insistent, and he adjusts his footing, his gaze tightening as it settles on her. "What went on between you? Why the rush to pull her aside?" Sansa's lips quirk faintly, but she keeps her tone airy. "Oh, just the usual, girl things, nothing you'd find gripping." Her answer dances around him, offering no foothold, and he feels the suspicion coil tighter in his gut. "Is she all right?" Jon presses, searching her face. She exhales through her nose, a small, measured sound, and meets his gaze evenly. "You'd do better asking her yourself." Sansa's gaze darts briefly to the battlements, and Jon tracks it, spotting Daenerys still poised there, her silver silhouette sharp against the twilight's deepening bruise, observing them with a quiet, impenetrable calm. He sends her a faint, comforting smile, but her expression stays veiled, offering no trace of warmth in return. He turns back to Sansa, and the shift in her expression stops him cold. The lightness is gone, replaced by a stern, searching look that pins him where he stands. "What are you doing, Jon?" she asks, her voice dropping low, cutting through the courtyard's noise like a blade through cloth. Jon blinks, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" Sansa lets out a soft, weary sigh, the sound heavy with unspoken frustration. "You need to start looking ahead," she says, her tone firm but edged with care. "Think about your future, what it is you really want, not just what's expected." She pauses, letting the words settle, then adds, "And you need to figure it out soon, before it's too late." With that, her eyes flick briefly toward Daenerys, a pointed, fleeting glance, before she turns sharply on her heel and strides off, her cloak trailing behind her, leaving Jon rooted to the spot, his mind a tangle of confusion. Jon looks once more toward Daenerys' former perch, but the ramparts are deserted now, her regal outline consumed by the fortress's tangled depths. A wave of relief blooms in his chest, easing the tension that's been coiling tight. He's spared the need to explain his next move, spared the weight of her piercing disapproval or the probing questions that would inevitably trail in its wake. The urge to find Ygritte has rooted itself at the core of his thoughts, a pull too fierce to dismiss. He has to track her down, to sit across from her and read the truth in her face, how she's bearing the grief, the strain, the pieces of her he can't reach from afar. Explaining that to Daenerys would only spark a storm he's not ready to weather, and for once, her absence feels like a small mercy. He pivots, boots grinding against the courtyard's frost-slicked stone, and heads for the stables with purpose. Inside, he readies a black stallion, its breath steaming in the chill air, and hauls himself atop it, the leather creaking under his weight. With a firm tug on the reins, he urges the horse forward, passing through the gates and leaving Winterfell's towering walls to blur into the dusk behind him. Darkness has fully descended by the time Jon approaches the Free Folk encampment, the sky a vast, star-strewn shroud overhead. The stallion's hooves thud against the hard-packed earth, a steady pulse beneath the wind's mournful sigh. Sansa's voice haunts him, her words circling like hawks, his future. It's a bitter thought, one that's never been his to mold. His life has been shaped by hands not his own, Sam's quiet scheming to hoist him into the Lord Commander's role, Melisandre's fervent chants pulling him back from the void, the Northern Lords crowning him king when he'd scarcely shaken off death's chill. Each twist forced, each title pressed upon him. Joining the Night's Watch had felt like his own doing once, a Northern bastard's narrow escape, a vow taken because the world offered him little else. But even that choice had been a shadow of necessity, less a decision than a surrender to the only trail he could see. Now, his path seems carved in granite, a future he can't steer. In truth, Jon's fate had been sealed the instant his boots touched Dragonstone's rocky shore, his life knotted with Daenerys in a weave he doubts he can unpick. His desires, whatever they might be, feel like whispers lost in the wind against the tide of her will. He can see it unfolding. After the battle, he'll lead his army south beside her, a pact forged when he bent the knee. Her dragons and Unsullied will stand for Winterfell, and in return, his Northmen will march to help her seize the Iron Throne. It's a bargain set in stone, one he can't turn back from now. What lies beyond looms vague and restless in his mind. Tyrion and Varys will nudge their scheme forward, a marriage to Daenerys, a union to cement their alliance. The thought twists a cold knot in his stomach. If it comes to pass, he'll be tethered to King's Landing, a stranger's city far from the snow and silence he knows. Could he ever call it home, plant roots in that sun-scorched stone? Could he grow to love Daenerys enough to shed the only life he's ever known? He'd be leagues away from his family, from the North's rugged soul, from Winterfell's cold stone and whispering crypts. How could he cling to the titles, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, when he's no longer standing on its soil, breathing its air? His mind drifts to Neve and Oisin, their faces sharp and vivid. Ygritte would never follow him south, her life woven into the lands beyond the wall, her kin and her spirit too deep to uproot. The south would choke her, and she'd never bend to it. The idea of being far away from them, of watching them grow from afar, of being reduced to a memory or a name they heard in stories, that was unbearable. He had just found them. He couldn't lose them now. Yet, as the stallion presses on toward the encampment's faint shimmer in the distance, Jon wonders if he'll ever claw back a voice in his own story, or if it's already written, his wants buried under the weight of duty and Daenerys' shadow, too tangled now to pull free. His own desires now feel like whispers against that tide, faint and fading, unlikely to shift the course now set. The hut emerges from the night, its dark wooden frame stark against the snow, a shadow of the warmth it once held. It feels colder now, stripped of the life that used to pulse through it, its vibrancy dulled to a muted hush. Jon dismounts, the stallion's breath fogging in the frigid air, and approaches the door, his boots crunching softly. The windows gape black, no flicker of light spilling from within. He raps lightly on the door, the sound swallowed by the stillness, and waits. Silence answers. He knocks again, louder this time, calling out her name. But his voice hangs in the air, unanswered, and he steps to the side, pressing his face to the window. Inside, the hut lies dormant, empty, the hearth cold and unlit, shadows pooling where firelight once danced. A pang of disappointment twists in his gut, and he sinks onto the front step, the wood creaking under his weight. He settles into wait, though he knows she could be anywhere, out hunting in the dark, roaming with Ryk or Inga, or deep in a chieftain's council, her voice rallying the free folk. There's no telling where she's gone or when she'll drift back, and the uncertainty gnaws at him. He hopes she's holding together, wherever she is. Time drags on as he sits, the wind sharpening, slicing through his layers until it chills him to the bone. Finally, stiff and numb, he rises, casting one last glance at the darkened hut before mounting his horse. The ride back through the encampment feels heavier, a hollow ache blooming in his chest. He threads through Wintertown's narrow streets, the quiet shattered briefly by a band of Umber soldiers thundering past, their boots pounding the cobblestones, their roars fading into the dark as he rides on, alone with the night's heavy embrace. He makes his way back to the castle and heads for his chambers, the door creaking shut behind him, only to find Daenerys waiting, her silver hair aglow in the candlelight, her face etched with worry. She rises from the chair by the hearth, her voice soft but edged with concern as she asks where he's been. Just a walk, he says, the lie slipping out quick and flat, his eyes avoiding hers. Her expression shifts, doubt flickering in her violet gaze, and he catches a fleeting glint of hurt before it's masked. She doesn't press, though, and that surprises him. She moves closer, her eyes roving over his face, searching, and he shifts under the weight of her scrutiny, a prickle of unease stirring in his chest. For a moment, he wonders if she knows, if she pieced it together, but she says nothing, her silence louder than any question. Instead, she leans in, her lips brushing his in a kiss that's slow and laden with a depth he can't name. It's tender, almost aching, and he feels the heat of her longing seep through it, pulling at him. She eases back, her eyes holding his for a heartbeat, searching still, then her fingers catch the edge of her robe. With a gentle tug, she sheds it, the silk whispering to the floor, bearing her to the flickering light. His pulse quickens, lust sparking as his gaze sweeps over her, the curves and shadows of her form igniting a hunger he can't quell. He moves in, his hands finding her waist as he captures her mouth again, the kiss rougher now, urgent, a tide of want crashing through them both as the night's questions dissolve in the heat. Daenerys steps into control, her fingers swift as she strips Jon of his cloak and leathers, tugging them free until he stands bare in the firelight. She nudges him toward the bed, easing him down onto the furs, and when she takes him into her mouth, his thoughts scatter, lost to the warm, overwhelming tide of her touch, his breath hitching as he surrenders to it. Just as he teeters on the edge, she pauses, leaving him gasping. Her mouth trails upward, pressing soft kisses along his chest, his scars, his throat, a tender path as if she's stitching together the cracks splintering between them, cracks he can feel widening with each passing day. When she reaches his mouth, she kisses him hard, deep, and he tastes the sharp tang of a tear that slid down her cheek, salty against his tongue. He eases back, his thumb brushing the damp trail away, confusion flickering as he wonders what's brought it on, though he keeps the question locked behind his teeth. Daenerys says nothing. She simply shifts and mounts him, guiding him inside her with a soft gasp. She moves slowly, deliberately, her eyes locked onto his as if she's trying to hold onto him with more than just her body. It's not frantic or desperate, it's tender, intimate, aching. Slowly she climbs to her release, a shudder rippling through her, and collapses against his chest as he follows, spilling into her with a low groan. They lie there, tangled in the furs, his lips pressing softly to her forehead, their breaths uneven but synced. No words pass between them, a break from their usual rhythm of murmured comforts. Instead, she rolls away, turning her back to him, shielding her face from his view. He stares at her shadowed form, feeling the urge to speak, to offer something to soothe whatever ache she's nursing, but his tongue stays still, words failing him. He flattens onto his back, eyes tracing the ceiling's rough beams, the distance between them stretching wider, a silent gulf he can't cross. It didn't used to be this raw, this strained, not in the South, where they'd found an ease together. The North has changed it, sharpened the edges, and he wonders if this is their new normal, if they'll stumble through whatever's ahead with this heavy quiet between them. Daenerys's breathing steadies beside him, a soft, rhythmic rise and fall cutting through the silence as Jon lies awake, restless, the furs heavy against his skin. The quiet leaves him alone with his thoughts, and they turn, as they so often do now, to his children. Oizen's quiet strength and Neve's wildfire flicker in his mind, and he imagines them moving through the world, farther from him with each passing day, their absence a steady ache in his chest. He wonders where they are, how many miles stretch between them, whether their small hearts ache for him as fiercely as his does for them, a hollow pang that never dulls. A wolf's howl pierces the night, faint and mournful beyond the castle walls, and it pulls at him, stirring memories of Ghost, his white fur, his quiet strength. The absence stings sharper now, a loneliness gnawing deeper in this empty stretch of hours, and he wonders if he can reach out, slip into that familiar skin to steal a fleeting glimpse of his children through those red eyes. He ponders the distance, the vast stretch of snow and stone between them. Doubt creeps in, it might be too far, too faint a thread to grasp. Yet, he recalls past times when he'd skin changed across great distances, the thread of their connection holding firm despite the sprawl of land between them. He shuts his eyes, drawing a slow, deep breath, willing his mind to stretch toward the direwolf, imagining the shift, the rush of wind through fur, the sharp clarity of a predator's senses. He focuses, reaching for that familiar pull, but the dark stays empty, his thoughts tethered stubbornly to his own body. No flicker of Ghost, no glimpse of the road or his children, just silence, and the weight of his own stillness pressing back. Exhaustion eventually pulls Jon under, and sleep weaves him into a vision of a land so striking it steals his breath, where snow-dusted peaks tower over a restless, shimmering sea. His children dart through the surf, their laughter ringing out, bright and unburdened, as the waves lap at their small feet. Beside him stands Ygritte, her wild hair dancing in the salt-kissed wind, a rare, soft smile curving her lips as she watches them play. He turns to her, hand outstretched, yearning to feel the warmth of her skin, but she's just beyond his grasp, her form elusive. Her head turns toward him, and the smile fades, replaced by a shadow that darkens her eyes. She turns her gaze to the ocean, stepping forward as if summoned by its call, her boots carving a trail through the wet, clinging sand. Ygritte, he calls, voice raw, but she doesn't falter, wading into the water. It rises around her, past her knees, her waist, until only her head and shoulders break the surface, her red hair trailing like blood in the tide. He stumbles after her, plunging into the waves, the ocean surging against him, a frigid force that shoves him back with every stride. His arms thrash, legs pumping, but the current locks him in place, defying his every move. His children's voices rise behind him, shrill cries for their mother, spurring him harder, his chest burning with the effort. A towering wave looms, slamming down with merciless might, engulfing him and yanking him beneath. The cold sears, stabbing through his flesh like countless shards of ice, and he flails against the oppressive, inky current. He claws his way up, breaking the surface with a ragged gasp, only to find the sea glassy and serene, the air heavy with an unnatural hush. His children's voices have faded, and Ygritte is nowhere, the water a desolate expanse where she once lingered. Ygritte. Jon bellows once more, his voice splintering against the stillness, but the only reply is a silence so deep it swallows the sound whole. It stretches out before him, vast and unfeeling, an emptiness that presses against his chest like a weight he can't shift. A chill begins to coil through him, insidious and deliberate, seeping into his veins like tendrils of frost. It moves with a slow, merciless crawl, threading through his limbs, numbing his fingers, his breath, until it reaches his core. There, it clamps around his heart, tightening its grip, leeching away warmth and hope until nothing remains but a hollow husk. Jon trudges through the crypts of Winterfell, his boots scuffing against the ancient stone, each step echoing faintly in the dim, cavernous expanse. His heart sits heavy in his chest, a leaden weight that seems to pull him deeper into the shadows. It's late morning now, the pale light of day barely seeping through the narrow slits high above, and he and Arya had just emerged from the day's council meeting, a gathering shoved forward to the early hours so their orders could ripple out and take hold before the sun climbed too high. The timing had suited them well, leaving space for their descent into the crypts, a task they'd set for themselves to probe the old secrets buried beneath the castle. But as Jon moves among the statues of his ancestors, their stone eyes staring blankly past him, his mind burns with the chaos of the chamber, the voices still ringing in his ears. Bran had opened the council with a stark report, his voice calm but unyielding as he traced the others' path across the north. They'd been carving a slow, relentless trail, tearing through villages and towns, swelling their ranks with every life snuffed out. Jon's mind lingers on those he couldn't reach, the scattered souls of the far north he'd vowed to guard, now lost, their lives extinguished like fragile flames beneath his charge. The guilt gnaws at him, a quiet, relentless thing, shadowing him as he passes the stone effigies. His brother's voice had been calm, unyielding, as he'd laid out the rest. They were now marching on Winterfell, their path set, less than a week from the castle's gates. The room had erupted, a wave of panic crashing over the council. Voices clashed, sharp and desperate, some crying out that they weren't ready, that they needed more time, their pleas tangling into a frantic din. Others pushed to double down, to drive the men harder, stretch their shifts into the night to shore up defenses. But counter-arguments rose just as fast. Exhausted soldiers would be no good when the dead came, their strength sapped before the first blade swung. The debate had spiraled, a relentless back and forth that wore Jon thin, his head pounding as he sat there, caught in the storm of it, too weary to sift through the noise. Yet, the council's tension peaked when the talk turned to battle positions, a jagged edge cutting through the already frayed air. Davos stood at the head of the table, his weathered hands gripping a scroll as he recited the assignments with a sailor's calm, naming each leader and their station. Jon tracked the words, his pulse a steady drumbeat, until Davos reached Ygritte, her place set atop the battlements, leading the archers with Arya at her side. The room jolted as Ygritte shoved to her feet, the sharp screech of her chair against stone snapping every head toward her. Her face was alight with fury, her voice a whip crack in the stillness. "I ain't hiding behind no wall," she spat, fierce and unbowed. "I won't stand up there playing at arrows while my people get butchered below. I was chosen to lead them, I fight where they do, not from some perch." With a firm hand, she claimed her spot among her spearwives, planting herself in the second line, Just behind the Dothraki's wild charge and alongside the Unsullied's unyielding steel, the rest of her army massed behind her. Not a soul pushed back. The lords and knights sat unmoved, their faces blank, offering no resistance, her fate a matter of no consequence to them. He had caught a brief, telling glance between Tyrion and Varys across the room, subtle, heavy with intent, a private signal that sent a chill through him. Ygritte's stubborn plunge into peril is exactly the outcome they'd hoped for, a piece falling neatly into their quiet plotting. Jon's chest had tightened, a hot rush of frustration and dread flooding him. He wanted to lunge across the table, seize her arm, drag her back from this madness, but he stayed rooted, lips pressed into a thin line. His fists clenched, nails biting into his palms, the sting grounding him as he swallowed the shout clawing up his throat. Jon descends the last uneven steps into the lowest reachable level of Winterfell's crypts, Arya matching his pace beside him, her quiet footfalls a contrast to the solid thud of his own. The air thickens here, heavy with the scent of damp stone and time, and as they turn a corner, he spots 20 of his men waiting in the dim torchlight. He'd given the command the night before to dig through the crypt's collapsed section, a jumble of broken rock, and by dawn, they'd carved a tight passage, just broad enough for a man to pass. The sight steadies him, a faint pulse of resolve cutting through his weariness. The men stand ready, their shadowed faces turning to him, awaiting his orders. He jerks his head toward the gap, and they move, slipping through the rough-edged opening one by one, emerging into a sprawling tunnel that twists into shadow, its end lost to the dark. A shiver of unease brushes Jon, not from the tunnel's vastness, but from a sudden echo of Ygritte's certainty, that these depths might hold a path to salvation when the others close in. Her belief lingers in him, fueling his steps as he gestures his men onward. The tunnel unfurls before them, wider and sturdier than he'd imagined, its walls braced by ancient wooden beams, worn and splintered by age, lining the walls, holding the earth at bay. The air down here carries an unexpected warmth, a subtle heat rising from below, likely the hot springs that vein the earth beneath Winterfell. It's a strange comfort, easing the bite of the crypt's usual cold as they press deeper. At last, they reach a broad chamber where the path fractures, splitting into half a dozen dark mouths gaping in different directions. Jon halts, brow furrowing as he takes in the maze, his men fanning out behind him, their shadows shifting as they wait for instruction. He turns to them, voice firm. Split up, 3 or 4 to a tunnel. Mark the walls with your knives, deep enough to find your way back. If your torch dips past half, turn around. Meet me in the courtyard after, and report what you've found. They nod, dividing with brisk purpose, the sound of their steps and the faint scratch of blades on stone fading as they scatter. Jon selects a tunnel, its blackness thick and beckoning, and motions Arya to follow. She falls in beside him, her stride sure, and they step into the shadows together, the light of their torch a fragile shield against the endless gloom ahead. The silence wraps around them, heavy but familiar, as they press deeper into the crypt's hidden veins. Hours drag by as Jon and Arya press deeper into the tunnel, the passage offering no hint of an exit. If anything, the slope tilts downward, defying their hopes of climbing toward the surface. Weariness seeps into their bones, compounded by the grueling trek and the times they've paused to claw through half-collapsed sections, their hands raw from shifting stone. Eventually, exhaustion begins to gnaw at their limbs, and Jon calls a pause. They find a relatively flat patch of ground near one of the old wooden beams and lower themselves down with tired groans. Jon reaches into his satchel, pulling out a cloth-wrapped bundle of dried meat and bread. Arya gulps down a long draught from her waterskin, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. You know what'd be simpler, she says, her voice cutting through the stillness. Asking Bran where these damn tunnels go. Jon's lips twitch into a tired smile, a flicker of warmth breaking through his fatigue. That'd be easier, he admits, chewing slowly. But you know he won't just tell us. Arya skulls, her brow furrowing. It's not right, she snaps. We're his family, us, not some cryptic riddle. He should share what he sees, not leave us guessing. She leans forward, jabbing a finger into the air for emphasis. We wouldn't be stuck down here, wasting what little time we've got left, scrabbling around in the dark. Jon doesn't answer right away. He chews slowly, his gaze fixed on the dark ahead, beyond the reach of their torchlight. Eventually, he says, he's not really Bran anymore. Not like he used to be. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. If he thought we were wasting time, he'd have said something. I don't think he sees this as a waste. There's something down here he wants us to find. Arya lets out a heavy sigh, her shoulders slumping as she tosses a crust into her mouth. Well, I'm glad you've got faith in him, she says, a touch of wryness in her tone. Then she pushes to her feet, brushing crumbs from her hands, and extends one toward him. Come on, then. Let's keep moving. Jon takes her hand, hauling himself up, and they shoulder their packs once more, stepping back into the tunnel's unrelenting dark. Another hour slips by, the tunnel stretching endlessly ahead, each winding turn yielding little but more stone and shadow. Despite the lack of progress, Jon finds a strange comfort in the quiet moments he shares with Arya. He's missed her fiercely, more than he could ever put into words, and just being here, her sharp laugh bouncing off the stone as they trade old jibes, feels like a gift. The torchlight flickers against the curved walls, their footsteps echoing softly as they walk side by side. For the first time in what feels like an age, he feels a little more at ease, simply enjoying the company of his little sister. But then her voice shifts, casual as ever, dropping a shard of her past. She talks of a man she killed in Braavos, his name, his crime, the ease with which she ended him, and Jon's smile falters. She's not that little girl anymore, the one who'd tear through the courtyard with muddy boots or slip into his bed when nightmares kept her awake, small and trembling. That Arya's gone, reshaped by a world that's clawed at her with bloody hands. Now she's a woman, forged in shadows and steel, her edges honed by horrors he can barely fathom, things she's seen, things she's done. The thought stabs at him, a deep, twisting hurt, mourning the innocence the years stole from her, the softness the world beat out of her. She's a killer now, a survivor, molded into something fierce and unyielding by forces he couldn't shield her from. Yet beneath the pang, pride swells, bittersweet and strong. She's endured, thrived even, and though it's not the Arya he once knew, he loves this one too, for all her scars and strength. The tunnel begins to widen, the stone walls curving outward until Jon and Arya step into a cavernous chamber that steals the breath from Jon's lungs. It's vast, easily the size of Winterfell's great hall, and the walls shimmer with ancient carvings, each line etched with care and age, telling stories long forgotten. Men stand tall, clad in furs, wielding spears of bone and flint, their faces fierce and resolute. Beside them loom giants, towering figures with shaggy hides and clubs the size of tree trunks, their eyes glinting with primal strength. Mammoths slumber through the scenes, their tusks curling like crescent moons, coats thick with matted wool. Weirwoods twist among them, their gnarled branches heavy with blood-red leaves, faces carved into the bark weeping crimson sap. And there, flitting between the trees, are the children of the forest, small, lithe figures with skin like bark, eyes wide and luminous, clutching boughs and blades of obsidian, their presence both fragile and fierce. Arya steps forward, her fingers brushing the cold stone as she traces the ancient lines, moving from one scene to the next until she pauses at a painting that stills her hand. The others stand gaunt and towering, their skin a pale, icy sheen, eyes burning with a cold, unearthly blue that seems to glow even in the dimness. They stand like statues of death, draped in armor that glints like frost, wielding slender blades of shimmering ice. At their feet crawl wights, their bodies mangled and vacant, lurching forward in a grotesque parody of life, bound to the will of their silent lords. Is this them? Arya asks, her voice soft but steady, glancing back at Jon. He nods, a single, tight motion, his jaw clenched. She stares at the carving, her gaze distant, lost in some memory. It's just like old Nan said, she murmurs, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she turns to him. I never thought her tales were real, thought they were just stories to scare us. Jon's grin comes easy, a rare lightness tugging at him. That why you'd crawl into my bed at night? Scared of her stories? Arya laughs, sharp and bright. No, I just wanted to make sure you were all right, big brother. He laughs too, a brief burst that echoes off the walls. But then his gaze drifts across the cavern, snagging on a looming entrance at the far end. A large wooden frame braces it, weathered and cracked, and carved into its surface is a spiral, a tight, coiling shape that tugs at his memory. He's seen it somewhere, he knows it, but the memory dances out of reach. The grit would have placed it, her sharp tongue would have spun some free folklore to make it clear. A sudden gust roars through the tunnel, sharp and cold, slicing through his cloak and sinking into his bones. It howls, a low wail that twists into whispers, words in a tongue he doesn't know, slithering around him like a call, beckoning him toward the dark moor. It pulls at him, an urge to follow that prickles with dread, and every instinct screams to turn away. The fear grips him, tight and unyielding. Arya steps up beside him, her eyes fixed on the dark moor of the entrance. "You hear that?" she murmurs. Jon nods, unease curling in his gut. "Feels like we shouldn't go down there." She glances at him, then flicks her gaze to their torches, their flames flickering low. These are half gone already." Jon lingers a moment, staring at the spiral-etched frame, its shadow stretching toward him in the dim light. Then he turns to Arya, voice firm. "Let's head back. Hope the others found something." She gives a small nod, her expression resolute, and matches his stride as they turn back from the cavern, the eerie whispers dwindling into the ancient stone behind them. The silence that follows presses down, laden with the gravity of what they've encountered, the ancient images etched into their minds, the cryptic spiral that stirred unease, and the visceral pull of that shadowed entrance, a call they both sensed and rejected, its ghostly echo trailing them like a shadow as they seek the path back to safety. Jon and Arya retrace their steps through the twisting tunnels, and before long, they emerge into the cavern where the paths splinter into a maze of shadowed openings. They stop, uncertainty creeping over them as the entrances loom, each one indistinguishable from the next in the flickering torchlight. Arya glances at him, her voice cutting through the stillness. "Which way's out?" He moves closer to the walls, eyes narrowed as he scans for their earlier marks, while Arya does the same across the chamber, her hand trailing the rough stone. His gaze snags on a jagged X he'd scratched into the rock before. "Here," he calls, a thread of relief loosening the tension in his chest. Arya turns toward him, but her attention lingers on a section of the wall, her brow creasing as she studies it with a wary tilt of her head. "Thank the gods we marked it," Jon says, half to himself. "Could have wandered forever down here, lost like Jendal and his brood." Arya's head snaps up, curious. "Who?" He grins, the memory tugging a warmth into his voice. "It's a story Ygritte told me once," he says, his tone softening. "Jendal was a king beyond the wall, led his people through tunnels under the wall to escape south. They got lost down here, never found a way out. Some say they are still wandering the dark, even now." Arya watches him, her curiosity sharpening into something keener. "You smile when you talk about her," she says, tilting her head. "Did you know that?" Jon chuckles, brushing it off. It's a good story." Arya shakes her head, stepping closer. "Not just now. Every time. You get this look, like you're half lost in some dream." He scoffs, brushing it off. "I do not." "You do," she insists, her tone firm, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "She meant a lot to me," he admits, his voice steadying, growing quieter. "We had good times, months of them. But that's done. We're friends now, nothing more." Arya's smirk sharpens. "Friends don't make babies together." "That was a long time ago," Jon says quietly. "We've moved past that." She crosses her arms. "You still visit her every day?" "Not every day," he says, exasperation creeping in. "And it was for Neve and Oisin." Arya's stare doesn't waver. "What about last night?" He opens his mouth, startled. "How'd you," he starts, but she cuts him off. "Westeros doesn't keep secrets, Jon." She tilts her head, watching him. "You ought to know that by now. The walls have eyes, and the wind carries whispers. Someone always sees." He sighs, the sound heavy, sinking into the stone around them. "Doesn't matter. She wasn't even there." "Doesn't matter if she was," Arya says, her tone unrelenting. "You went looking. People saw you heading for the encampment. You have no claim to the wildlings now, so what else would drag you out there but her?" Jon shifts, a faint frown tugging at his lips. "Free folk," he corrects, voice low but firm. "They're not wildlings." Arya holds her ground, her eyes boring into him with relentless focus. "People talk, Jon. If I heard it, you can bet Daenerys did too." Jon's jaw tightens. He thinks of the way Daenerys looked at him last night, the quiet desperation in her kiss, the tear he tasted on her lips. It makes sense now, the need to hold him, to claim him. She knew. Or at least suspected. The thought makes his stomach twist. The last thing he wants is to hurt her. And yet, here he is, stuck between past and present, between loyalty and something far more complicated. Arya steps nearer, her stare cutting into Jon's with a steady, unyielding intensity that roots him to the spot. "I've got something to ask," she says, her voice quiet but resolute, "and you'd best be straight with me." Jon meets her eyes, offering a small, firm nod, his expression composed yet braced for what's coming. "Is there something going on between you and Ygritte?" she presses, her question sharp and deliberate, echoing softly in the crypt's stillness. "No," Jon snaps, the word sharp and immediate. He straightens, jaw tight. "I thought you knew me better than that, Arya. I'd never dishonor Dany in that way." He draws a deep breath, his chest rising as he wrestles down the flare of anger sparking in his veins, forcing calm into his voice. "I never imagined myself as a father," he says, quieter now, his tone laced with reflection. "Growing up, it wasn't something I thought I'd ever get to have. Between the Night's Watch and who I was, that kind of life wasn't ever meant for someone like me." Jon's eyes soften, a distant warmth flickering as he recalls a memory. "When Ygritte told me about them, I was overwhelmed. Scared, even ashamed, for bringing two children into the world without a name to give them." A gentle smile spreads across his face, unguarded and tender. "But meeting them changed everything. The moment I saw them, held them, it was like the world made sense for the first time. Like I'd been wandering all my life just to find them. Being their father, it's what I'm meant for." He glances at Arya, his voice earnest. "The last time I saw them, Neve wrapped her arms around me and told me that she loved me, clear as day, like she'd always known it. I'd never expected to hear those words, not ever. It was like time stopped, like they were all that mattered in the world." Arya listens, a gentle smile spreading across her face, her eyes catching the glow of his words. Jon's smile then vanishes, replaced by a heavy, haunted look that darkens his eyes. "Now that they're gone," he says quietly, "it's like something's been torn out of me." He lets out a weary sigh, his eyes heavy with unspoken sorrow as he looks towards his sister. "All I wanted was to talk to Ygritte, just talk. She's the only one who understands this ache, the only one who feels the same pain I do. And maybe, she's hoping to talk to me too." Arya's expression softens, compassion flickering in her eyes. She reaches out, resting a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but grounding. "I miss them too," she says quietly, her voice carrying the weight of shared loss. Jon pulls her into a hug, arms wrapping tight around her small frame, a flood of gratitude washing through him to have her here, his sister, safe and solid after so long apart. They hold the embrace, the crypt's chill fading against the warmth of it, until Arya eases back, a grin tugging at her lips as she ruffles his hair, mussing it like she used to when they were kids. "I like Ygritte, you know," she says, her tone lighter. I know," Jon replies, a faint smile breaking through. She tilts her head, her grin widening. "And if something was going on with her, I'd be happy for you." Then she winks. "But gods, Jon, you'd need lessons in stealth, you stomp around like a bloody ox." He snorts, a rough laugh escaping him, and shakes his head. "Come on," he says, nudging the moment aside. "We should get back." Arya holds him with a sharp weight, her gaze snapping back to the patch of wall she'd been eyeing earlier, her brow furrowed in focus. "There's something here," she says, her voice low, insistent. Jon squints at it, seeing only the rough scroll of stone and damp earth. "It's just rock and mud, Arya." She shoots him a look, undeterred. "Hand me the shovel." He passes it over, and she drives it into the soft muck, scraping and digging until the blade clanks against something hard. Her eyes flick up to his, a glint of triumph in them, as if to say, "Told you so." "Here, let me," Jon mutters, taking the shovel from her. He digs harder, muscles flexing as he scoops out clumps of wet earth, until the outline of a wooden door emerges from the muck. It's ancient, sagging on rusted hinges, barely clinging to the frame. Painted across its weathered surface is a blue rose, faded but unmistakable, its petals stark against the dark wood. Jon turns to Arya, his shock mirrored in her widening grin. "Shall we go in?" she asks, her voice brimming with anticipation. He hesitates, glancing at their torches, the flames already dwindling. "We've only got a couple hours left on these," he warns, but Arya shrugs it off. "We'll be quick," she says. "If it's another long tunnel, we can turn back and try again tomorrow." Jon nods, stepping forward to grip the door's rusted knob. He twists, but it's stiff, unyielding, locked tight by age or something wedged beyond. Frowning, he leans in, rattling it harder, the metal creaking in protest but refusing to budge. With a low grunt, he shifts his weight and sets his shoulder against the door's weathered wood. It resists, heavy and stubborn, as if something presses back from the other side. Jon pushes again, muscles straining, until the door groans and opens just enough to create a narrow gap, just wide enough for Arya's slim frame to slip through. She squeezes past, disappearing into the shadows beyond, and a thick silence falls. "Arya," he calls, voice echoing faintly. No reply. His pulse quickens. "Arya," he shouts again, more urgent now, throwing his weight against the door, desperate to widen the gap. From the distance, her voice drifts back, soft but stunned. "Seven hells. Arya." Jon yells, gripping the door's edge. "Are you all right? What do you see?" Footsteps patter closer, quick and light, and her voice rings out, sharp with excitement. "Jon. You've got to come see this." "I can't fit," he calls back, straining against the door. "You'll need to help." She's there in an instant, crouching low on the other side, her hands scrabbling at whatever's blocking the way, her breath huffing with effort as she works to clear it for him. With a final heave, Jon forces his broader frame through the gap, stepping into a narrow wooden hallway that feels jarringly different from the rough-hewn tunnels they've trudged through. The air smells of aged timber and damp rot, and he lifts his torch to the walls, where unlit candles dangle in rusted holders. Arya brushes past him, striking her own torch against the candles as she moves, igniting them one by one until the hallway flickers with soft, amber light. At the end of the hallway, it opens up into a small chamber. The space feels cramped, closed in, like the air has been undisturbed for years, centuries, even. The walls are timbered with thick planks, aged dark with time. In one corner is a straw bed, flattened and half-rotted, tucked beneath a slanted beam. A weathered table squats nearby, cluttered with cracked clay pots, their rims chipped and stained. Beside it, a shallow pit holds a scattering of small bones, rabbit, maybe, next to what might have once been a firebed, now cold and grey. Tattered cloaks of matted fur dangle from hooks on the walls, their threads fraying, the pelts patchy and worn thin. Arya slowly turns, taking it all in. "Do you think someone actually lived down here? All this time, right under our feet?" Jon's gaze sweeps the chamber, straining to imagine it vibrant with warmth and voices. "Not in our time. This place is ancient, worn to its bones." He moves toward the table, his fingers brushing across the thick layer of dust, leaving faint trails. "Whoever called this home, they've been gone for ages." "Who, then?" she presses, her curiosity sharp. The torchlight flickers, catching a glint in the corner, and Jon's gaze snags on it, a harp, half buried in the gloom, its silver strings snapped and curling like broken vines. He steps closer, the realization settling in. This must have been Baal the Bard's hideaway. Arya raises a brow. "Let me guess. Another one of Ygritte's stories." Jon chuckles, nodding as the memory warms him. "Aye, but they're more than just stories." He shifts the torch, casting light over the harp as he explains. "Baal was a musician from beyond the wall, snuck into Winterfell, stole the Lord's daughter. Hid out somewhere secret with her until she bore him a son." A grin tugs at his lips, wider now. "Starting to think Ygritte was right about a lot." "Just friends, huh?" Arya teases, her tone light but pointed. He lets the jab slide, his attention shifting to something beside the harp, a brittle scrap of parchment, its edges curling, the ink smeared and bled in spots. He lifts it carefully, squinting to decipher the faded scroll. It's a poem, or maybe lyrics, given Baal's trade, fluid strokes, some words lost to time, but he catches a phrase, "My blue winter rose." It locks his guess in place, a quiet thrill humming through him as he traces the letters, the past whispering back from the page. Arya continues to drift deeper into the cramped room, her footsteps light as she pokes around its shadows, while Jon lingers, drawn to explore further. He steps toward the cloaks draped over a sagging mantle, their faded forms catching the torchlight. Patchworks of ancient furs, moth-eaten, threadbare, and crumbling at the edges, barely holding together under the weight of time. But beside them hangs another, silver and striking, pulling his gaze like a lodestone. It's elegant, woven from fine threads that shimmer faintly despite the years, its hem fringed with delicate embroidery now dulled but still graceful, the fabric surprisingly intact compared to its ragged companions. It doesn't belong in this place, not in this hidden, forgotten room, but something about it feels familiar. Like a whisper from the past reaching out across time. A strange tug stirs in John's chest, an instinct he can't name, urging him to reach out and brush his fingers against it, just to feel its story, but before he can, Arya's voice cuts through. "John," she calls, her voice echoing slightly. "I think I found a way out." He turns, following her words to where she stands before a crumbling stone staircase, its steps worn and uneven, spiraling upward into the dark. John takes the lead, planting his boot on the first step, climbing cautiously as the air grows lighter, fresher. The stairs twist into a narrow hallway, and at its end, a faint glow seeps through, beckoning them forward. They move toward it, reaching a door tangled with overgrowth, vines and roots snaking around its frame, binding it shut. John braces himself and shoves, grunting as the branches snap and splinter, the door groaning open in a rush of cool wind and blinding sunlight. John blinks hard, letting his eyes adjust to the sudden glare, then steps out onto an outcropping of jagged stone thrusting from the earth. The Wolf's Wood sprawls below, a sea of dark pines and tangled undergrowth stretching wide, its canopy swaying in the breeze. In the distance, Winterfell's grey towers rise, steadfast and somber, with Wintertown's huddled roofs nestled at its base. To the west, the Free Folk encampment dots the landscape, a scatter of huts and smoke curling lazily into the sky. The vastness of it steals his breath, the north laid bare beneath the sun, wild and unyielding. Arya inhales deeply, the crisp air filling her lungs as she sinks onto a jagged ledge of rock beside John, her legs dangling over the edge. "We've found it," she says, a spark of triumph in her voice. "Our escape route." John settles next to her, but his brow furrows as he shakes his head. "No, we haven't." He gestures toward the sprawling landscape. "This tunnel spat us out further north, right into the other's path if they are coming this way. And it's too tight, couldn't fit more than a handful through at a time." Arya lets out a frustrated huff, kicking at a loose stone. "So it was all for nothing. Hours trudging through the dark, and all we get is a dusty room belonging to some old wilderling. Sorry, Free Folk." John offers a small, steadying smile. "There's still hope," he says, his tone calm. "The other men might have turned up something useful. We should head back, see what they've found." Arya groans, tipping her head back to glare at the sky. "I'm sick to death of tunnels, crawling around underground like rats. And my legs are screaming. I don't want to walk all that way again." John's smile creeps wider, a spark of knowing mischief lighting his grey eyes. He's got an answer for this, one she won't expect. "Hold on," he says, closing his eyes and drawing a slow, deliberate breath, reaching out with a silent call to the skies. A moment later, a thunderous roar splits the air, followed by the heavy flap of leathery wings. Arya bolts upright, eyes scanning the clouds just as Rorgal streaks across the horizon, his green scales glinting in the sun, and swoops down to perch atop the cliff above them, his talons gripping the rock with a shuddering scrape. John turns to Arya, a grin tugging at his lips. "Fancy a ride?" Arya's face lights up, pure exhilaration breaking through her weariness. "Absolutely," she says, her voice brimming with glee. John chuckles, the sound rough and bright, and they stride together toward Rorgal, the dragon's massive head dipping low as they approach, ready to bear them south through the open sky. John strides through Winterfell's gates, Arya at his side, her steps light and near skipping, a grin still plastered on her face from their flight on Rorgal. He'd stretched the flight out, indulging her with daring swoops and sharp banks, showing off the dragon's grace under his command, barrel rolls that cut through the wind, skimming low over the treetops. Arya had hollered with delight, her laughter ringing out, utterly caught in the thrill. When they'd landed, she'd tugged at his arm, begging for another round, but he'd just smirked, mussing her hair with a fond, "Soon, I promise." As they passed the outer courtyard, the clatter of blacksmiths' hammers and the shouts of drilling men filling the air, Arya tilts her head, her grin fading into a curious squint. "Jon, don't you think it's strange?" she asks, her voice low but pointed, dodging a cart of bundled arrows. "You riding Rorugel, I mean. Dragons don't just let anyone climb on." Jon glances at her, his cloak flapping in the bitter wind, the memory of Rorugel's warm scales and steady rhythm still thrumming in his bones. "Feels right to me," he says, his voice calm, unbothered. "He knows I'm no threat." Arya's eyes narrow, undeterred, her boots scuffing the packed snow as she keeps pace. "Only those with Targaryen blood ride dragons, Jon. Everyone knows that." "Maybe," she hesitates, then pushes on, her voice softer, testing. "Maybe your mother had some Targaryen blood." Jon laughs softly, shaking his head, his breath clouding in the chill. "You're spinning tales now, Arya. It's not like that." He keeps his voice light, nudging her shoulder. "You read about nettles in those dusty tomes, didn't you? She tamed Sheep Stella back in the dance. No one called her a Targaryen." Arya's lips quirk, a glint of challenge in her gaze. "Yes, but some Maesters swear nettles had Valyrian blood, same as the Targaryens. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't, but it's not just anyone who bonds with a dragon." Her voice carries a teasing edge, but there's a weight behind it, a question she's not ready to let go. Before Jon can muster a reply, his eyes catch a group of men clustered near the armory, their faces grim, cloaks dusted with soot from the tunnels. He counts them quickly, 17. 3 short of the 20 who'd gone down. His gut tightens. He approaches, his voice firm as he calls out, "What'd you turn up?" A wiry man, named Torrhen, steps forward, his knuckles white where they grip his cloak. "Naught, M-Lord. The tunnels went on forever, dark and endless, no chambers, no exits. Had to turn back when the torches started fading." Disappointment crashes over Jon, a heavy, bitter wave that drowns the last embers of hope. He glances at Arya, her earlier radiance snuffed out, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes mirroring his own frustration. The tunnels were a desperate gamble, a hidden path to safety, a shield against the gathering doom, and now they are just another broken thread in a fraying tapestry. Before he can speak, Torrhen clears his throat, his voice dropping. "There's more, M-Lord. Selden, Harren, and Rudd, they didn't make it back." Dread coils in Jon's chest, sharp and heavy, but he meets the eyes of his men, all fixed on him, waiting for strength. He buries the fear, his face a mask of calm. "If they are not back by nightfall, I'll send a search party. For now, get some rest, you've earned it." Torrhen nods, a flicker of relief in his weathered face. "Aye, Your Grace," he says, then winces, fumbling. "I mean, M-Lord." Jon brushes it off, the misstep swallowed by the heavier worry of 3 missing men and the tunnel's barren yield, the courtyard's noise dimming as the burden settles in his bones. As the men scatter, their cloaks trailing frost, Jon turns to Arya, her face a mask of defeat. The courtyard feels colder now, Winterfell's stone walls looming like silent sentinels under the grey sky. "So that's it," Arya says, her voice flat, barely above a whisper. "We have nothing." Jon sighs, the sound heavy with the weight of lost hope. "If only we had more time," he says quietly, his eyes locked on Arya's, a simmer of vexation tightening his jaw. Arya returns his stare, her own frustration a mirror to his, but then her expression shifts, a spark of intrigue furrowing her brow as she glances at something over his shoulder. "Jon, since when did Winterfell need another Maester?" she asks, confusion lacing her tone. Jon turns sharply, a ripple of curiosity tightening his chest, and then he spots him, a familiar figure standing amidst the yard's chaos, his broad frame swathed in a travel-worn cloak, a wide grin splitting his face like sunlight breaking through a storm. "Sam!" Jon roars, his voice booming as he charges forward, wrapping his old friend in a crushing hug. Sam's warmth seeps through layers of rough spun and hide, his deep, rumbling laugh pulsing against Jon's ribs like the glow of a well-tended fire. "Good to see you too, Jon," he says, stepping back, his eyes bright. "Been a while." Jon grips Sam's shoulders, taking him in. "How have you been?" Sam puffs out his chest, tugging at the heavy chain draped across his shoulders, links of silver and bronze glinting in the weak light. "Officially a Maester now," he says, pride lacing his voice. "Forged my chain at the Citadel. Took longer than I'd hoped, but here I am." Jon claps him on the shoulder, a surge of pride for his old friend warming him despite the chill. Knew you'd do it, he says, then turns to Arya, beckoning her closer. Arya, come meet Sam. Sam, this is my sister, Arya. She steps forward, her usual wariness softened slightly. Sam extends a hand, his smile wide and genuine. I've heard plenty about you, Arya, he says, shaking her hand firmly. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Arya's lips twitch into a grin, her hand shakes sharp and sure. Heard plenty about you too, Sam. Glad you're as real as Jon made you sound. Jon's smile lingers, but he tilts his head, curious. What brings you here, Sam? Long way from Old Town. Sam's expression sobers, though his eyes stay bright. Came to help with the fight against the others, he says. Figured you'd need every hand, and every head, before they reach the gates. Looks like I showed up just in time. Jon's grin flares again, gratitude blooming like warmth through winter's bite, but a cold thread of dread weaves beneath it. Sam's no warrior, his hands are for quills, not swords, and the thought of him standing against the dead's tide twists Jon's gut. Still, his presence is a spark in the gloom, a steady light Jon hadn't dared hope for, and he squeezes Sam's shoulder, grounding himself in the sight of his friend amidst the courtyard's restless swirl. Suddenly, a cry pierces the courtyard's clamor, Papa. And Jon's heart seizes, his boots fusing to the frost-kissed stone. For a fleeting moment, he's certain it's Oisin, the sound wrenching him back to his son's voice. He spins toward it, breath caught, expecting raven dark curls and bright green eyes, but instead, a boy a touch older than Oisin darts past, a stranger with mousy brown hair and a round, eager face. The boy flings himself at Sam, wrapping skinny arms around his leg like a vine. Sam crouches, his face splitting into a grin as he scoops the child into a warm embrace, ruffling his hair. Rising, he turns to Jon, eyes bright. You remember little Sam, don't you? Jon blinks, caught off guard, a pang of disappointment mingling with the surprise. His son's absence is a fresh wound, but he forces a smile, though it feels hollow, not quite touching the shadows in his eyes. He's grown so much, he says, voice soft, marveling at the boy who was a babe the last time they met. A voice, steady and bright, rises from behind. Children grow when you're not looking. Jon turns to see Gilly, standing with a quiet confidence that transforms her from the timid girl he remembers. Her dark eyes shine with strength, her furs neatly tied, and she steps beside Sam, her hand brushing little Sam's shoulder with a mother's ease. Jon leans in, pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek. You look well, Gilly, he says, the words genuine as he takes in her newfound confidence, a woman carved by time and trial. They fall into easy talk, the courtyard's chill fading as they share fragments of lost years, Sam's tales of dusty tomes and candlelit nights at the Citadel, Gilly's accounts of raising little Sam amidst Old Town's bustle, Jon's wars and weary crowns. Little Sam weaves between them, tossing snowballs at shadows, his giggles a fleeting warmth. The conversation turns, inevitably, to Jon's children. His face lights up as he speaks of them, their stubborn streaks, their laughter, how fatherhood reshaped him, gave him purpose he'd never expected. But then Sam's brow furrows, a question forming about their mother. Jon hesitates, his throat tightening. You remember me telling you about Ygritte? Jon asks, his eyes steady. Sam's head tilts, puzzled. The wilderling girl. I thought she was killed at Castle Black. She was, Jon replies, his voice steady but laced with something heavier. I don't know how or why, but she's alive, standing as real as you or me. Sam's mouth opens, questions brimming, but Jon cuts him off with a weary smile. It's a long tale, he says, best told by a fire with a cup in hand. You must be worn out from the road. He gestures toward the castle, leading the way through Winterfell's towering doors, Sam and Gilly falling in step beside him. Little Sam scampers ahead, his small boots leaving tracks of snow, a bright blur against the grey stone. Night cloaks Winterfell, and the great hall hums with the clamor of the evening meal, its long tables crammed with lords in fur-trimmed cloaks, ladies with jeweled braids, knights with swords still at their hips, and a motley press of others, sellswords and bannermen, jostling for space. Voices clash and overlap, a raucous tide of laughter, boasts, and clinking tankards, but at the head table, a heavy silence reigns. To Jon's left, his family sits, Bran, a silent wraith, his gaze lost in some distant realm, untouched by the hall's warmth. Sansa and Arya sit together, heads bent close, their hushed exchanges punctuated by Sansa's sharp, sidelong glares at Daenerys, who sits to Jon's right, her silver hair a cascade of moonlight, her eyes fixed on the revelry below with a cool, impenetrable calm. Jon barely notices the women's silent feud, his mind elsewhere. His gaze keeps drifting to little Sam, nestled at a nearby table with Sam and Gilly. The boy's round face glows as he babbles, his small hands waving, drawing bright smiles from his parents. Sam's laughter rumbles, warm and unguarded, while Gilly's eyes shine with a mother's pride, her hand steadying her son's flailing spoon. The sight tugs at something raw in Jon, a deep, aching chord that vibrates with memory. When little Sam squirms free of Gilly's arms, his tiny boots pattering as he sprints between tables, dodging a knight's outstretched hand with a gleeful squeal, the hall erupts in chuckles. Sam's bellowing laugh joins Gilly's softer one, and Jon feels a stab of envy, sharp and unbidden. The sight claws at Jon, unearthing a raw, aching void deep within. In his mind, he sees his own children, most likely Nynaeve, darting through these same tables, Ygritte in pursuit, her wild grin matching their mischief, her laughter ringing like a bell. The vision cuts deep, a hollow yearning that tightens his throat. It all becomes too much to bear and Jon stands abruptly, his chair scraping against the flagstones, the sound slicing through the nearby chatter. "I need to step away," he mutters, excusing himself, his voice rough, barely loud enough to carry over the din. Arya, sprawled to his left, her boots propped on a stool, a half-eaten pear in hand, snaps her head up. "Where are you headed?" she asks, her voice low, her grey eyes glinting with a hunter's instinct, catching the strain etched in his face. Jon hesitates, his mind grasping for an answer. "The crypts," he says, the first thing that comes to him, his voice rougher than intended. It's a weak excuse, and he knows it. Sansa lets out a soft exclamation. "You've been there half the day already," she says, her voice gentle but pointed, her blue eyes narrowing with concern, as if she senses the turmoil he's trying to hide. Jon's throat tightens, his pulse racing as he scrambles to bolster the flimsy lie, desperate to shield the raw truth clawing at his heart. "I need to reflect," he stammers, the words limp, unconvincing. "On what's coming?" "The war." He prays they'll let it pass, though doubt gnaws at his resolve. He feels the weight of their eyes then, a collective gaze that pins him where he stands. Sansa's brow arches, her gaze sharp with unspoken questions. Bran's stare pierces through him, unsettling, as if peeling back his thoughts to the bone. Daenerys keeps her gaze on her plate, her solemn expression unreadable. But Arya meets his look with a knowing smile, soft and steady, and offers a subtle nod, a silent tether of understanding. He turns away, his cloak whispering as he threads through the crowded hall. Jon wasn't being entirely dishonest, the crypts were his intended destination, but only as a waypoint to somewhere else. He weaves through the ancient vaults, past the Stone Kings with their weathered swords, their granite eyes watching from the shadows. His boots echo on the spiraling steps as he descends to the lowest levels, through the jagged breach in the collapsed wall, and into the cramped, dusty chamber once home to Bael the Bard. The blue rose painted on the door catches the torchlight as he presses on, the silver cloak gleams faintly on its peg, until he ascends up the stone staircase, emerging onto the outcropping jutting into the Wolf's Wood. The forest breathes around him, pines whispering under a star-strewn sky, the distant smudge of Winterfell's towers barely visible through the canopy. It's a long trek on foot, the earth soft and uneven beneath his soles, but the solitude is worth it, better to slip away unnoticed than to spark whispers in the castle. He hopes someone marked his descent into the crypts, hopes they'll see him when he trudges back later, his absence plausibly cloaked by a mourner's vigil. For now, a single need drives him, urgent and unshakable, a pull he can't name but feels in his marrow. Winterfell's torchlit walls fade behind him, swallowed by the dark, and soon the faint glow of campfires flickers ahead, marking the free folk encampment sprawled in a clearing beyond the tree line. He emerges from the woods, the encampment unfolding before him, a patchwork of hide tents and wooden huts, their silhouettes hunched against the cold, the glow of scattered fires casting a dim warmth over fur-clad figures huddled for warmth. Laughter and hushed voices float on the icy breeze, woven with the clink of ale mugs knocking together and the soulful lament of a bard, his song curling through the night like a wisp of smoke. The scene is alive, defiant, yet there's a weariness in the air, a tension born of the looming war. But John's eyes seek one place, one light, and he soon finds it, Ygritte's hut, standing alone by an old, snow-dusted pine, its rough-hewn timber walls bowing under a heavy, ice-crusted thatch. The hut seems forlorn, its rugged outline fading into the night's murk, save for the faint, flickering light leaking through the gaps of a weathered wooden shutter. John knocks on the rough-hewn door, the sound swallowed by the night's heavy silence, and pauses, his breath misting in the icy air. No reply stirs, not even the faintest echo of movement within. Still, he's certain Ygritte is there, a conviction rooted deep in his soul, as undeniable as the ache drawing him forward. Retreating isn't an option, not this time, not when he's so close to her. With a slow, resolute breath, he presses the latch and nudges the door open, its old hinges sighing as he crosses into the hut's dim, silent glow. The interior is cloaked in shadow, pierced only by a dim, flickering glow that beckons him deeper. He passes the kitchen where a clutter of ingredients litters the rough-hewn table, sprigs of tansy, crushed penna oil leaves and a small pile of wormwood. They are strewn haphazardly, as if left in haste, a mortar and pestle tipped over beside them. He continues on through the low doorway, the air growing warmer, heavier, as he enters a smaller room at the hut's core. A humble hearth burns steadily, its coals throbbing like a heartbeat, spilling a gentle, golden glow over the wooden floor. Suspended above the flames, a battered iron cauldron simmers, its contents bubbling faintly, exhaling a heavy, sickly sweet scent that weaves through the room, syrupy, like fruit gone soft in decay, undercut by a sharp, medicinal tang that stings his nostrils. It is there, by the hearth, that he finds her, slumped against the sagging couch, her back to its frayed edge. She wears only a ragged tunic, the fabric gossamer thin, frayed at the seams, hanging loosely from her frame. Her bare knees are tucked tight to her chest, her head cradled atop them, lost in a deep, defenseless slumber. Her wild red hair cascades unbound, a torrent of molten flame spilling over her shoulders, framing her face in blazing tendrils that catch the firelight's dance. A chipped clay mug hangs loosely from her slack fingers, a sluggish drip of dark, syrupy liquid trickling down, pooling in a viscous, ink-black stain on the floor. John kneels beside her, his movements careful, almost reverent. He gently pries the mug from her grasp, setting it aside to stop the spill. His hand finds her shoulder, warm beneath the thin tunic, and he gives a soft shake, his voice low and tender. Ygritte, he murmurs, his voice low, almost a whisper. Ygritte, wake up. She stirs, her movements languid, weighed down by the dregs of sleep. She raises her head, eyes half-lidded and clouded, squinting through the haze as they fix on John. In an instant, her body snaps taut, a piercing shriek ripping from her throat as she lurches upright. Her bare foot slipping in the dark liquid pooling on the floor, as she collapses to her knees with a sharp curse. Scrambling, she grabs a tattered cushion from the sagging couch, gripping it like a weapon. John tumbles back, landing hard on his rear, one hand bracing against the floor, the other raised to fend off the impending blow. Ygritte kneels beside him, the cushion hoisted above her head, her face a mix of panic and fury, ready to swing, until recognition floods her features, her arm freezing midair. "John fucking Snow," she rasps, lowering the cushion with a scull. "What in the gods are ye doing, sneaking into my hut like some bloody thief?" John exhales, his heart still hammering as he drags a hand over his face. "Gods, Ygritte, I'm sorry," he says, catching his breath. "I didn't mean to scare you." "Scare me," she scoffs, her tone sharp but softening, a wry grin tugging at her lips. "You near made me wet the floor. Ain't had a proper hold on me inside since twins came screamin' out, and here ye are testin' me limits." He can't help but let out a breath of laughter, half apology, half relief. "I knocked," he says, "but you didn't answer." "I thought," he hesitates, his voice softening. "I just let myself in." She rubs her eyes, still half dazed, her hair a fiery tangle. "Must have been proper out of it," she mutters to herself, voice barely audible over the hearth's crackle. John watches her closely, his gaze catching the telltale flush on her cheeks, the slight sway in her posture. "You've been drinking," he says, not accusing, but concern lacing his words. She nods, a quick jerk of her head. "I." "Why?" he presses, his brow creasing. Ygritte sighs, heavy and worn, her shoulders slumping as she leans back against the settle. "Ain't been sleeping," she says, her voice fraying. "Not since," her words falter, caught on an unspoken edge, and she shakes her head. Thought a drink might knock me out. Worked, too, till you came crashin' in, wakin' me up. John leans down, picking up the clay mug from the hearthstone, its dark contents sloshing faintly. He turns it in his hands, frowning. It doesn't look like any ale he knows, too thick, too murky. This doesn't look right, he mutters. She catches his expression and snorts. It's Brooks home-brewed ale. Special stuff. He lifts it to his nose, grimacing at the sharp, acrid stench. Smells like piss. Tastes like it, too, she says, a faint smirk tugging at her lips as she nudges the mug toward him. Want a sip? Absolutely not, John says firmly, pushing it back with a shake of his head, though a smile tugs at his lips. He settles back, his gaze lingering on her. There's still a tavern in Wintertown with half-decent mead, he says. Better than this, at least. Ygritte snorts, rolling her eyes. Oh, I know it. Pretty sure they won't let me back, though. John's smirk widens, curiosity piqued. What did you do? She shrugs, a sly grin creeping across her face. Wrong place, wrong time, you know how it goes. He laughs, the sound warm and rough, his mind flashing with a dozen scenes of Ygritte stirring trouble, spilled drinks, sharp words, maybe a swung fist or two, any of which could have gotten her barred from Wintertown's finest. I can imagine, he says, shaking his head, the tension between them easing like a knot slowly undone. Ygritte's lips curve into a faint smile, but it falters, her expression hardening as she leans forward, eyes narrowing. Why are you here, John? She asks, her voice cutting through the hearth's soft crackle. He meets her gaze, steady despite the weight in his chest. I wanted to see you, he says simply, the truth bare and unguarded. Well, here I am, half drunk and a mess, she retorts, a bitter edge to her words as she gestures at herself with a wry smirk. Not much to see, John's no. He looks at her then, really looks, the firelight carving her features in stark relief. Dark hollows bruise the skin beneath her eyes, her wild red hair a snarled halo, matted and untamed. She seems so small, stripped of the fierce defiance that once blazed through her, the woman who'd laughed in the face of death now shadowed and worn, carrying the same grief that gnaws at him. It cuts him to see her like this, a quiet fracture spreading through his chest. He could turn back, tell her to sleep it off, retreat to Winterfell's demands and wait for a clearer day when she's sharp and rested. But moments alone with her are dwindling, swallowed by counsels and watchful eyes, and a deep, insistent pull anchors him here, whispering that this is where he belongs, beside her, in this raw, quiet night. John sighs, raking a hand through his dark hair. Got anything to drink besides that Swilbrook calls ale? He asks, wincing at the discarded mug. Ygritte's mouth quirks, a ghost of her old grin breaking through. Don't make that face, John's no, it's not near as grim as it looks. She turns her head toward the cluttered kitchen. Might have something stashed, she says, pushing herself up on wobbly legs. Her worn tunic, frayed and barely brushing her thighs, shifts with her movement, and John's breath hitches, his pulse stuttering as he forces his gaze to steady. She pads toward the kitchen, her bare feet soft against the wood floor, disappearing into the shadows. John shifts across the floor, settling with his back against the sagging couch, his gaze sweeping the room. The hut feels hollow, stripped of life. He remembers how it once brimmed with warmth, wooden toys scattered like fallen leaves, cushions and furs heaped in a chaotic pile in the corner where his children's muffled giggles would spill out, their small voices weaving joy into the air. Now, the space is stark, the silence a heavy shroud, the loneliness pressing against his chest like a stone. Ygritte reappears, snapping him out of his melancholy, clutching two dented flagons of mead, their surfaces glinting faintly. She hands one to John, her fingers brushing his. Proper stuff, this, she says, dropping down beside him with a thud. Ain't as strong, mind, but it'll do just fine. She clinks her flagon against his, the sound sharp in the quiet, and tips it back, taking a deep swig that leaves her lips glistening. They sit, the silence stretching taut, words hovering just out of reach as they stare into the hearth's flickering heart, the flames curling like secrets. Neither speaks, the weight of everything unsaid pressing down, until Ygritte finally breaks it, her voice soft but probing. How'd it go in the crypts today? John exhales, the sound heavy with frustration. Appalling, he says, his thumb tracing the flagon's rim. Just endless tunnels, twisting on with no end, no answers. Ygritte turns to him, her face solemn. "So that's it, then," she says, her tone resolute, unflinching. "We're fucked." Jon nods, slow and deliberate, his eyes tracing the fire's glow, its warmth doing little to ease the dread coiling inside him. Then he turns to her, a faint spark of wonder breaking through. "Found something you might like, though. A chamber in the crypts, think it belonged to Bale." Her face lights up, a smile breaking through, a real one, white and unguarded, the kind that used to haunt his dreams, fierce and bright as the sun. It's been so long since he's seen it, it steals his breath. She says, her voice warm with triumph. "Told ye tales weren't just stories." A quiet warmth unfurls in Jon's chest, Ygritte's presence a salve to the raw wound that's festered since their children were torn from them. Sitting here, her shoulder brushing his, her smile cutting through the hut's dim glow, he realizes he needed this, her comfort, her fire, the simple act of being near her. It soothes the jagged edges of his grief, makes the world feel less heavy, if only for a moment. But beneath the relief, a heaviness lingers in his heart, a burden he can't carry alone anymore. He shifts, the flagon cold in his hands, and meets her gaze, the words rising like a tide he can't hold back. "I miss them," he whispers, the words barely audible, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Ygritte's head jerks toward him, her breath hitching sharply, but Jon can't bring himself to meet her eyes. The vulnerability burns, raw and exposed, a wound he's afraid to fully bear. "I feel like I shouldn't be this broken," he says, his voice cracking, each word dragged from a place he's kept locked away. "I only had them for a moment, Ygritte, a handful of days. I barely knew them, but gods, it hurts. It's like they took half my soul when they left, and I'm just stumbling through what's left." Her hand reaches out, warm and calloused, crossing the space between them. Her fingers curl around his, clasping with a gentle, steady squeeze. Jon's gaze falls to their intertwined hands, hers smaller, freckled, etched with the scars of a life fought hard, fitting perfectly into his broader, battle-worn palm. The sight, so simple yet so profound, sparks a fleeting sense of rightness, a moment where the world feels whole. He lifts his eyes at last, meeting hers, and the sight undoes him. Tears brim in her green eyes, glistening like stars caught in the firelight, her lashes wet and heavy. "I miss em too," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread. Her gaze is a silent vow that speaks louder than any words could. The raw understanding in her look, grief mirrored, pain shared, binds them in the flickering firelight, a truth that needs no voice. But instead of letting sorrow claim them, Ygritte shifts, chasing the darkness with the one thing that's always come easy to her, stories. Not grand tales of wilderling kings or ancient songs, but small, bright fragments of their children, moments Jon never saw. She tells of their infant nights, when they'd lie awake in their shared crib, chattering in soft, nonsensical murmurs, defying sleep despite her whispered lullabies. She recounts their first wobbling steps, the pandemonium of chasing two fearless toddlers through the camp, their laughter trailing like sparks. Her face transforms as she talks, glowing with a fierce, tender light, her green eyes dancing, her mouth curling into a grin that defies the dark. Jon leans in, captivated, each word a thread stitching him to the children he's lost. Her voice paints it so clearly, their giggles, their reckless stumbles. He can almost feel the warmth of their small hands in his. It's a balm, this vivid tether to them, exactly the solace his heart had been starving for, and Ygritte makes it effortless, her stories pulling him into those fleeting, precious days. Her laughter rings out, rough and raw but so alive, and each peal cracks open something in Jon's chest, flooding him with a warmth he'd thought long buried. Sitting there, watching her eyes crinkle and her hands gesture wildly, it was like stepping back to a time before grief and war had carved them both hollow. He'd forgotten how she could do this, make him laugh, make him feel light, like the weight of the world could just slip away, if only for a moment. As her laughter fades into a soft chuckle, Jon's gaze lingers on her, her wild red curls catching the firelight like molten copper, her cheeks flushed, her smile a fleeting echo of the woman who once challenged him with a grin and a bow. He feels his chest tighten, not with grief now, but with something softer, deeper, a truth that rises slow and searing, like dawn breaking over a frozen horizon. It's like those early days beyond the wall, when he was a boy in black, bound by vows, denying the pull of her fire. He'd fought his feelings then, swearing it was duty that drew him to her side, Yet he'd sought her out, lingering by her campfire, stealing glances as she fletched arrows, drawn to her defiance and laughter despite every oath he clung to. Now, here he is again, crossing snow and shadow to find her, driven by the same unyielding need. When he'd lost her, the void she left was a howling thing, a wound he'd tried to fill with duty, with denaries, with the endless demands of war and crowns. He'd poured himself into battles, into oaths, into a love that burned bright but never fit the shape of what he'd lost. Every step was haunted, by her laugh, her taunts, the way she'd made him feel like he could be more than a bastard, more than a soldier. He'd loved her with a fierceness that scared him, and when she was gone, he'd sealed that love away, convinced it was lost forever. But sitting here, his hand still warm from where it had clasped hers, he realizes the love he had for her, never truly left. It had lingered, hidden beneath layers of pain and duty, smoldering like coals beneath ash. Since her impossible return, alive and fierce, those embers have flared, growing stronger with every shared glance, every moment her laughter pulls him back to who he was with her. Her strength, her fire, the way she can still make him feel alive, it's all woven into the love that never faded, only deepened, tempered by loss into something fiercer and more enduring. All too soon, Ygritte's smile fades, the light in her eyes dims, and suddenly the warmth of the moment slips through his fingers. Jon's heart twists, a fierce longing surging to restore that radiant grin, to chase away the sorrow dimming her spirit. She lifts her mug, taking a long, slow swig, her eyes drifting to the hearth, where the flames dance and flicker, casting shadows across her face as she stares into their depths, lost in thought. Do you know what's worst of all? She pulls her knees up, wrapping her arms tight around them, curling inward. I got no way of knowing if they're okay. They're out there, and I don't even know if they're safe. Jon nods, the weight of her words settling heavy in his chest. I tried, slipping into Ghost, hoping I could see them, just a glimpse. Her eyes flick to him, a flicker of hope flaring, but he shakes his head, regret heavy. Saw nothing. Just dark. Her sigh is a broken thing, disappointment carving deeper lines into her face as she hugs her knees tighter. Jon inches nearer, a fierce need to soothe her anguish driving him. A week from now, it might all be over, he says, willing his voice to hold firm despite the tremor in his heart. They'll be back in our arms before the moon turns. A faint smile flickers on his lips as he envisions it, their children's joyous shrieks, their tiny arms wrapping tight around them, the north's biting chill melting away. All this will be naught but a faded nightmare, left behind in the dust. He looks into her eyes, hoping his words spark something, but a shadow of concern etches itself across her face, her brow furrowing. For a moment, she looks as if she might speak, her lips parting, her eyes searching his with a weight he can't quite read, fear, doubt, something unspoken. But then she sighs, shaking her head, the moment slipping away. I hope so, she says instead, her voice quiet, tinged with a fragile hope that feels more like resignation. Jon reaches for her hand again, his fingers curling around hers with a desperate need to feel her warmth, to anchor himself to her in this fleeting moment. We'll win this, he says, his voice low but fierce, willing the words to be true. Together, we'll defeat the Night King and his army. We'll end it, Ygritte. He squeezes her hand, his grip tight, urging her to believe, to share his resolve. We have to. Ygritte's gaze drifts back to the hearth, the flames reflecting in her eyes like distant stars. I'm so fucking scared, she whispers, her voice so soft it nearly drowns in the fire's crackle, a confession that trembles with a vulnerability she rarely shows. Her words twist in Jon's heart, her fear echoing his own, a quiet dread that's been gnawing at him in the dark. He's scared too, terrified of what's coming, of losing more than he already has. The thought of her alone, defiant on the frostbitten battlefield, confronting the ceaseless onslaught of the others, grips Jon's insides like a serrated blade, vivid and merciless. Don't go, he says suddenly, the words tumbling out before he can stop them. Stay with Arya, on the battlements. It's safer there. Ygritte pulls her hand from his, a flash of frustration crossing her face as she leans back, her eyes narrowing. For a moment, her old fire flares, the defiance that once challenged him beyond the wall. But then she exhales, a heavy sigh that softens her edges, and she shakes her head. Don't try to separate me from my people, Jon, she says, her voice firm but weary. Don't ask me to hide while they fight. It's too dangerous, he insists, his voice rising with desperation, his mind racing with visions of her falling, her red hair stark against the snow, her fire snuffed out. You don't need to be out there, Ygritte. Not on the front lines. She shakes her head, her jaw tightening. I know the dangers, she says, her voice steady now, resolute. I've faced them before, and I'll face them again. But I can't leave them. They're my kin and they chose me to lead them, Jon. I won't abandon them now. She pauses, her expression darkening as she continues, her voice dropping to a bitter edge. The council's mind was made up long before I ever had a say, foreigners to the front, taking the first blows. The kneelers get to hold the line, tucked safely behind us. Your lords and ladies, they'll stand behind the walls while we bleed. Jon's breath catches, her words hitting like a blade. He hadn't thought of it that way, hadn't seen the cruel arithmetic of the battle plans he'd helped forge. The Dothraki's reckless charge, the Unsullied's unyielding phalanx, the Free Folk's vanguard at the forefront, all positioned to face the slaughter first, while northern bannermen and knights held the rear. It made sense now, a brutal truth Ygritte saw clear as day, her sharp eyes cutting through the injustices he'd been blind to. She'd always had that gift, seeing the world for what it was, stripping away the lies of honor and duty. Guilt twists in his gut, heavy and sour, as he realizes he was one of those who'd sat at the council table, nodding to plans that deemed her people disposable. The fire crackles in the dim hut, its glow casting fleeting shadows across Ygritte's face as she stares into the flames, her voice steady but heavy with resolve. If my people die, I'll die alongside them, she says, her green eyes unyielding, reflecting the hearth's embers. My life ain't no more important than theirs. Jon's breath catches, her words striking like a blade to his chest. It's important to me, he blurts, the confession slipping out before he can stop it. He doesn't backtrack, though, his heart pounds with the truth of it, and he wants her to know, needs her to understand how much she means to him, even if she doesn't believe him. Her lips curve into a solemn smile, her eyes still fixed on the fire's dance. Was it your call, then, she asks softly, her tone curious but edged with something sharper. Putting me on the battlements. He nods, swallowing hard. He admits, his voice low. Thought it was best. You commanding the archers, you're unmatched with a bow, Ygritte. It's what you're good at. She chuckles, a rough, warm sound that cuts through the tension, her smile turning wry. I'm good at other things too, Jon Snow, she says, glancing at him with a spark of her old mischief. Best with my bow, but I can handle a spear well enough. And thanks to your sister, I'm half decent with a sword now, too. Her eyes glint, a flicker of pride in her newfound skill. She stifles a yawn with the back of her hand, sinking a little deeper into herself. I ain't looking to die again, she says, her voice quieter now, earnest but worn. Truth is, I want to survive this, Jon. Want it fierce. But I reckon I've got a better chance out there, with me own kin. I fight better when I'm beside the people I love. Jon's heart sinks, a heavy ache settling in his chest. He knows her well enough to recognize the steel in her words, the stubborn resolve that's always defined her. There's no changing her mind, no convincing her to step back from the free folk, from the front lines where she'll face the other's wrath. He studies her, the fire's amber light weaving over her freckled cheeks, each mark a ghost of stolen nights when he'd traced them with soft lips and gentle fingers, before duty and betrayal had torn them apart. Her beauty, fierce and unyielding, steals his breath, but it's laced with dread for what the battle might take. Swear to me you'll make it through, he says, his voice low, cracking with desperation. Swear we'll both survive this, Ygritte, that we'll see this war's end together. She turns to him, her eyes locking with his, heavy with the truth they both know. Words are nothing but wind, Jon Snow, she says, her voice steady, tinged with a sorrow that cuts like a blade. We can't swear to what the world won't give us. She then exhales a quiet sigh, her shoulders easing as she leans into Jon, resting her temple against his shoulder. Her wild red curls brush his jaw, and the sudden closeness sends his heart racing, a fierce, unsteady beat that carries the weight of all he feels for her, love, longing, fear. He tilts his head to rest atop hers, breathing in deeply, and catches the faint scent of her hair, wood smoke and heather, a wild, untamed fragrance that calls back to starlit nights beyond the wall. They sit entwined, her body nestled into his side, the fire's crackle weaving a fragile cocoon around them. The world outside, Winterfell's councils, the Night King's army, the weight of duty, fades, leaving only the rhythm of her breathing, the heat of her shoulder pressed to his own. Time stretches, and Jon feels her breath steepen, growing slow and even. He shifts slightly, careful not to disturb her, and glances down to find her eyes closed, her face softened in sleep, lips parted, the fierce lines of her resolve smoothed into something peaceful, almost fragile. Part of him wants to stay like this forever, to hold her through the night, to guard this quiet moment against the chaos waiting beyond the hut's walls. But he knows the awkward angle of her body will leave her aching come morning. With painstaking care, he moves, easing her head into the crook of his arm, cradling her gently as he adjusts his hold. She stirs faintly, a soft murmur escaping her lips, but doesn't wake, her trust in him a quiet gift that tightens his throat. As he holds her, a memory crashes over him, unbidden and brutal, the last time he cradled her like this, her body limp in his arms, blood seeping from the arrow wound in her chest, her eyes glassy, staring into an endless void. The image burns, a sharp pang of anguish ripping through him, and he squeezes his eyes shut, willing it to fade. When he opens them, she's whole again, her chest rising and falling, her face soft in sleep, unmarred by that haunting recollection. Jon steadies himself, his pulse still uneven, and carefully shifts his hold. He slips one arm beneath her knees, the other supporting her back, and rises from the floor, lifting her with a tenderness that belies his strength. Her head lolls against his shoulder, her curls tickling his neck, and he moves slowly, each step measured to keep her sleeping, determined to lay her down somewhere softer, to let her rest before the world steals her away again. He carries her up the creaking wooden stairs of the hut, her slight form cradled in his arms, her warmth a quiet anchor against the storm of his thoughts. The firelight from below fades, leaving only the faint glow of a single candle stub on the landing to guide him. As he reaches the top floor, he freezes, his eyes locking on the closed door at the end of the narrow hall, the room that once belonged to his children. The rough-hewn wood seems to pulse with memories of their laughter, their tiny hands tugging at his cloak, and the ache of their absence grips his chest like a vice. Ygritte stirs lightly in his arms, a soft murmur escaping her lips, and Jon forces his focus back to her, his heart steadying as he continues into her room. Jon eases her onto the bed, the straw mattress creaking softly as he lays her down. With care, he draws the thick furs over her, their edges worn but warm. She sighs in her sleep, rolling onto her side, her face serene, and Jon brushes a stray lock of red hair from her cheek, his fingers lingering a moment longer than needed. He sinks onto the edge of the bed, watching the rise and fall of her chest, drinking in the sight of her, alive, whole, here. He wants nothing more than to climb into the bed beside her, to wrap her in his arms and let the world fade, to steal one night where they could be just them, unburdened by war, duty, or the ghosts of their past. The thought of her waking in his embrace, her teasing laugh filling the quiet, is a dream so vivid it nearly breaks him. But reality, cold and unyielding, presses in. Maester Aemon's voice echoes in his mind, as it has so many times before, love is the death of duty. The words cut deeper now, their truth a blade in his heart. His duty is to the realm, to lead the fight against the others, to stand as Winterfell's shield against the Night King's endless war. And after that, if he survives, his life belongs to Daenerys, to her cause, her heart, the fragile alliance that holds the North together. He cannot turn from that path, not when the realm's survival demands his every breath, his every choice. To ignore his duty would be to betray all he's fought for, all he's sworn to protect. Yet, the sight of her, peaceful yet fierce even in sleep, stirs a deep ache in his chest, and as he lingers, his mind drifts to the lives he could have had if the world had been kinder, if fate had spun a different thread. He thinks of their cave beyond the wall, that hidden sanctuary where they'd once lain together, the world reduced to the heat of their bodies and the echo of their laughter against the stone. They could have stayed, made a home in the wilds, raising Neve and Oisin among the crags and forests of the far north. He sees it clearly, teaching their children to string a bow, Ygritte showing them how to track a deer through the snow, her teasing grin as she outpaces him in a hunt. Nights spent huddled under firs, their children nestled between them, the winds howl outside no match for the love that bound them. A life where nothing mattered but the four of them, where the world's wars and thrones were distant, meaningless things. His thoughts shift to Castle Black, to the battle that stole her from him. If Ygritte had survived the arrow, if he'd held her through the night and seen her eyes open at dawn, everything might have changed. She might have stood at his side in the years that followed. She'd have gone with him to Hardham, her bow steady as they fought to save her people from the others, her fire rallying her people to his side. Or later, when he marched to reclaim Winterfell, she'd have been there, her spear in hand, her voice urging the free folk to fight for him, not as a Neela king but as one of their own. Together, they'd have taken back the north, her strength his anchor through the blood and snow. His mind lingers on Stannis's offer, that fleeting moment when the would-be king promised him Winterfell, Lord of the North, a Stark in name, with Val as his bride. If Ygritte had been alive, Jon knows he'd have accepted, but not for Val. He'd have knelt before Stannis and demanded Ygritte's hand, her wild heart bound to his inner union the North would have to accept. She could have been his lady, standing fierce and proud beside him, or, if the Northern Lords had still crowned him king, she would have been his queen. Oisin and Neve would have been their heirs, their laughter echoing through Winterfell's halls, their blood tying the North and the free folk as one. She'd have worn no crown, but her presence would have been regal, her love the strength that steadied him. Or perhaps, if she'd returned from beyond the wall sooner, still carrying their babes, he'd have been there, holding her hand through the birth, catching their first cries, watching Neve and Oisin grow from stumbling infants to wild, bright-eyed children. He'd have been their father in truth, not a stranger grasping at stolen moments, his life woven with fires from the start. Each scenario replays in his mind, vivid and aching, each one circling back to her. A life where he could be free to love her, where their paths never diverged, where duty didn't choke the fire in his heart. Their lives would have been intertwined long before Daenerys's dragon soared into his world, before her cause and her vow claimed him. In every dream, it's Ygritte, her laughter, her defiance, her warmth, that anchors him, a life where love wasn't the death of duty but the heart of everything. Yet his course is fixed, etched in unyielding granite by the crushing burden of his duty, to the realm's survival, to the desperate stand against the other's icy tide, to Daenerys and her dragon-forged crusade. To walk it, he must shove his love for her deep into the shadows of his heart, where it can't sway him from what must be done. But the weight of that love, burning and unbroken, claws at him, a truth he fears he'll carry to his grave. He clings to a fragile hope that one day, years from now, the pain will soften. Perhaps he'll find contentment with Daenerys, their shared trials weaving a life he can embrace. Maybe Ygritte will find someone else, someone who loves her with the fierce devotion she deserves, who brings her laughter where he brought only struggle. He imagines looking back on their stolen moments, their wild, untamed love, not with the raw longing that tears at him now, but with a quiet fondness for a time when life was simpler, when it was just them against the world. But the thought feels hollow, a distant hope that does little to ease the ache of this moment. To part from her is the most shattering thing he's ever faced, worse than death, worse than betrayal, a severance of the only part of him that's ever felt whole. His heart twists, a raw, aching wound, as he leans down, his lips pressing a long, tender kiss to her forehead. Her skin is warm, soft, and she hums faintly in her sleep, a sound so delicate it nearly breaks him. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his voice cracking, the words a plea for forgiveness, for leaving her, for failing her, for all the lives they'll never live. His chest aches with a deep, gnawing sorrow as he stands, every gesture sluggish and burdened, as if resisting a relentless pull to stay by her side. He moves toward the door with leaden steps, stopping for a heartbeat to steal one last, wistful glance at her before wrenching himself away. Jon forces himself forward, descending the creaking stairs, each step a quiet farewell. He pushes through the front door into the biting cold of the night, the air sharp against his skin, the stars above indifferent to his sorrow. The air bites, sharp as grief, and he walks on, refusing to look back. "If I look back, I am lost," he chants silently, the words a lifeline as his heart fractures with every step, each one a dagger driven deeper. Tears stream down his face, freezing on his cheeks, and he chokes on a sob, wiping them away with a trembling hand. As he moves through the snow-dusted path, the crunch of his boots a solitary rhythm against the night's hush, Jon's thoughts drift to his father, the man whose honor shaped him yet left shadows of unanswered questions. Did Ned feel this same tearing of the soul when he parted from Jon's mother, whoever she was? Had he loved her with a fire that burned beyond reason, only to be shackled by duty to Winterfell, the North and Lady Catelyn, his vows binding him to a life of responsibility over desire? Jon imagines Ned, his grey eyes haunted in fleeting moments, yearning for a world where he could have held Jon's mother under the open sky, free from the chains of lordship and expectation. The love between Ned and Catelyn was undeniable, a steadfast flame that warmed Winterfell's halls, their children a testament to their bond. But had Ned carried a hidden grief, a longing for the woman he'd lost, a life unlived where his heart could have been whole? Did he, too, walk these frozen paths, his chest tight with the same aching sorrow that now threatens to unravel Jon, the pain of choosing duty over the one who made him feel alive? The thought is a knife, twisting deeper, binding Jon's loss to his fathers, their hearts bleeding across generations for loves they could not keep. Winterfell looms ahead, its towers black against the starless sky, a fortress of duty that will swallow him whole. He moves toward it, each footfall heavier than the last, knowing he leaves behind the only home his heart has ever known. It's a world where love cannot follow, where his heart must lie shrouded, leaving Ygritte in the tranquil silence of her room, woven into the quiet depths of his soul, a yearning he'll hold from this night, and all the nights to come. Notes. Welcome back everyone. I hope you enjoy the latest chapter. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them in the comments. Happy reading. Antikaro XX. Chapter 12, Ygritte v. Summary. The free folk brace for war, Tormund makes a vow, and Ygritte faces the heavy truth of her return from death. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. The Wolfswood stretches vast and untamed, its ancient trees clawing at the sky, their branches dappled with sunlight as the sun blazes high overhead, casting fleeting shadows on the forest floor. Ygritte sways atop her weathered mare, the horse's steady plod a familiar pulse beneath her, its shaggy coat brushing her hands as she grips the reins. Ryk rides beside her, his tall frame fluid in the saddle, crossbow strapped loosely across his shoulder, eyes scanning the woods with a hawk's vigilance. A small band of free folk accompanies them, volunteers for the trek, including Soren Shieldbreaker, whose broad shoulders and easy grin belie the axe slung across his back. They had departed at first light, knowing time is a thief that waits for no one. Clad in southern garb to pass unnoticed should they cross paths with settlers, they've traded wilderling leathers for practicality. Ygritte dons a cream-colored tunic tucked into dark breeches that cling to her legs. A grey cloak drapes over her shoulders, its hem fluttering in the breeze, a nod to discretion but no hindrance to her movement. Dresses and skirts, she'd scoffed, are useless for such a journey, especially across the sprawling Wolfswood's rugged trails. Her mare snorts, and she strokes her neck, eyes sharp, fixed on the path ahead, every sense attuned to the forest's whispers. She'd slept soundly the night before, a rare gift despite the dawn's early call. Brug's fierce ale had worked wonders, pulling her into a deep, dreamlike haze. The night was a blur, snatches of laughter, the warmth of a fire, and faintly, Jon's voice, low and urgent, though the words they exchanged dissolved like mist. She must have been far gone, waking cocooned in her furs, the memory of how she got to bed lost to the ale's embrace. But the drink had done more than steal her senses, it had silenced the nightmares that so often haunted her. No screams tore her from sleep, no visions of blood or betrayal clawed at her mind. Instead, she dreamt of her village, not with the usual pang of longing but with a quiet, enveloping peace, as if the spirits of her kin had wrapped her in their warmth. She knows it's a reckless crutch, drowning her fears in ale, but for one night, it had granted her a reprieve she hadn't known she needed. Still, the mare's heavy tread on the uneven terrain sends jolts through her aching head, a reminder that Brug's ale gives with one hand and takes with the other. Ygritte grimaces, urging her mare onward, her patience fraying as the journey stretches on. "Oh, Soren," she calls, her voice cutting through the rustle of leaves. "How much bloody farther?" Soren throws his head back, his booming laugh echoing through the forest. "What's this, Ygritte? The South's made ye soft already, whining about a bit of a ride." His eyes sparkle with mischief as he slows his horse, letting the distance between them shrink until they are nearly side by side. Ygritte's lips twitch into a smirk, eyes flashing with defiance. "Soft? I'll ram that fancy axe of yours so far up your ass you'll taste steel, Shieldbreaker." She nudges her mare closer. "When ye said ye had a friend who could help, I thought he'd be local, not halfway to the bloody wall. Why ain't this mate of yours with his kin, gearing up for the fight like the rest of us?" Soren's smile lingers, but it's tinged with something wistful. Well, old Rhaegon has never been one for following the herd. Always danced to his own drum, that one. Ain't no camp or clan could hold him long. RYK lets out a derisive snort. Sounds like a coward's way to me, he says, his voice low and cutting. Skulking off in the wilds while his people sharpen their blades to save their own from the dead. Soren's gaze sharpens, but his tone is calm, heavy with hard-won wisdom. I'd say he's clever. When night falls, the free folk will charge into battle, all fire and steel. By morning, most will be dead. Rugun sees the truth few dare face. Courage don't always mean victory. Ygritte's heart lurches, a cold dread pooling in her gut. The words strike too close to the fears she's buried, the ones that claw at her in the quiet hours. Her voice drops, raw and searching, as she leans forward in her saddle. If we're just marching to our graves, Soren, what's the point? What are we bleeding for if we won't see the dawn? Soren turns to her, his sad smile etched with the lines of a man who's seen too many battles, too many lives lost. For our children, Ygritte. For them that fled south, for the lives they'll carve out when the ice breaks. We fight so they can stand in the sun, so they've got a chance to live free. The faces of her own children flash in her mind, vivid and fierce. Her throat tightens, and she nods, the weight of his words anchoring her resolve. She murmurs, almost to herself, for him. The mare presses forward, its hooves thudding against the uneven trail, and Ygritte's gaze sharpens, locked on the path ahead. Her heart, heavy with the weight of sacrifice, beats with a fierce, unyielding purpose, for Neve, for Oisin, for a world they might yet inherit. True to Soren's word, the small band arrives at a secluded settlement nestled deep within the Wolfswood's embrace, the sun still high but softened by the dense canopy above. The cluster of structures is modest, a handful of weathered wooden huts, a long hall with a sagging roof, and an empty stable, its doors creaking in the faint breeze. Ygritte's eyes catch on several banners fluttering from poles and draped across the huts, each bearing a striking emblem, a fiery heart set against a stark black field. She nudges her mare closer to RYK, keeping her voice low. You ever seen a banner like that? Know what it means? RYK's brow furrows, his gaze flicking. Seen it somewhere, but can't place it. Ain't no house I know. They press deeper into the village, the air heavy with an eerie stillness. The settlement feels like a ghost of its former self, abandoned by the vibrant community it might once have housed. A few people linger in the shadows, their gaunt faces half hidden beneath hoods, watching the newcomers with wary, suspicious eyes. Others huddle around scattered bonfires, their lips moving in hushed chants directed at the flames, the words too soft to catch but unsettling in their fervor. Ygritte's skin prickles, it's one of the strangest sights she's ever witnessed, like stepping into a half-forgotten ritual from a world she doesn't understand. Reaching the settlement's center, the group dismounts, their horses snorting softly as they are tethered to a post. Ygritte, RYK, Soren, and the others stand in a loose circle, waiting for someone to approach, but the villagers remain at a distance, their silence oppressive. No one moves to greet them, and the weight of their stares presses against Ygritte's shoulders. She steps closer to Soren, her eyes flicking warily to the shadowed figures. Yeah, sure, this is the right place, she whispers, her voice taut with doubt. Soren nods, his expression steady. She hesitates, then adds, and ye certain this Rugun will help us? Soren's gaze softens, but his voice carries a quiet conviction. Rugun's wandered far from his kin, but he's free folk to his core. He'll never forget where he came from, Ygritte. He believes in this fight, believes in saving our people, same as we do. A faint creak pierces the stillness as a door swings open. Ygritte's head snaps toward a nearby hut, her hand twitching toward her dagger. A wiry man steps out, his graying dark hair tied back in a loose knot, his frame lean but taut with a survivor's resilience. He wears a faded red tunic, its edges frayed, tucked into worn black leathers, a heavy cloak of deep burgundy draped over his shoulders, pinned with a bronze clasp. A long gold pendant sways from his neck, the fiery heart emblazoned on it mirroring the banners above. Soren's face breaks into a grin, and he strides forward, clapping the man on the back in a hearty, familiar embrace. Rugun, you old bastard, he booms, his laughter echoing faintly. He turns, leading the man toward the group. This here's Rugun Flameforger, the one I told ye about. Rugun's sharp eyes, a pale blue that seems to see too much, sweep over Ygritte, taking her in from head to toe. So, You're the one they've crowned queen, he says, his voice low, tinged with curiosity. A faint smirk tugs at his lips as he adds, smaller than I expected for a lass carrying such a title. RYK bristles at her side, his hand tightening on his crossbow. She's got more fire in her than 10 of ye, old man. Size don't mean nothing. Ragun's laugh is a dry, rasping sound, but there's no malice in it. I don't doubt it, lad, he says, raising a placating hand. His gaze returns to Ygritte, sobering as he continues. I know who ye are, girl. The White Crows held the lands where I was born. I felt their chains, the weight of living under their rule. Cold men, colder hearts. Me and my kin, we were some of the lucky ones. Escaped when I was just a boy, barely 10 years old. But it cost us. They cut down my mother and my little sister as we slipped past the walls, their blood soaking the snow. Been running ever since, never looking back. Ragun's gaze grows distant, his voice faltering as he pauses, caught in the grip of a memory that seems to pull him far from the sunlit settlement. I wasn't in Frostmoor when the White Crows fell, he says, his tone heavy. All my life, I've carried one true regret, that I didn't stand in those streets, blade in hand, to take back what they stole from me and mine. Ygritte's stomach twists, the weight of his words stirring memories of tales she'd heard about Frostmoor's rebellion. It had been a brutal, bloody affair, over in Muir days. The people, driven by years of cruelty, had risen in the dead of night, ambushing the White Crows' homes as they slept. No one was spared. Not warriors, not wives, not babes. Anyone tied to the regime was butchered in a frenzy of retribution. The stories spoke of streets choked with bodies, the ethic with screams, while the rebels danced in the carnage, their hostility finally unleashed. Ygritte knows the hatred that drove them, her own heart bearing scars from the White Crows' tyranny, villages razed, kin tortured, lives snuffed out for their amusement. She's seen their cruelty firsthand, felt its weight in her bones. Yet shame coils in her chest, bitter and heavy, for the horrors committed in her name. The slaughter of innocents, the blind vengeance. It wasn't the freedom she'd fought for, no matter how deeply she despised the White Crows. Ragun's gaze returns to her, his eyes now blazing with fierce pride. Our people rose up, Ygritte, he says, his voice resonant with conviction. They fought, bled, and broke the White Crows' hold. For the first time in centuries, they tasted freedom, true freedom. And that fire all started with ye. Ygritte shakes her head quickly, her voice firm, almost sharp. I wasn't in Frostmoor, Ragun. Never set foot there. That victory was theirs alone. Ragun lets out a rough, hearty laugh, his hand clapping her shoulder with a force that makes her brace. But ye gave em hope, girl, he says. Ye did what we all thought was impossible. Ye showed us the White Crows weren't gods, they were just men, flesh and bone, bleeding red same as us. Ye reminded em they could be killed, could be beaten. That spark lit the fire, and Frostmoor burned because of it. His words settle over her like a mantle, heavy with a truth she's reluctant to embrace. Ygritte holds his gaze, her expression a mix of defiance and unease, wrestling with the weight of a legacy she never sought. One born of blood, sacrifice, and a hope she kindled without realizing. Before she can respond, Ragun cuts through the moment, his voice brisk. But we ain't here to swap old war tales. Got bigger matters to settle. He gestures toward the small hut he emerged from, ushering the group forward with a wave of his hand. Ygritte follows, but pauses at the threshold, her skin prickling under the weight of unseen eyes. The settlement's inhabitants watch from the shadows, faces peering through cracked windows, eyes glinting behind cauldrons of fire, their stares cold and searching. The scrutiny unsettles her, a quiet warning that this place holds secrets she doesn't yet grasp, stirring a restless unease that makes her fingers itch for her bow. She squares her shoulders and steps inside, RYK, Soren and the others close behind. Inside the hut, the air is stifling, heavy with the sour reek of old smoke that seems to seep from the very walls. The space is in shambles, lit only by a weak, flickering fire in a blackened hearth, its light barely reaching the corners where shadows cling like cobwebs. Broken furniture litters the room, a chair with a splintered back, a table leaning drunkenly on 3 legs, and shelves cluttered with shattered crockery and rusted tools. The floor is gritty underfoot, strewn with debris, and the beams overhead sag as if weary of holding up the roof. The grid runs a finger along a warped bench, its surface crumbling beneath her touch, and pulls it back to find a smear of grey coating her skin. Ash or dust, she can't tell, but the grime feels like a testament to the hut's decay, a place forgotten by time. She glances at RYK, catching his eye, and sees the same disgust mirrored in his taut features, his nose wrinkled, his jaw tight as he surveys the squalor. The hut feels like a tomb, its disarray and stench a stark contrast to the open wilds they are used to. The grid wipes her hand on her breeches, her unease deepening, but she squares her shoulders, ready to face whatever Rugen has brought them here for. Rugen guides the group to a cluttered corner, where a makeshift sitting area waits, strewn with mismatched furniture. He rides a toppled chair with a grunt and gestures for them to sit. Soren and the other free folk settle onto the creaking benches without hesitation, their ease a contrast to the tension radiating from Ygritte and RYK, who remain standing, their postures rigid. Rugen's sharp eyes flick to Ygritte, one grey brow arching at her defiance, but he lets it pass without comment, his focus shifting to the matter at hand. "So, you need me," Rugen says, his voice a low rasp, cutting through the hut's smoky gloom. "Need someone who knows how to wield fire, to make it bite and burn against the dead." Ygritte nods, her voice steady, though the weight of their mission presses against her. "Heard Yuri the best man for it." He leans back and gives a curt nod. I can help. But first, tell me what you've got planned. What's the lay of it?" Ygritte steps forward, her voice steady. "The kneelers are lean and hard on pitch. Barrels of it, lined round the castle, some to set ablaze inside, others to pour from the walls. Arrowheads, catapult loads, all dipped in the stuff to rain fire on the dead as they come." Rugen listens, his face unreadable, nodding slowly as she speaks. "That's well for the castle. But what about outside? What's protecting the folk beyond the walls?" "Trenches," Ygritte says, a flicker of doubt in her voice. "They are digging them now, deep, studded with spikes and drenched in pitch. The southerners are counting on dragon fire to set them ablaze, but I'm not convinced. The dragons will be holed up with their own tasks, burning whites and keeping the dead from climbing the walls. They can't be everywhere." Rugen's eyes narrow, his fingers tapping a slow rhythm on the arm of his chair. "Dragonfire's a gift, no doubt, but even 3 dragons would struggle to keep the dead at bay across a scroll like that." Ygritte's jaw tightens, and she corrects him. "Not 3. 2. The Night's King struck down 1. Killed it and raised it as his own, a dead thing spit in blue flame." A shadow passes over Rugen's face, his expression turning grim, the lines around his mouth deepening. 2, then he mutters, rubbing a hand over his graying beard. "That complicates things. Makes what we do here all the more vital." The weight of his words settles over the group, the reality of their dwindling resources and the enemy's growing strength pressing down on them. "Other than the trenches, we've got nothing." A tense silence blankets the hut. Every pair of eyes turns to Rugen, their hope pinned on the wiry man, as if his knowledge alone could shift the tide against the dead. RYK breaks the quiet, his tone grasping for optimism. "We've got something," he says, leaning forward. "Struck a deal with Winterfell's kitchens. Told them we'd take the scraps to feed the armies, but we've been collecting the oil and fat, storing it up. Figured it might burn as fuel." Rugen's eyebrows lift, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. "Smart. How much ya got?" RYK's lips twitch, almost a smirk. "Barrels of it. You wouldn't believe the food that castle chews through, or the waste it leaves. Grease and fat, all saved up." Soren leans in, his grizzled face earnest. "That's why we need ya, Rugen. Ain't no one better at turning fire into a weapon." Rugen ponders this, his fingers brushing the pendant as his eyes narrow in thought. Then a slow, cunning smile spreads across his face. "Might have a few tricks up my sleeve." "The trenches, yeah, still digging em?" Ygritte nods, and he continues. "Don't need em too deep. Fill em with what pitch ya got left, or that oil. When the others get close, light it up. Toss in dry brush, timber, anything that'll burn hot and long. You'll have a wall of fire that holds em back for hours." He leans forward, his hands animated as he paints the vision. "But that oil's worth more than just trenches. Get jars, clay, glass, whatever ye can scrounge. Fill em with the grease, jam a rag in the top for a wick. Light it, toss it at the dead. They'll burst on impact, spray in fire that sticks and spreads. Whites will go up like dry grass, and the flames will leap between em. Quick to make, light to carry, ye could arm every soul in the fight, even the ones shaking in their boots. A few well-aimed throws into a white charge, and ye'll scatter em, break their momentum before they hit your lines. The grid feels a flicker of hope ignite in her chest, the grim weight of their odds lifting slightly at the thought of flames tearing through the whites. Soren clears his throat, his grizzled voice breaking the moment. We've also got dragonglass scraps, he says to Regan. Some chunks big enough for spearheads or blades, but a heap of tiny fragments, too small for much. Could they be used if a walker gets close? Aye, those shards could work, Regan says, nodding slowly. Mix em into the oil jars. When the bottles shatter on impact, the dragonglass will spray out with the fire. Might catch one of em in the chaos. He pauses, his gaze sweeping the group, his tone growing urgent. But none of this, jars, trenches, pitch, means a damn thing without fire to set it off. Bonfires, scattered round the battlefield, burnin' hot and constant. Flame don't just spring from nothing. Ye need a source, always, or ye're just swingin' at shadows. His voice lightens, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Most times, anyway. Wait here. Before anyone can respond, Regan strides toward a shadowed corner of the hut, where a trapdoor lies half hidden under a tattered rug. He yanks it open with a creak and descends into what must be a cellar, his footsteps fading into the dark. The Grit exchanges a glance with RYK, his brown eyes narrowing with suspicion. Regan reappears, dragging a heavy, iron-bound chest, its wood-scarred and weathered. He sets it down with care, almost reverence, before the group. This, he says, his voice low and proud, is worth more to me than gold. He lifts the lid, and Ygritte steps forward, peering inside. The trunk is packed with tiny glass bottles, each nestled carefully in straw. Regan lifts one carefully and presses it into Ygritte's hand. Mind yourself, don't let it fall, he warns. Ygritte turns the bottle over in her palm, inspecting it closely. It's tightly packed with a fine, grey powdery substance, sealed with a small cork stopper. The weight of it feels deceptively light for the promise it holds, and she looks back at Regan, her curiosity piqued, sensing that this strange powder might be the key to turning their desperate plans into a reality against the relentless dead. Ain't they beautiful? Regan's face creases with pride as he explains, his voice low and steady. Forged these in the far north, beyond the wall. Scoured frozen valleys for the right ores, ground em to dust, mixed em through 100 failures. Took a toll. He lifts his right hand, showing a scarred, blackened palm where 3 fingers end in stubs, the skin puckered from burns long healed. Flames don't care who they bite when you misjudge the bend. He nods at the vial in Ygritte's hand. They don't need fire. Throw em hard enough to break the glass, and they'll burst. Flames and force, all at once. Small, aye, but mighty. His eyes glint with a wry smile as he adds, like yeah, lass. Ygritte hands the vial back carefully, and Regan nestles it among its kin in the chest, his movements almost tender. She shifts, her voice measured but frank. These are a rare gift, Regan. But we've little to offer in trade. Regan shakes his head, his expression softening. No price, lass. They're yours. Down here in the south, I've no need for em, no crows breathin' down me neck anymore. He pauses, a faint spark of defiance in his gaze. And if I did need more, I've got the know-how to craft em again. This war's shadow falls on us all, Ygritte. I'll give what I can to see ye through. RYK scoffs, his voice sharp with contempt, cutting through the moment like a blade. Fine words for a man who turned tail on his own. Hiding in the woods while the free folk prepare for war. Ygritte shoots RYK a glare, her eyes flashing a warning to shut his mouth. Regan's offering a treasure for nothing, and she won't have it threatened. RYK's jaw tightens, but he falls silent. Regan sighs, unperturbed, his voice calm but heavy. He's right, in a way. Call me a coward, but I value breathe in. Most folk do. He turns to Ygritte, his gaze searching. Tell me, Ygritte, when the revolution took Black Teed, how many of your fightin' men and women slipped away? Too scared to stand, or just not willing to die for it? Did ye chain em to the cause, shove spears in their hands and march em to the slaughter? He shakes his head. No. Ye gave em a choice. And the ones who stayed, they won, not cause they had the numbers, but cause they believed they could. The Grid's voice is quiet, but it carries a challenge. And ye don't believe we can win this war? Rugun's face grows somber. He shakes his head slowly, his voice a low murmur, heavy with grim certainty. This ain't Blackteed or Frostmoor, lass. Victory's a faint hope, not a promise. The enemy coming for us, they ain't men, bound by flesh and bone. They are death itself, cold and unyielding. Ain't no easy end to this war. The Grid feels a cold dread creeping up her spine, but she buries it beneath a practiced mask of resolve. Ye've done a great service to our folk, Rugun. Ye have our thanks. His face splits into a beaming grin, pride lighting his eyes. She turns to her group, nodding to a few of the free folk. Get that trunk loaded on the cart. Careful, now. They move quickly, hauling the heavy chest of vials with cautious hands. The Grid follows, Rugun close behind, his red cloak swaying as he steps onto the hut's sagging porch, watching them work. Nearby, a gaunt man stands beside a cauldron of crackling fire, his palms raised skyward, eyes closed, lips moving in a fervent murmur. The same fiery heart pendant dangles from his neck, glinting in the flame's glow. The Grid watches, curiosity tugging at her, the ritual alien and unsettling. She turns to Rugun, her brow furrowing. What is this place, Rugun? Rugun leans against a post. Was an old farmstead once, left to rot by whoever worked it last. Now it's a haven for those who follow the Lord of Light, a temporary home for his faithful. The Grid's confusion deepens, her head tilting. Lord of Light. Arla, they call him, God of Fire and Shadow. His followers believe he's the one true God, that his light burns away the dark, protects the living from death's grasp. They pray to him, offering fire and faith, seeking his guidance through visions in the flames. He gestures to the scattered figures around the settlement. Most here followed the old Stag King, back when his banners flew. Others joined later, drawn to the fire's promise. Even got some of our kind. They found their way to it at the wall. He points to a frail, white-haired man perched on a stoop, his hands clasped around a staff. That's Jorvik. He was born a cave dweller, lived his whole life in the dark. Now he's here, chasing the light. The Grid's skepticism surges, her lips pressing into a thin line. The gods, silent, ancient, rooted in the Weirwoods, are all she's ever known, their presence a quiet pulse in the wild places. This fire worship, with its fervent chants and glowing pendants, feels like a fevered dream, a cult chasing phantoms in the flames. Why'd ye abandon our gods for this one, she asks, her tone blunt but curious. Rugun's eyes grow distant, his fingers tightening around the pendant. When I was a boy, my mother would haul me and my sister to the heart tree in our village. We'd kneel in the snow, her praying soft and sure, saying the gods would speak if we listened true. Close your eyes, Rugun, she'd say, their whispers will find ye. I believed her then. He takes a deep breath, his voice roughening, raw with old pain. After the White Crows took her, took my sister, slaughtered em like beasts, I prayed harder than ever. Knelt before every weirwood I could find, praying till my voice gave out, begging for justice, for a sign, for anything. Nothing came. No whispers. Just cold and silence. His jaw tightens, bitterness seeping through. The old gods didn't give a damn about me or mine. And ye think this one does? Rugun exhales, a heavy, weary sound, his shoulders sagging. Can't say I know, lass, not for certain. His dark eyes wander across the settlement, lingering on the flickering bonfires and the shadowed figures moving in their glow. I've been running since I was a lad, from my father's drunken fists, from the White Crow's chains, to the Black Crow's blades, and now from the others, cold as death itself. Never had a place to stand still, never had folk to call my own. Till here. He pauses, his voice softening, almost tender. These people, this fire, they've given me a home, a reason to stop running. Maybe it's Arla or maybe it's just the warmth of kin. But it's more than the old gods ever gave me. His words carry a quiet conviction, a man who's found solace not in certainty but in belonging, a refuge in the flames amidst a world of ice and death. She shifts, eyes narrowing as she turns to Rugen. So, do ye hear whispers now, see visions from these flames of yours? Rugen shakes his head, a faint smile touching his lips. Not me, lass, he replies, his tone hushed with awe. I don't see nothing in the flames. But she does. Ygritte's brow arches. She. Rugen's face lights up, his words tumbling out with an fervor that catches her off guard. The Red Woman. Most beautiful creature I ever laid eyes on, like fire woven into flesh, hair like burning copper, eyes that see right through ye. But it ain't just her looks. She's powerful, Ygritte, touched by Orla himself. She can wield flames with a whisper, calling fire from nothing to burn away the dark. The Lord of Light speaks through her, clear as a bell, guiding us, showing us the way. He gestures toward the settlement, where figures move, tending fires or murmuring prayers. Every soul here came for her, followed her from the wall, from Dragonstone, from places ye'd never think. They hang on her teachings, her visions. She sees truths in the flames, futures yet to come, and her prophesies, they give us hope, bind us as one. Ygritte's lips twitch, a sarcastic edge slipping into her voice. Sounds like quite the woman. Rugen's enthusiasm doesn't waver, his grin widening as he leans forward, undaunted by her quip. She's more than that, lass. You need to meet her, see her for yourself. Come, it'll be worth your time. Ygritte's gaze flicks back to the cart, where her band finishes securing the chest of vials. The sun is still bright overhead but beginning to tilt westward, filtering through the wolfswood's dense branches. We need to head out soon. It's a fair trek back to Winterfell, and we ain't got time to spare. Rugen steps closer, his tone earnest, almost imploring. Just a quick meet, Ygritte. The Red Woman, she might give ye a blessing, or words to steer ye true in the fight ahead. Could make a difference, facing what's coming. Ygritte pauses, Rugen's fervor kindling a spark of intrigue that battles her urgency. The weight of their mission presses hard, but truth be told, she's curious, intrigued by this woman who commands such devotion and claims to wield the power of fire. Her eyes flick to the cart, then back to Rugen's hopeful gaze, and she exhales, her decision settling like a stone. All right, Rugen, she says, giving a curt nod. But let's make it quick. Rugen nods eagerly, turning to lead the way. Ygritte catches Ryke's eye, giving him a subtle nod to follow. Her silent signal is clear, she doesn't fully trust Rugen's fervor or this strange place. Ryke's jaw tightens, his hand twitching toward the crossbow as he silently alerts Soren and the others. The group falls in behind her, their steps cautious, eyes scanning the shadows as they trail Rugen further into the settlement, where the Red Woman awaits. The group is led deeper into the settlement until they approach a hut that stands apart from the others. Larger and better maintained, its sturdy timbers and tightly thatched roof suggest it once belonged to the farmstead's owner. Unlike the weathered, sagging structures around it, this hut bears signs of care, its walls are free of rot, the door fitting snugly in its frame. Upon entering, Ygritte instantly senses a stark difference from Rugen's chaotic hut. The interior is oppressively dark, the air heavy with a stillness that feels unnatural. Faint slivers of daylight slip through narrow, shuttered windows, but they do little to dispel the gloom. The space is nearly empty, save for a single, rough-hewn bench pushed against one wall and a cracked stool tipped on its side. There's no furniture, no furs or woven rugs, no echo of the life a home should hold. Just a hollow shell, cold and uninviting, more tomb than dwelling. Rugen guides them down a narrow hallway, the floorboards creaking underfoot, to a large room at the hut's rear. A robust fire blazes in a stone hearth, its flames casting a warm, flickering glow that battles the room's shadows. Seated before it, hunched in a high-backed chair, is a woman draped in vibrant red robes that shimmer like liquid fire. Her long, ruby-red hair cascades down her back, catching the firelight in waves of crimson. Her back is to them, one pale hand outstretched, fingers brushing the edge of the flames as if coaxing secrets from their dance. Rugen takes a cautious step forward, but before he can speak, the woman's voice cuts through the silence, low and somber, without turning her head. Rugen, for the last time, the Lord of Light will not reveal your true love in the flames. Rugen lets out an awkward chuckle, his face flushing as he glances back at Ygritte and the group, clearly caught off guard. He clears his throat, shifting his weight, and addresses the Red Woman again. "Ain't here for that today, lady," he says, his voice steadying. "Brought some folk, guests who could use your guidance, maybe a word from the flames." The woman turns, and Ygritte catches the first glimpse of her face. She is every bit as striking as Regan promised, but her beauty is unsettling, almost unearthly. Her features are sharp and flawless, her skin pale as moonlight, but it's her eyes that unsettle Ygritte most, a deep, burning red, like embers glowing in the dark. There's a haunting quality to her beauty, a strangeness that makes Ygritte's skin prickle, as if she's looking at something not entirely human. Her eyes sweep the room, taking in Soren's steady composure, Ryk's taut wariness, and the cautious curiosity of the other free folk. But when they land on Ygritte, they widen, a flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, or surprise, flashing across her face. She rises from her chair with deliberate grace, her scarlet robes pooling around her feet as she stands. Her gaze remains locked on Ygritte, as if the rest of the room has faded into shadow. The air grows heavy, the hearths crackle softening under the intensity of her presence, and Ygritte feels the weight of every eye in the room shifting between her and the strange woman. Regan steps forward, clearing his throat, his voice tinged with pride. "This is Lady Melisandre," he says, gesturing to the Red Woman. "These folk are here for your wisdom, lady." Ygritte steps forward, masking the unease churning in her gut as she extends her hand in greeting, but Melisandre remains still, her eyes fixed with unrelenting intensity, offering no gesture in return. "You should not be here," Melisandre says abruptly. Ygritte blinks, caught off guard by the bluntness. She glances at Regan, expecting some explanation for the woman's strange behavior, but his face mirrors her confusion. Beside him, Ygritte notices Ryk fixating on Melisandre, his eyes narrowed with a mix of bewilderment and caution, as if grappling with a memory or instinct he can't fully grasp. Ygritte turns back to the Red Woman, her patience thinning. "Sorry to trouble ya," then she says, her voice sharp as she takes a step toward the door. "We'll leave ya to your flames." But Melisandre moves with startling grace, her robes whispering as she closes the distance in an instant, her pale hand snagging Ygritte's arm with a firm grip. Before Ygritte can react, Melisandre's other hand reaches for her tunic, tugging the fabric down to expose the top of her breasts. "Oh, steady on." Ygritte yelps as she slaps Melisandre's hand away, stepping back to put space between them. "If ye wanted a peek at my teats, ye could at least offer me a pint first, aye." Melisandre's eyes widen as if she's startled by her own actions. "My apologies," she says, her voice almost a whisper, tinged with a strange reverence. "I meant no offense. I only sought proof of Arla's miracle, a sign of his will made flesh." Ygritte glances down at her exposed chest, her embarrassment flaring as she adjusts her tunic. "Aye, they're a fine pair," she murmurs, "but I wouldn't go calling 'em a bloody miracle." Melisandre shakes her head. "Not your breasts, child, but what lies between them. A scar, small but deep, one that should have claimed your life, yet it did not." Ygritte's breath hitches, a wave of shock coursing through her as her fingers brush the faint scar hidden on her chest. Her eyes dart up, wide and searching. "How do ye?" "Don't listen to her, Ygritte." Ryk's voice slices through the tense air, raw and furious. Ygritte spins on her heel, catching sight of her friend, his crossbow leveled, bolt aimed squarely at the Red Woman. He steps forward, his voice a low growl. "This witch's tongue is poison." His eyes bore into Melisandre, each word steeped in bitter venom. "I remember ye. Ye were at the war. Ye were the one who put Mance to the flames." The room erupts in a heartbeat. The free folk react as one, hands flying to weapons, swords, axes, and knives drawn with a chorus of scrapes and clinks, all aimed at Melisandre. Ygritte's own bow is up in an instant, arrow knocked, her heart pounding with a surge of rage. Regan throws himself forward, planting his wiry frame between Melisandre and the bristling arsenal, his hands raised in a desperate plea. "Hold, damn ye," he shouts. "No blood needs spill here." Ygritte's bow swings to Regan, her eyes blazing with a fury that feels like it could sear through steel. "Did ye know?" she snarls, her voice low and venomous. "And ye still follow her? The woman who murdered our king?" Regan's shoulders slump, his gaze dropping to the floor, his face etched with shame. I knew, he murmurs, his voice barely audible. Ygritte's fury burns hotter, her bowstring taut, her voice trembling with rage. You know what Mance would do to turn cloaks. To that betrayed their own kind. He'd have your head for this, Regan, and worse. Regan lifts his eyes, a flicker of defiance beneath the weight of his guilt. Mance was never my king, he says, his voice steady despite the shame etching his face. Where power gathers, ruin follows. I kneel to no one, not Mance, not to any man. Ygritte's chest heaves, his words sinking in, his rejection of Mance's authority clashing with her fierce loyalty to the man who united the free folk. She understands, in a distant way, his refusal to kneel, his weariness of power's cost, but it does nothing to dull the fire in her heart. Her gaze flicks to Soren, standing apart near the threshold, his massive frame still, his axe untouched at his belt. Unlike the others, he hasn't drawn a weapon, his dark eyes steady, watching the standoff unfold with a calm that borders on detachment. The sight ignites a fresh spark of anger in Ygritte, her suspicion sharpening. You knew, she accuses, her voice low and seething. You knew exactly where we were headed, who we'd find here, and you didn't say a bloody word. Soren meets her gaze, his voice calm. If I'd told you, Ygritte, you wouldn't have come. You'd have turned us back, and we'd be empty-handed. We needed this, Regan's vials. You know it as well as I do. Who he aligns with don't change what he's given us. He draws a deep breath, his expression softening. Not everyone crowned Mance king, and you know it. He took the title when we were at our lowest, broken and scattered. We followed cause we had to, not cause he was anointed. That don't make him a god. Ygritte's jaw clenches. He got us south. Soren shakes his head, his voice calm but cutting. That wasn't Mance. That was Jon Snow, opening the gates, striking the deals. Mance led us on a fool's errand to storm Castle Black, unprepared, divided, with half the clans still squabbling. A reckless gamble that cost us dear. We had no time. Ygritte snaps, her bow trembling slightly, the memory of those desperate days fueling her defiance. The wall was closing in, the dead were coming, we had to move. We had time, Soren counters. Time to probe the wall's weaker points, Grey Guard, East Watch. Time to send scouts, to barter with the Watch, to find a path that didn't end in blood. Mance chose the hardest road, the one that'd make his name, and it led to a massacre. Our people bled for his pride. He steps closer, his voice dropping. Mance wasn't the hero you paint him, Ygritte. He was sharp, cunning, but not always kind. He sent SDYR's band, your band, knowing it was a death trap. You were bait, meant to draw the Watch size while he schemed. He wanted you dead, Ygritte. With you gone, none would challenge his rule. Ygritte's heart pounds in her chest, a frantic rhythm that makes her bow falter, the arrow's point dipping. It ain't true, she says, her voice raw, almost pleading. Her loyalty to Mance, the man who gave the free folk purpose, burns fierce, but doubt gnaws at its edges. Soren's gaze doesn't waver, his voice steady but laced with a grim certainty. It is true, Ygritte. You knew why Mance wanted you on his council. Not because he valued your mind, but to keep you close, to silence them that whispered you'd be a better leader. He brought you in to make it look like you were part of his plans. But the whispers didn't stop, and Mance, he grew restless, desperate to keep his grip. Regan's voice breaks the charged silence. I was one of them, he admits, his voice heavy, his eyes fixed on the floor, unable to meet hers. One of the ones who pitched your name to lead us. I wasn't alone, thousands thought it, whispered it in the camps. Mance never truly knew us. Born free folk, but raised among crows, their ways carved deep in him. His heart was half southern, his mind set on their games of power, not our freedom. Ygritte's breath catches, Regan's words landing like a stone, stirring memories of murmurs among the clans, sidelong glances, voices hushed when Mance was near. Her bow trembles, the weight of their belief in her clashing with the pain of Mance's betrayal. RYK's voice slices through the charged silence, sharp and unyielding. This ain't about whether Mance was the right man to lead us, he growls, stepping forward, his crossbow steady in his grip. He was our king, chosen or not, and that's what held us together. But this ain't about him, it's about her. His blazing eyes lock onto Melisandre, the Red Woman standing serene in her scarlet robes. I was there when he was killed. I heard his screams as the flames took him. No one deserves to die like that, burning alive for your God's pleasure. Melisandre steps forward, undaunted by the weapons. Then you will recall that it was not my flames that ended your king's life, she says, her eyes locking onto Ryk, then shifting to Ygritte. The true blow came from the weapon your queen now wields. Ygritte's arms drop, the bow falling to her side as if it scorched her, the weirwood smooth and familiar in her hands now feeling like a traitor's tool. She stares at it, shock numbing her fingers, her eyes tracing the intricate carvings, spirals and runes etched by her father's hand, a gift passed to her after his death. The bow had been her anchor, a piece of home carried through every fight, but now it's tainted, stained by a truth she never knew. Her fingers brush the names of her family, tender, almost reverent, as a flood of realization hits her. She's missed so much in the years spent beyond the wall, while truths unfolded without her. Her gaze lifts, darting between Soren's steady resolve, Rhaegon's averted eyes, Ryk's blazing anger, and Melisandre's enigmatic calm, each face a piece of a puzzle she's only now beginning to grasp. The room pulses with tension, the free folk's weapons still drawn, the hearth's flames casting flickering shadows as Ygritte struggles to weave together the fragments of a past she wasn't there to witness. Ye would have let the flames devour him, witch, and smiled while he burned Ryk snarls, his voice raw and venomous. Jon Snow's arrow was mercy, sparing him the agony ye set upon him. Ygritte's mind staggers, the words crashing over her. Jon killed Mance. The thought is a jagged blade, twisting in her gut, another betrayal she never saw coming. Melisandre's eyes remain steady, her voice calm but weighted with solemnity. I acted only as my king commanded. Ryk's mouth twists into a sneer, his voice a low, biting growl. Was it your king's command to set the pyre ablaze, or your own doing? Or perhaps that twisted god of yours, murmuring in your ear to spark the flames? Melisandre opens her mouth, her expression shifting as if to deflect, but Ygritte's patience snaps. Enough, she barks, her voice sharp, cutting through the room. Stand down, all of ye. Ryk shoots her a look, his eyes flashing with disbelief, but she holds firm, her jaw set. I said down. Slowly, reluctantly, the free folk lower their weapons, Ryk's crossbow dipping last. Ygritte's voice hardens. We can stand here squabbling over who wronged who till the dead march through the door, but it won't change a damn thing. It's in the past. She turns to her group, her tone resolute, brooking no argument. We got what we came for. Time to turn back and face what's coming, not linger on what's already been done. The group nods, their faces grim, turning to file out of the room. Ygritte moves to follow, but Melisandre's voice, soft yet piercing, stops her cold. Wait, child. Ygritte turns, her eyes narrowing as she faces the Red Woman, whose gaze glows like the ruby at her throat. I don't want nothing to do with ye, she says, her voice cold. Keep your blessings. She turns to leave, heading back towards the hall. But Melisandre's words follow, low and insistent, striking a chord Ygritte can't ignore. Do you not wish to know why you draw breath? Have you not wondered what force spared you, what power pulled you back from death's embrace? Ygritte freezes, her breath catching. The question strikes a nerve, unearthing a thought that's haunted her since the moment she woke, gasping, from what should have been her end. Why her? Why now? Whose hand pulled her from death's grip? It's a shadow that's lingered in the corners of her mind, unanswered, gnawing at her in quiet moments. She turns slowly, her eyes locking onto Melisandre's, searching for deception. And ye think ye know why? Melisandre nods, her eyes flicking briefly to the group behind Ygritte, a silent request for privacy. Ygritte's heart pounds, but she straightens, her voice firm. Leave us, she orders her group. Ryk steps forward, his hand gripping her arm, his voice a harsh whisper. Ye can't trust this witch, Ygritte. Not a word, she says. Ygritte meets his eyes, her expression softening. I know, she whispers back, her voice steady. But I want to hear her out. She offers him a small, reassuring smile. Wait outside, Ryk. I'll be fine. Ryk's jaw tightens, his eyes flashing with doubt, but he nods, stepping back. The free folk file down the shadowed hall, their footsteps echoing, Soren's heavy tread, Rugen's quieter shuffle, and the others' wary steps fading into the distance. Ygritte stands alone, the hearth's glow casting long shadows as Melisandre watches her, the ruby at her throat pulsing faintly, an unspoken promise of truths yet to be revealed. Melisandre glides back toward the hearth, her red robes flowing like liquid flame. Ygritte follows warily, keeping a few steps back, her eyes sharp with distrust. "So, you're gonna tell me why I'm here, or just keep staring at em flames?" Melisandre turns slightly, her gaze settling on Ygritte. "Do you know who I am, girl?" she asks, her tone smooth as polished stone. Ygritte's jaw tightens. "I ain't here for games, witch." The priestess's gaze sharpens, a faint smile curling her lips as she steps closer. "Did Jon Snow never mention my name?" "No," Ygritte retorts. "Why? Did he fuck you too?" Her words are sharp, but beneath the bite, her heart thumps hard, a flicker of unease stirring at the thought of Jon entangled with the Red Woman. But to her surprise, Melisandre laughs, a low, rich sound that echoes softly in the small room. "No," Melisandre says, grin widening, an expression that feels too knowing, too intimate, making Ygritte shift uncomfortably. "I offered myself to him once at the wall, but he turned me away. Said his heart belonged to another, a wilderling girl, brought down by an arrow." Ygritte releases a shaky breath, unaware she'd been holding it tight in her chest. So he had cared. She wasn't just a fleeting thing in his past. For a moment, she allows herself to feel it, the comfort of knowing she mattered. That she had lived in his memory, long enough for another woman to feel her shadow. For a time, she thinks. Until he found another. Melisandre's eyes study Ygritte with a cautious intensity before she speaks again. "That isn't why I mentioned him," she says. "I'd hoped he might have spoken of the woman who drew him back from death." Ygritte's eyes widen. "So you were the one," she mutters. The priestess nods, her expression serene. "It was I who summoned him from death, by the grace of Arla's sacred fire. I stood over his broken body, spoke the ancient words, and offered my blood to the flames. The Lord of Light restored him, Azor Ahai come again, reborn amidst salt and smoke." Ygritte frowns, not bothering to hide her confusion. "Azor who?" Melisandre's voice resonates with a hallowed intensity, her eyes alight in the fire's glow. "Azor Ahai is the champion foretold. When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again to wake dragons from stone. He will forge Lightbringer, a sword of living flame, and lead the fight against the endless night that seeks to consume us all." Ygritte scoffs, rolling her eyes. "A prophecy? Of course it is." Melisandre's expression remains unperturbed. "For years, I scoured the world for the prince who was promised. It was my calling, the fire that led me to these shores. I believed I had found him in Stannis Baratheon." Her voice falters at his name, her gaze distant, shadowed by regret. "But I was mistaken." Ygritte tilts her head, her voice dry but curious. "So now ye repin it on Jon?" Melisandre nods, her eyes burning with quiet conviction. "When I first met Jon Snow, I sensed something within him, a spark, a destiny I could not name. Yet my loyalty to Stannis blinded me, and I dismissed my doubts. I prayed to Arla, night after night, for a glimpse of Azor Ahai. The flames showed me nothing but snow." She pauses, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Jon Snow?" Ygritte arches a brow, her skepticism plain, but holds her tongue, letting Melisandre speak on. "Jon Snow gave his life to let your people through the wall, and his own brothers repaid him with steel. Ser Davos brought me to his broken body, pleading for a miracle I doubted I could grant. Yet Arla deemed him worthy. The flames took my offering, and he breathed again. Only then, seeing him live, did I see the truth, he is the prince who was promised." Ygritte leans back, her arms crossing. "Hold up. You lost me. Is he Azor Ahai or this prince who was promised?" "They are one, child. Two names for the same destiny," Melisandre says, eyes searching Ygritte's hardened face. "You do not seem convinced." "I don't believe in prophecies," Ygritte says flatly. Melisandre tilts her head, her voice probing. "Why not?" Ygritte's lips press into a thin line. I've seen woods witches spin grand tales of fate, promises of glory, doom, what have ye. Every one of 'em turned to dust. Prophecies ain't about seeing the future, they're about the mess folks make believe in 'em. More often than not, it ends in blood and ruin. Melissandra's gaze sharpens, a flicker of frustration crossing her face. I am no mere woods witch, girl. Ye re something else, Ygritte concedes. But ye sing a similar song. Prophecies are slippery things, words vague enough to mean anything, shaped by whoever's reading 'em. They come true cause folks act on 'em, bend their lives to fit the tale. People cling to 'em, hoping their days mean more than just scraping by. But hope like that, it's a blade with no hilt. Dangerous. Melissandra's voice is calm, unfazed. I've had many cynics in my time. One more makes no difference. The hour will come, child. You'll see it unfold. The great other will sweep over the north, and with it, a darkness the likes of which this world has never known. Only then shall Arla's chosen rise, bearing a sword of flame, and the darkness shall flee before him. Ygritte's brow arches. If ye re so sure this prophecy's about Jon, why ain't ye at Winterfell, standing by your God's chosen? Melissandra's eyes fall to the floor, a fleeting shadow of guilt crossing her face. Like you, I am a stranger in this land, she says softly. I was called by Arla to make a sacrifice, one I believed would bring victory. I obeyed, but others, they saw only cruelty. I was banished from the north because they misunderstood. Ygritte's instincts prickle, sensing the priestess's polished words veil a deeper truth. Yet here ye are, lingering just half a day's ride from Winterfell's gates. Melisandra lifts her chin, her expression steadfast. I remain to bear witness to Arla's miracle, to see his champion fulfill the prophecy. Ygritte crosses her arms. Why are ye telling me all this? What's it got to do with me? Melissandra's eyes blaze with sudden intensity, pinning Ygritte with a gaze that feels like it could pierce soul deep. All threads are bound in Arla's design. I believe it is all connected. How? Melisandra leans closer, her voice a fervent whisper. Your life, your return from death, your tie to Jon Snow, they are no accident. You are woven into the Lord of Light's purpose, a spark meant to burn bright in the coming storm. She says, her words heavy. When I served at the wall, I knew you had perished. Your body had returned to the snows, claimed by the cold. Yet your soul did not ascend to Arla's Hall of Light. I thought perhaps your old gods claimed you, their roots binding your soul. But now you stand before me, flesh and blood. What hand stirred the scales of fate? Ygritte's patience frays, her eyes flashing with irritation. Quit circling, witch. Get to the point. Melissandra's lips curve faintly, undeterred. I called upon the flames to restore Jon Snow, to pull his soul back from the void. But it seems Arla, in his wisdom, chose to claim another. You. Ygritte's brow furrows. Why? I never heard of your fire god till today. Why'd he bother with someone like me? Melisandra steps closer, her voice dropping to a reverent whisper. Because I sought his soul, child. Jon's soul. It did not dwell in him alone, it lived in you, in the two lives you carried within your womb. Ygritte's hand instinctively drifts to her stomach, a reflex born of memory, where the faint echo of Neve and Oizen's kicks still lingers like a ghost. Her breath falters, her eyes flaring wide, as she clings to Melissandra's every word. When you fell, you bore Jon's seed, his blood entwined with yours in the children yet unborn. You were bound to him, by love, by life, by the sparks you carried. I sought only Jon, but Arla saw more. Ygritte's voice trembles as she fixes Melisandra with a piercing stare. What does your god want with my babes? Why drag them into this? The Lord of Light's purposes are veiled, even to his most devoted servants. His true designs may forever lie beyond our grasp. Perhaps he saw Jon's unspoken desire for a family, a hearth to claim as his own. Perhaps he willed Azor Ahai's blood to endure, a spark to kindle an era of eternal light. Or perhaps, in his mercy, the Lord of Light spared the innocent. Whatever the cause, when I called Jon back from death, those small souls stirred, summoning them forth. But they could not endure without you. To preserve their lives, Arla wove your soul back into the world alongside them. Ygritte's voice cuts sharp, laced with fury. That's all I am, then. Dragged back just cause it suited your god. My body nothing but a cradle for John's babes. Melissandra's gaze softens, but her voice carries a fervent conviction. It may seem so, child, but do not doubt your purpose. You have given John heirs, a legacy his present lover cannot provide. You nurtured them, kept them strong, and they would not have survived without you. But your duty is fulfilled, you've brought your children home, to their rightful place at their father's side. Ygritte's fists tighten, her knuckles whitening, her eyes ablaze with a fierce, unyielding defiance that courses through her like wildfire. Niamh and Oisin are hers, her heart, her blood, her purpose, not mere pieces to be moved in Orla's cryptic game or extensions of John's storied lineage. The idea of her children reduced to pieces in a divine puzzle kindles a searing, protective fury in her soul. So what's left for me, then? Was I just a tool in your god's grand plan? What's he got in store for me, now I've done my duty? Would you like to see for yourself? Melisandre asks, smiling softly. She then glides back toward the hearth, her movements fluid, and Ygritte watches, wary, as the priestess trails her hand through the flames, her fingers caressing the fire as if it were a living thing. Melisandre turns, her eyes glinting with quiet intensity. Come, let me show you. Ygritte's instincts scream to run, Melisandre's strange power stirring unease deep in her gut. This feels wrong, a step too far into a world she doesn't trust. Yet the witch's words have stirred something deep, an answer to the gnawing question that's plagued her since she was brought back, a riddle neither the gods nor Freyja could ever solve. Though Melisandre's claims clash with her beliefs, a spark of curiosity burns within her, unquenchable, urging her to know more. With a cautious step, Ygritte approaches the hearth, her breath shallow. Melisandre's eyes lock onto hers, the fire's glow casting stark shadows across her face. Give me your hand, she says, her voice low, commanding yet laced with a strange reverence, as if the flames themselves await Ygritte's choice. Cautiously, Ygritte stretches out her hand, her heart racing, but she halts abruptly as Melisandre pulls a slender dagger from her robes. What are ye playing at? She snaps, jerking her hand back. Melisandre's tone remains calm, almost soothing. To see your path, a sacrifice must be offered to the flames. Blood magic, she asks, her voice trembling. Melisandre nods. It is the only way. She pauses, her tone softening further. Yet you are free to leave, child. I will not bind you to this choice. No, Ygritte says, her voice firm despite the tremor in her chest. I need to know. With a shaky breath, she extends her hand again and Melisandre seizes it with a grip like iron. Slowly, deliberately, the priestess drags the blade across Ygritte's palm, a sharp sting blooming as blood wells, dark and glistening. She guides Ygritte's arm over the hearth, squeezing her fist until crimson droplets fall. The fire crackles and flares, tongues of flame leaping higher, and Melisandre begins to chant in a strange, guttural tongue. Ygritte's eyes bore into the blaze, searching, half expecting some vision to flare to life, but the fire only dances, revealing nothing, its heat a silent taunt against her hopes and fears. The chanting halts abruptly, the strange cadence of Melisandre's foreign tongue fading into the crackle of the fire. Ygritte's head snaps toward her, catching the priestess's face taut with focus, her eyes locked on the flames. Suddenly, Melisandre gasps, her eyes widening as if struck, and she stumbles back, her hand flying to the pulsing ruby at her throat. What is it? Ygritte demands, her heart lurching with unease. What did ye see? Melisandre's breath hitches, her chest rising and falling as she steadies herself. When their eyes meet, a shadow of dread passes between them, chilling Ygritte's blood despite the fire's heat. The flames whisper of a girl, cast into a world that seeks to break her. Wolves howl at her heels, dragons scream from the skies, lions circle with bared claws, and spiders weave their silken snares. They hunger for her life, each vying to shape her fate. Power swirls around her, cruel, ancient, a storm that threatens to crush her. Yet she burns, a defiant ember in the chaos. She weaves her own threads, cloaked in shadow, guarding a past she holds close, scarred by the pain she's wrought on others. Once, she counted the lives she took, learned their names, but now they blur, too many to hold. She plots, she deceives, even to those she claims to love, mastering a game that threatens to consume her. Her cunning shields her, for a time, but dragons are not so easily outwitted. She yearns for freedom, loathes a life of chains, yet the flames see her on her knees, not for fealty, but for love. And in time, a strike will fall, and the Lord of Light will reclaim his gift, returning her back to the Hall of Light. The Grid's voice quakes, a hoarse whisper barely escaping her lips as a chill seeps into her bones. No. It ain't true, she breathes, her eyes wide with denial. You're lying. Melisandre's eyes remain steady, her voice steeped in solemn certainty. The flames do not lie, girl. Your second life burns bright, but it is only fleeting. The Grid's heart thunders, a cold grip of fear tightening around her chest, more piercing than any she's ever known. Death was never a stranger to her, beyond the wall, it lurked in every shadow, through wars and famines. She'd brushed its edge time and again, each close call hardening her resolve. By the time Castle Black loomed, she'd half expected its cold embrace, and when the arrow struck, she'd met it with grim acceptance. But now, death frightens her more than anything, no longer a shadow in the distance, but a thief poised to take everything she's come to love. She has too much to live for, her kin, her home, and above all, her children. She longs to see them grow, to carve out lives free from the hardships that scarred her own. Without her, she dreads the dangers they'll face. The thought of failing them, of leaving them vulnerable, tears at her soul, a fear sharper than any blade. How much time do I have, she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Melisandre's expression doesn't falter. The Lord of Light's visions show paths, not ours. Prophecies are not bound by mortal time. The Grid scoffs bitterly. So you don't know. Melisandre inclines her head. I know not the precise moment, but the flames whisper it will come soon. The Grid's heart clenches, a raw, searing pain gripping her as memories of her children's parting flood back. The thought that it might have been the last time she'd ever hold them, feel their warmth, rips through her like a blade, her chest tightening with unbearable grief. If she had known, she might have held them tighter, lingered longer, or never left their side at all. I didn't die and get hauled back just to die again. The Grid snaps, her voice cracking with raw desperation. I won't abandon my babes. Melisandre's expression softens, but her words cut deep. Yet you already have. Your defiance is aflame, wild and unbowed. But none escape death's call. Valar Morghulis. Your fate cannot be outrun. The Grid's voice trembles with fury, her eyes blazing. And whose hand writes this fate, eh? Your god's, or your own, she demands, stepping closer. Do ye get a thrill from this? Telling folk their doom, does it make ye feel powerful, reveling in their despair? Melisandre's expression remains serene, her voice steady. I speak only Orla's truth. The Grid lets out a sharp laugh. No, ye don't. Your visions come from a cracked mind, not some divine gift. Ye spent years dressing your madness in red silk and calling it prophecy. Ye manipulate, ye deceive. That's how ye survived this long. That's how ye clawed your way close to kings and lords. Power, that's all ye ever wanted. She steps closer, eyes narrowing. But it fell apart, didn't it? Your first Azor Ahai's dead in the dirt, your second wants nothing of ye. The spell broke and folk saw through the illusion. Ye weren't banished for some misunderstanding. Ye did something monstrous, and it wasn't your god's fault, it was your own. And now ye sit here, in a hovel on the edge of nowhere, surrounded by your flock of fools, but ye never felt more alone. The Grid watches with a grim satisfaction as Melisandre's composed facade crumbles, her face twisting with a quiet sorrow, her eyes dropping to the floor, yet she remains silent. The priestess's vulnerability only fuels the Grid's resolve. Don't need no magic flames to tell me what's true, she continues, her voice firm. I've had enough of your games and visions. I need to get back to Winterfell, where the real fight's brewing, where my people need me. She pauses, her thoughts snagging on Rhaegon's words about Melisandre's power to wield flame, a spark of possibility flickering amidst her anger. Her tone shifts, tinged with a challenge. Want my advice, Red Woman? Stop skulking and waiting for your god to point the way. Use your power to do right, to fight for the living. Show the folk you've faced your wrongs and come back swinging. Melisandre's gaze lifts slowly, her eyes glistening with a mix of pain and contemplation. The grid meets her gaze, her spirit kindling with a faint hope that the Red Woman might grasp this chance for redemption, where the looming war demands every ounce of courage and fire. The grid turns, striding towards the door, but just as her hand grasps the iron knob, Melissandra's voice cuts through the quiet, soft but insistent. "Wait, child." The grid pauses, glancing over her shoulder, her eyes narrowing slightly. The priestess steps forward, her expression tinged with regret. "I apologize if the flames showed you a fate you did not wish," she says, her voice sincere. "I will pray to the Lord of Light to guide you in the time you have left." The grid pauses, a chuckle escaping her lips. "Gotta hand it to ye for your faith, Red Woman. But your Lord of Light can go fuck himself." The grid spins on her heel, yanking the heavy wooden door open, its hinges groaning as she charges into the shadowed corridor. She storms toward the exit and thrusts the outer door wide with a sharp bang, catching RYK off guard as he leans against the wall outside, his lean frame snapping to attention as he hurries to her side. "What happened?" RYK asks, scanning her face for answers. "What did she say?" "We need to head back," the grid says curtly, her eyes avoiding his, her jaw tight as she brushes past, eager to escape the chamber's oppressive weight. RYK falls into step beside her, matching her brisk stride until his eyes catch on her hand, and he stops short, his face tightening. "What the fuck happened to your hand?" he snaps, stepping in front of her to block her path. The grid glances down, only now registering the blood seeping from the ritual's cut, dark red trails snaking across her palm, dripping onto the snow. "Shit," she mutters, wincing. RYK doesn't hesitate, pulling his water skin from his belt and pouring a stream over the wound, the cold water mixing with crimson as it drips to the ground. He frowns, his voice laced with disapproval. "Thought you knew better than to mess around with blood magic." The grid stays silent, her eyes watching as he tears a strip from his worn tunic with a sharp rip, his calloused hands deftly wrapping the cloth tightly around her palm. When he finishes, he glances up, his eyes searching hers, concern etched in his face. She exhales, her voice soft, tinged with regret. "You were right," she says quietly. "I should have listened to you." He holds her gaze, his tone insistent but gentle. "What did she tell you?" The grid forces a strained smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, masking the roasting of a prophecy she's not ready to voice. "Nothing worth hearing. Just the usual nonsense." He studies her for a moment, then nods firmly, his jaw set. "Let's get out of here." They pivot, marching toward the tethered horses, where the free folk cluster, their supplies bound securely. The rugged cart, hitched to a horse under Soren's care, creaks softly in the wind. Just as Ygritte reaches for her mare's saddle, a gruff voice calls out, "Wait up, lass." She turns to see Ruggan hurrying through the snow, his breath puffing in clouds. Behind her, RYK lets out a disgruntled sigh. "Bugger off," he mutters under his breath. The grid stifles a laugh. "I'll only be a moment," she tells RYK, ignoring his scowl. Ruggan's weathered face breaks into a broad smile as she nears. "Wanted to see you off proper," he says, his voice hearty. He tilts his head, curious. "How'd it go with the Red Woman?" The grid's lips quirk, her tone dry. "She's as intriguing as ye claimed." Ruggan chuckles, then his gaze drops to her bandaged hand, his brow lifting. "Looks like she read your future in the flames." The grid shifts, trying to brush it off with a shrug, but Ruggan extends his own hand, palm up, revealing a patchwork of raised, pale scars crisscrossing the skin. "Ain't no shame in wanting answers, lass," he says, his voice low, understanding. Ygritte murmurs, her eyes flickering with unease. She glances back at RYK, who's fussing with his horse's saddle, then lowers her voice. "She reckons her god had a hand in bringing me back." But, she hesitates, her throat tightening. "She thinks my time's short, that the Lord of Light will soon take back what he gave. Just a matter of when." Ruggan's smile fades, his face falling into a rare, somber mask. "For your sake, lass, I hope she's wrong," he says quietly. The grid forces a faint smile, her throat tight, and Ruggan claps a gentle hand on her arm. "You've got fire in your veins, lass, kissed by it, yeah. That spark might just burn longer than she thinks." The grid's eyes soften. "Thank you again for the vials. Your help's been a boon to our people, more than I can say." Ruggan nods, his face solemn. Just pray it'll hold em through. Then, his hand dips into his tunic, and he pulls out his fiery heart pendant, its ruby glinting faintly in the sun. He slips it off his neck and holds it out to her. Take this. Ygritte's gut twists, a spark of wariness flaring at the idea of carrying something linked to a god seemingly set on her doom. She shakes her head gently, her voice polite but firm. I can't take it, Rugen. It's yours. You've already given me more than enough. Rugen's smile deepens, his eyes kind but insistent. I want ye to have it. It'll serve ye better, lass. Keep ye safe. Ygritte hesitates, her eyes flickering to his hopeful expression, the sincerity in his face softening her resolve. With a reluctant sigh, she relents, taking the pendant and slipping it over her head, tucking it beneath her tunic. The ruby heart settles against her skin, resting cold and heavy on the raised scar above her heart, a strange weight that seems to press deeper than it should. Thank ye, she murmurs. Rugen's gaze holds hers, steady and earnest. Keep our people safe, Ygritte. Bring em home. He lowers his tone, invoking an ancient phrase in the old tongue, born in the time of the first men, carried through rebellions long faded. Our day will come. Her lips curve into a faint smile, the words sparking something fierce. Our day will come, she echoes, before extending her hand. Rugen grasps it tightly, their calloused palms sealing a bond forged in shared struggle and mutual respect. Ygritte turns, boots crunching through the snow as she strides toward her small group. She swings into the saddle with practiced ease, her bandaged hand steady on the reins, and with a gentle nudge, urges her mare forward. The rest of the free folk follow suit, their horses snorting clouds of mist, Soren's cart creaking as it rolls at the head, the trunk of vials secured tightly. Rugen's voice booms across the snowy clearing, cutting through the crisp air. Head back on the even path to Winterfell, ye hear? Dodge them ruts, or ye'll be dinin' on horseflesh tonight. His deep, rumbling laugh rolls out, warm and bold, fading as the riders pull further into the snow-draped distance. RYK nudges his horse alongside Ygritte, his face set in a scowl. Glad to see the back of that one, he mutters, casting a glance over his shoulder. Crazy old sod. Ygritte lets out a sharp laugh. That crazy old sod might have just saved our hides. Her eyes drift to the trunk lashed tightly to the cart ahead, its contents gleaming in her mind like a beacon, their ultimate weapon against the dead, a fragile hope against the darkness. RYK leans closer, his voice dropping to a grim whisper. Ye know it ain't enough, don't ye? Ygritte's heart sinks, the truth of his words a cold weight in her chest. She murmurs. I know. The vials, potent as they are too few to arm the entire Free Folk army. She'll need a plan to ration them fairly, decide who carries their fragile hope into battle. But for now, the long ride back to camp stretches before her, time enough to wrestle with the choices that could mean life or death for her people. The ruby pendant shifts with each steady trot of her mare, its cool weight knocking gently against the scar above her heart, a constant, haunting whisper of Melisandre's grim prophecy, a fleeting life doomed to fade. Each tap binds her to the Red Woman's vision, a chilling weight that clings as the snow-veiled road to Winterfell unfurls before her, her heart grappling with the shadow of a destiny she doesn't want to embrace. Night has fully descended by the time Ygritte and her group reach the camp, the wind howling fiercely, whipping the snow into near horizontal sheets. Ygritte pulls her cloak tighter, her eyes squinting against the storm. Her breath catches, freezing in her chest, and a prickle of dread curls in her gut. They are close, she thinks. The others always herald their approach with a bone-deep chill, the first cruel whisper of their coming. As they near the abandoned temple, raucous laughter spills from within, a stark contrast to the storm outside. Soren and RYK trudge behind her, each gripping a handle of the heavy trunk, their breaths puffing in the frigid air. Ygritte forces the temple's door open with a groan, and the warmth of a blazing hearth floods over her, melting the frost from her face. The laughter quiets, all eyes turning to the newcomers. Divin Sealskinner's scarred face breaks into a broad, toothy grin. About time, Ygritte, he roars, hoisting a flagon. We've already burned through a barrel of ale waiting on ye. Ygritte lets out a sharp laugh. We've much to talk about, Divin, she says, striding to the table at the center of the room. Plenty of time to catch up with the rest of ye drunken fools. The chieftains chuckle, their voices rough and hearty, as she takes her seat, RYK and Soren settling the trunk nearby before joining her. Bog slides a flagon of ale her way, and she catches it with ease, drinking deep as Devin cheers. When she sets it back down, she doesn't miss the way Tormund's eyes narrow from across the table, mouth pulled taut with something unreadable. But she has little time to dwell on as Saigon leans in, gaze flickering with intrigue as he tips his head toward the battered trunk. What hole did ye bring us this time? Ygritte launches into a vivid account of their journey, the fire worshippers' camp, Raghan's sharp-witted battle strategies, and the potential of their oil reserves to craft deadly weapons. The chieftains nod in swift agreement, committing to begin mass production of oil bombs at first light. They redraw their battle lines, weaving fire barrels into their formations, ensuring every warrior can reach the flames when the dead come marching. The trunk, heavy with promise, is then hauled onto the table's center, its lid creaking open to reveal the vials within, small, gleaming, their latent power drawing wide-eyed stares from the gathered free folk. Ygritte stands tall as she explains their lethal potency, no flame required to ignite, each one a burst of fire capable of tearing through the dead's relentless advance. The chieftains lean in, their focus unbroken, captivated by the vial's potential. Harmadog's head is the first to point out their fatal flaw, too few to arm their sprawling army, a mere handful against a tide of death. The table then erupts into a fierce debate, voices rising in a chaotic swell of urgency and conviction. Harma insists the vials be reserved for the chieftains alone, prioritizing leadership's survival. Devin argues for arming their strongest fighters, those proven in battle, to maximize their impact. Saigon pushes for an even distribution across the ranks to strengthen the whole force. Val counters, advocating to arm the spearwives on the front lines, her proposal igniting a surge of protest. Ygritte notes the uproar stems mostly from the men, their faces twisting in outrage. But she listens, striving for patience as the clamor grows, each chieftain fighting for their own vision of fairness. After a tense struggle, a decision takes shape. Half the vials will be scattered among the army, entrusted to those with deadly aim, ensuring a broad defense, while the other half will be split among the chieftains. Ygritte knows some will share their portions with kin, while others will clutch theirs tightly, hoarding them like treasure. In the end, each of them receives 6 vials, and Ygritte's plan is clear in her mind. RYK will share his share with Munda. Tormund will divide his between his 2 sons, secure in the knowledge his daughter is protected. For herself, she plans to divide them with Inga and Astrid, leaving her just 2 vials, 2 fragile chances to shift the tide against the dead. Once the final plans are set in stone, the temple's mood lightens, the chieftains' voices rising in a lively hum. Laughter and chatter swell, ale flowing freely, the bitter tang sparking a light buzz in Ygritte's veins. She leans back, the warmth of the hearth and her people's camaraderie a balm after the day's wait. This is what she loves about these gatherings. None of the stiff-backed lords or pompous councils she endures in Winterfell's colder chambers. The free folk know the weight of the coming war, know it better than most, yet they raise cups, trade jibes, and revel in the now. These are her people, and sitting among them with a half-empty flagon and shared humor feels like breathing after being held underwater. She leans back in her chair, fingers tracing the rim of her cup, when the bench creaks beside her. Someone settles in, close enough that the air shifts. Turning, she meets the pale blue eyes of Mother Mole. The old woman's weathered face gives nothing away, but her gaze pins Ygritte in place. "You look lost, girl," she says, her voice low, like wind hissing over a frozen lake. Ygritte forces a smile, the ale's warmth not quite masking her unease. I'm lost," she admits, "leading ain't easy. Half the time I'm guessing, hoping I don't fuck it all up." The old crone's gaze doesn't waver. Instead she leans in, close enough for Ygritte to catch the sour reek of her breath. "Not like that," she whispers. "Something far greater. Like you've heard a tale you weren't meant to hear." Ygritte flinches, pulling back, her heart slamming against her ribs. The ale's warmth curdles, her head spinning, whether from the drink or Mother Mole's eerie words, she can't tell. But before Ygritte can reply, Bog saunters over, a flagon of sour, piss-reeking brew in hand. He flashes a roguish grin, offering it to her. "Whipped up a fresh batch just for ya, my queen." Ygritte gives a grateful nod, reaching for the cup, but Tormund's voice cuts through like a blade. "She's had enough," he growls, his tone sharp and final. Her eyes snap to him, irritation flaring hot. What's that supposed to mean? Bog chuckles, undeterred. Ease up, Tormund. Ask nice, and I'll let ye have a taste, he teases, waggling the flagon under Tormund's nose. Tormund's eyes narrow, his beard bristling as he leans forward, voice low and venomous. I'd sooner shove a spear in that swill than drink it, he growls. Mother Mole's voice, brittle as frost, weaves into the fray. This be our last gathering before the war takes us. Days hence, half this room will be cold in the ground. Let the girl have her fire. Bog's eyes widen, his grin faltering. God's woman, ye sure know how to gut a mood, he mutters under his breath. Still, he extends the flagon to Ygritte again, his arm steady. Go on, lass. Ygritte locks eyes with Tormund, his stern disapproval pressing down on her like a storm cloud. She shakes her head at Bog, her voice tight. No, I'm done. Suit yourself, Bog grumbles, shrugging as he saunters off, offering the flagon to Harma, who downs it in a single, greedy gulp, her smirk wide as she wipes her chin. Mother Mole lets out a dry chuckle, her eyes glinting as she takes in Tormund's skull. Ye can't hold her forever, Giantsman. The tighter ye grip, the fiercer she'll tug free. She stifles a broad yawn, her gaunt frame sagging with exhaustion. I'm too old for this drunken folly, she mutters, shaking her head. Before rising, she seizes Ygritte's bandaged hand beneath the table, her bony grip fierce, making Ygritte wince as pain flares through her palm. Leaning in, she murmurs just loud enough for her to hear, "Come by my hut tomorrow, girl. I'll mend ye proper." She rises stiffly, her furs trailing like shadow as Ygritte watches her hobble slowly toward the exit. After today, she reckons she's had her fill of witches and their riddled words. The meeting winds down, the temple emptying as chieftains drift into the night. Ygritte gathers her cloak, and steadies a slightly swaying Ryk as they step into the frigid air. The howling wind has stilled, replaced by a gentle snowfall that dusts the north in a soft, silent veil. She pauses, tilting her face upward, letting the snowflakes kiss her cheeks. She's always loved the snow, its wild purity, its quiet strength, a piece of the north that feels like home, untainted by prophecies or wars. Ryk's slurred chuckle breaks the quiet, his breath clouding in the cold. "Come on, princess, let's get ye home," he teases as he sways beside her. Ygritte's lips curve into a fond smile, ready to toss back a retort, but Tormund's voice booms through the stillness, calling for them to halt. He strides toward them with a brisk pace, his furs dusted white. He then plants himself before Ryk, his expression cold. "I'll see Ygritte home." Ryk smirks, leaning into the jest. "What's this, Tormund? Don't trust me to keep her from falling in a snowbank?" Tormund doesn't budge. "You've got a wife waiting for ye at home. She won't be too pleased if ye roll in late and stink in a veil." Ryk's smile vanishes in an instant, his face paling. "Right," then he mutters, his eyes flicking to Ygritte with an apologetic look. "See ye tomorrow," he mumbles, then turns, his boots crunching through the snow as he strides off into the dark. Ygritte rounds on Tormund, her irritation flaring. "That was cruel," she snaps. "If ye wanted to talk, ye could have just asked." Tormund's jaw tightens. "The boy's too thick to catch a hint," he mutters. "And he's fucking me daughter, to boot." Ygritte crosses her arms, unfazed. "Munda ain't complainin', far as I've heard." He cracks a grin. "Aye, he's a good lad. Just needs remindin' who's boss now and then." Ygritte shakes her head. "I'll never understand men and their need to wave their cocks around just to prove a point." Tormund laughs, a deep, rumbling sound, and nods toward the path. "Come on, walk with me." Ygritte hesitates, the sting of his earlier harshness still prickling, but she falls into step beside him, the snow crunching softly under their boots, as they weave deeper into the free folk encampment. Firelight spills from makeshift hearths, painting the snow in shades of gold and amber, while laughter and curses drift like smoke. Ygritte glances at Tormund, his red beard dusted with snow, and breaks the silence. "Anything interesting happen at that council meeting today?" Tormund grunts, a faint smirk tugging at his beard. "I finally heard that Greyjoy lad speak." Ygritte's brows shoot up, surprise flickering across her face. "That's something. In all her days south of the wall, she's never heard Theon Greyjoy utter a single word. Whispers paint him as a brash, swaggering youth in days gone by, but the man she knows is a ghost in flesh. She's watched him in the halls, his eyes glazing over as if snared by some unseen horror, his body flinching at sudden sounds. He's a man lost in the ruins of himself, and Ygritte knows a broken soul when she sees one, his scars deeper than the ones she carries on her own skin. What did he have to say? Tormund's voice lowers. Volunteered to guard the young Stark boy. Bran? Ygritte asks, her brow furrowing. Why? Tormund shrugs. Boy thinks the Night King's after him. Said something about holding memories, didn't make much sense to me. They are setting him up in the Godswood, surrounded by Ironborn and a handful of Karstark men. Planning to use the lad as bait. Ygritte's face twists, disbelief hardening her expression. The others, to her, are death itself, mindless, relentless, bent only on slaughter. The notion of them chasing one boy for some mystic reason sounds like a desperate fable. Bait for the Night King. That's madness, she mutters. Tormund takes in her expression, his own face creased with doubt. I don't buy it either. They tread deeper into the encampment, and as they weave through the scattered huts and tents, the free folk linger. Some perch on hut steps, their wet stones rasping against blades, others huddle around crackling fires, their laughter mingling with the soft drift of songs carried on the night air. Ygritte's eyes catch the glint of flagons in their hands, the rich scent of ale teasing her senses. Tormund's earlier quip had sobered her, the buzz from the ale long faded, leaving her raw and restless. She thinks a few swigs of that foul brew she still has stashed, might quiet her thoughts enough to sleep tonight. She casts a sidelong glance at Tormund, his hulking figure a steady presence, but his earlier outburst gnaws at her, a puzzle she can't let lie. Her voice cuts through the quiet, sharp but cautious. What was all that back there? Tormund huffs, his eyes avoiding hers. Just looking out for Yer is all he mutters, his tone gruff but evasive. Ygritte scoffs. By keeping me from a drink. Need I remind Yer I'm not some Ben needing a nursemaid? Tormund's voice suddenly rises, sharp and heated, his eyes locking onto hers with a fierce intensity. Yri no Ben. Yri a woman grown, a mother, a bloody queen to our folk. Yer should know better. Ygritte stops dead in her tracks, planting herself in his path, her eyes narrowing as she senses the deeper current of his anger. There's more here, something raw and unspoken, and it sets her heart thumping. Say what you need to say, Giantsbane, she demands, daring him to bear the truth. Tormund's jaw tightens. You think I haven't noticed? Think I don't see what you're doing? Night after night, gulping ale like it's air. Ygritte flinches, his words striking a nerve she hadn't expected. She tries to hold her ground, but her voice softens, almost pleading. I need it to sleep, Tormund. Just to quiet the noise. That's all. Tormund steps closer, his voice dropping to a rough, insistent growl. That's horseshit, Ygritte, and you know it. Her temper flares, a spark igniting dry tinder, as she rounds on Tormund. Why do you care, she snaps. I'm a free woman. You got no right to chain me, telling me what I can or can't do. I care cause Yri family, Ygritte. You push everyone away, build walls higher than the wall itself, but there's folk that care about you, whether you see it or not. Ygritte scoffs, crossing her arms. Don't need you fretting over me, she retorts. I've been looking after myself long enough. I know, Tormund says, his voice softening. But I've seen you like this before, and I don't want you losing yourself again. This drinking, it's gotta stop before it swallows you whole. Ygritte's jaw tightens, but she shakes her head, defiant. This ain't like before, she insists, her voice quiet. It is, he insists. Yri grieving. And when Yri hurt, you curl up inside yourself, turn wild and careless. I've known you long enough to spot it. I can't lose you again, lass. I made a promise. Ygritte scoffs. A promise? And to who might that be? Tormund's jaw tightens, his gaze unwavering. Your father. Ygritte's breath catches, her eyes flaring wide with shock. Pa, she asks, confusion knotting her brow. I don't understand. When? Tormund's face tightens, as he recalls the memory long since past. The spring before he died, we went hunting, like when we were lads. He was quiet that day, solemn-like, not himself. I couldn't figure out why. We stopped by a cliff, sharing dry bread, watching the sea churn below, and he asked me to watch over ye all if aught happened to him. I laughed, no. His eyes drift to the snow, pain carving lines deeper into his weathered face. Thought it was just talk, the kind ye never think will come to pass. I was the reckless one, older, always chasing death. Figured I'd go first. He pauses, drawing a shuddering breath, the snow piling on his shoulders like a weight he can't shake. That was the last time I saw him. I wonder sometimes if he knew his time was coming. Oisin always had a way of knowing things, a gut sense I couldn't explain. I think back on that day, wishing I hadn't brushed him off, wishing I'd stayed, talked to him, held him close. Maybe I could have eased whatever shadow was weighing on him before he slipped away. Grid's heart twists, the raw grief in his voice cutting deeper than the winter cold. She reaches out, placing a gentle hand on his arm, her fingers steady despite the ache in her chest. "Ye couldn't have known, Tormund," she says softly, her voice trembling. "None of us could have." Tormund's face twists, his eyes shadowed with pain. "Don't matter," he rasps. "I failed him, Grid." She stares, stunned. But he continues, his words spilling out like a wound torn open. "I wasn't there for ye, not like I should have been. I was off drinking me sorrows, drowning in me own muck, while ye all starved." Grid's throat tightens, but she steps closer, her voice firm, trying to reach him through the fog of his guilt. "Ye're wrong, Tormund. I remember ye coming to us after, sneaking past the barricades, sleeping on our floor for a whole moon. Ye taught us how to carve a spear, showed us how to hold it steady. Ye'd make that god's awful stew, tasted like ash, but it kept us fed." A faint smile tugs at her lips, bittersweet, as a memory flickers to life. "There was that day, when Ma's screams wouldn't stop. Ye took me and Cian to the lake, kept us playing by the water till the sun sank low. It was a good day, a moment where it felt like we could finally breathe." Tormund's jaw tightens, his eyes distant. "It wasn't enough," he mutters, his voice hollow. "I didn't stay long enough." "What did ye expect, Tormund? Ye had a family of your own. Did ye think Pa would have asked ye to abandon em for us?" Tormund's laugh is dry, bitter, cutting through the snowfall like a blade. "He didn't have to," he says, his eyes glistening, voice cracking. "I failed em too. 2 sons dead, the other 3 carrying hate for me in their hearts, for all the times I wasn't there. I let em down, same as I let ye down." He pauses, his massive frame seeming to shrink under the weight of his words. "I've lived a life full of regrets, Grid. So many things I'd do differently if I had the chance. I tried my hardest, but it was never enough. When word came ye needed help in Blackteed, I didn't hesitate, rode out to fight, to end the suffering, to give ye a chance to live free. I thought we'd won, thought I'd kept my promise to Oisin. But I was wrong, lass. So bloody wrong." His voice breaks, and a tear slips down his cheek. "I only learned the truth when ye dragged yourself to the Frostfangs. One look at your face, and I knew. They were all gone. And it was my own failure that let it happen. I'm so sorry." Grid's lips tremble, her breath catching at the sight of him. Tormund, the mountain of a man, unyielding as the wall, now crumbling before her, his strength stripped bare. She's never seen him like this, not in all her years, never seen him so raw, so human. "It weren't your fault, Tormund," she says, her voice shaking. "None of it was your fault." Tormund's broad shoulders tremble, his voice breaking as tears carve paths through his.